Yo, how's it going? How's it going? How's it going, everyone? Good evening. How are we all doing? Ozzy, Louis, Big Ass Stingray, Toby W, Mango Crane, Wizzy, Ginge, how's it going, guys? Ritzwin coming straight in with the follow at the start. You absolute legend. How you doing, dude? I think we were speaking on Discord earlier. How you doing? And also, Toby, I did see that you dropped a Prime whilst I was offline. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate that support. You're an absolute legend. Welcome in. Dark Lord Revelist coming straight in with the sheep scream. I'm actually going to refund that for you because it doesn't play on this screen. You can play it on another screen when the cooldown's finished. Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? I know. There was one stream where people kept claiming it with no cooldowns and I couldn't talk, so I banned it on this screen. Right, let's get this party started. I'm going to go do a Chaos Child, just like I did yesterday, except I'm hopefully going to succeed this time. I did two earlier, and I succeeded them both back-to-back again, so hopefully I don't noob it on stream. I'm still looking for the third piece of the key to get my 4th Ascension. I've got multiples of the others. I bought some new boots last night, so they help a little bit. The extra 5% movement speed is actually pretty useful. And mana on it, an extra 100 mana goes a long way. I think it ended up bumping my mana regen by like 50 or something, which is actually pretty significant, to be honest. But yeah, I hope everyone else had a good day. It's getting close to Christmas now, guys. Is everyone excited? Everyone excited to get absolutely fat from all the food we're going to eat and all the chocolate and sweets we're going to consume? And hopefully remember, because we won't get too drunk, clearly. Hey, Tayri, coming straight in with a follow you legend. Welcome in, my friend. How you doing? It's good to meet you. Right, let's get this party started. What we got? Alright, we're going to take the rare monsters, because actually, funnily enough, although that makes it harder, it means you get better loot, so... Rinswin coming straight in with the sub! Dude! I've been going 15 minutes and you've put a smile on my face already. What a guy. Dude, that is incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. I do something a little bit fun on my stream. It's a bit silly, but I have these dirty jelly beans, what do you call them? Bean boozles or whatever. I don't have any number 4s left, I'm afraid. But if you give me a number between 1 and 6 that isn't number 4, then I will do one and hopefully I get a bad one for you. But it's a bit of fun. If I get a bad one, you get to see me sort of like try not to headbutt the mic. Usually watch on YouTube, but really enjoying your streams. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember you on YouTube. I know we were talking in Discord earlier. First time chatter. Yeah. I love it, man. I love it when I'm talking to people and they take, my guide is a guideline. It's not meant to be a do it this way or you're wrong sort of thing. It's meant to be this is going to help you get through the game. And if you can make it your own and you prefer playing it another way, that is fantastic. I'm playing it the way I like to play it, and hopefully I can keep making it better and make it really good. And then if you guys come up with ideas as well, or even ways to improve it. Honestly, there's so much stuff in this game. I do not know it all. I don't think there's a single player in the world who could honestly put hands to God to say they know everything about this game right now and every interaction and found every single thing because it's too new. Doesn't matter how good you were at PoE. It's a different game. There's different nuances. So I'm all up for hearing ideas, trying to improve this beast. It's definitely going to go all the way, I think. So I'm really happy about that. So yeah, so give me a number. Number 3, hope you get a good one. But number 3 is a good choice. Bubble gum or blue cheese. It's a big old blue bean. It's like being in the Matrix. Do you want the red one or the blue one, Neo? Choose wisely. Let's go out to the screen so you can see it in its full glory. There we go. Big old blue bean just for you, Rincewind. Here we go. I can tell you now, blue cheese. Artificial blue cheese is not good. So here we go. No, definitely blue cheese. A really sour blue cheese. Oh, no. That's been festering a while. God damn it. Oh. Well, that's not the one. Oh, well, we're starting strong, chat. Let's go. Oh, let's get that down my throat and drink some fluids. All right, let's go back to the game. You guys don't need to see me suffer anymore. Oh, that's got a bit of a tinge to it. It's been rubbing up against something really hot and sour. Oh, dear. Thank you again, though, dude. Honestly, you have no idea how much that means to me. I'm actually looking to potentially take this beast full-time sometime in the future, but, bills have to be paid. Cats have to be fed. They'll eat me if otherwise. Don't think that'd be good. No more streams if they consume me. And hopefully I won't get any kitty deaths tonight. That'll be good. Liberated in early. My guy, how's it going, dude? It's good to see you again. How's your day been? All right, let's do this. So I've kind of learned what mods are better for me and stuff in this. Plus the extra movement speed and the extra 150 odd mana and 50 odd mana regen really goes a long way. So I'm not indestructible, but I've actually taken some damage off, funnily enough. I put 45% more freeze build up in. And the difference with that means I can just pretty much freeze stuff on demand. It's actually absurd. And that's going to help a lot against some of the things I died to last night, which was some of the maps where you get the increased ailment threshold on the enemies. So that means you can't freeze them as quickly, which means if you jump into lots of enemies and you're hitting them and you're expecting to spawn loads of lightning balls, you're not freezing you're not freezing quite enough. I mean, you can probably still solve this even just by going and getting more meta energy on gems, but as people have alluded to in the Discord, they are starting to get quite expensive. People have worked out now that jewels is where the very, very, very end game is. Once you've solved cast speed, once you've solved mana regen, once you've solved armor, whatever it is you're looking to solve, you can take points out of there in the passive tree, go and get a couple of jewel slots, get very tailored jewels towards very specifically what you want, and also affixes that are much harder to get, and stack them. So like meta energy, curse aura size, curse effect, things like this, things you just can't. There's a certain amount in the tree, and that is it. So yeah, so that's where we're going. Hey, Violet's in the house. How's it going, Violet? Another main stat team member. Oh no. Oh, okay. I thought it body blocked me on the pedestal, so I couldn't get past it. That'd have been a bad start, wouldn't it? Drink City streamer Clinks in the house. How's it going, dude? It's good to see you. In this build, can I spam Comet constantly? Oh, instantly, not instantly. I'm up at 1.49 seconds. You can get it faster than that. But 1.49 is fast for me. Honestly, I was liberated. I was originally going for that, honestly. But, I don't know. The problem with Comet is, if you go half in, half out, like half single target, half AoE, it kind of does okay at both, but not excellently at either. Really? So it can be fantastic at clearing enemies, but then it just won't be that great at doing bossing. So I was kind of like, do you know what? Bossing is weaker on this build than AoE. Like, if you can get Telestomp going like crazy, you absolutely can just kill AoE stuff, no problem. And anything that's left over, freeze it, and then you can just plant it with a concentrated meteor with 5 bombs and take out the hard targets if you need to. And what I do on a boss, as you'll see, if I can get a good rotation, and I get a crit on a meteor, I basically one-shot bosses. It's fantastic. If I don't, I do it in 2 clips. But it's, you do a meteor, then you spam Eye of Winter, and it just finished them. So there is no reason why you couldn't spam it. The only way to get constant meteors would be to have it in at least 1 on-cast and manual cast, maybe even on 2 on-casts, and just go full meteor. And that would work, I think. Get minion on death, get cast on minion death, cast on freeze, cast on shock, cast on ignite, whichever you prefer. Whichever ones you want to stack. You can probably make them all work if you really, really wanted to. Meteor is very expensive to get though in those meta gems now. That was the thing. They specifically made those very expensive ones very hard to proc. So it's not that they're impossible, it's just you probably won't go, they probably won't feel good until the very, very end game, honestly. The difference with Ball Lightning is it only requires 100 energy. Everyone keeps saying the Comet requires 300, but I'm not sure how they get to that math. Because it's got a 1 second base cast time, and then it's got plus 1 second on it, so that's 2 seconds. And then cast on freeze generates 10 maximum energy per 1 seconds of base cast. So unless it's 100 plus that, I don't know, maybe I read it wrong. But either way, Ball Lightning requires a lot less, right? It requires 1 second of base time energy less. And that's really, really significant if you want it to be able to be spammable. Until, I mean, if you get 6 or 7 gems at the end with meta energy, you'll probably be able to make Comet work just the same as before. Because you'll have so much energy build up every time you do whatever it is that procs energy, you're going to end up getting so much of it, like cast on freeze, that you're just going to cast Comets for days. But it won't be very good against bossing. So not without a manual cast, right? Is that done? Yeah, that was easy enough. Onwards. So I think that's where my head's at with that Liberated, honestly. Comet spam is a thing with the minion death thingy. The Fireflower unique costs 1 divine orb. Yeah, exactly. I think cast on minion death is how people are solving this. I've just noticed there's an ad running, so I'm going to try my best to make sure everyone is included here. I'm actually going to wait 40 seconds before I say anything else in chat, guys, because there's a few people here that haven't got subs and stuff. And I don't want them to miss out on the answers I'm giving to some of your very, very good questions. Some of you may be hit with ads right now, some maybe not, but it says on my thing there is. So I'm just trying to make sure everyone's included. Because I don't know if Supreme can hear me right now. And he's just come in and asked a very good question. I want to answer it so everyone can hear. Just got to wait 10 seconds here. I'll answer this question before we move on. What options have we got? Blood globes aren't actually that bad. They're a bit annoying, but they're actually not too bad. We're going to take the Storm Couriers, though, because they're better than that. Okay. I think everyone's out of ads now. Supreme Panda, first-time chatter, welcome in. You're an absolute legend. Good question. So, one, I am casting this extremely fast, so remember this. That doesn't make it do what you're asking. That doesn't make it go all around me. But because I'm casting so fast, as you'll see, it'll give me more chance for it to happen. And I've just stacked like 100 and 110% cast speed. So I've got a 0.34 second cast speed of Frostbolt. No supports to include that. That's just cast speed on gear and passive tree. And Arcane Surge particularly. The thing that makes it go around us, you get a bit later down the line. I can't remember exactly what level you get it. But it's this support gem called Wild Shards. Which means you've got a 20% chance on casting to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle. So that's why cast speed is very important, because it's a 20% chance. So on average, it'll be 1 every 5 casts. Now, you could get front-loaded, so you get 2 straight. You get 2 next to each other, like this, really close. So I got 3 really close there. But then you could go 10 without 1, like I just got there. But the main thing about this is not the damage. It's the fact it chills all of the ground around you as you're moving. And then you can just use Eye of Winter to freeze everything, or, you know, and it slows everything down around you, and so on and so on. So it's actually really, really effective for just some extra layer of defense. It's a hidden layer of utility defense. Doesn't reduce their damage, doesn't reduce their attack speed or anything like this. Or it just reduces their movement speed, which means they can't swarm you quite as easily. Louis, you absolute legend. Thank you so much for the sub. That is extremely generous. I don't know what's going on. We're 25 minutes in. I've had 2 subs already, and honestly, couldn't ask for a better start to a stream. Dude, that's incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. Give me a number between 1 and 6. That isn't number 4, because I've actually run out of them. I'll tell you what I can do. If you give me number 4, I can use the Ultra Dirty Beans number 4s. I think I've got some of those. I'll just use some of those instead. There we go. Give us a number between 1 and 6. If you want me to do an Ultra Dirty Bean, I'll just do number 4. I suppose number 6. Yeah, dude, no, honestly, you have no idea. That's an insane cast speed. It is supreme, but it's not that hard later on, because on this build, you're using permanent Arcane Surge here, which you get in the Stormweaver tree. Then down here, the extra branch gives you 1% increased effect of that Arcane Surge per 15 mana. So I've got 4,000 mana. So if I just do the base math here, right? I've got 4,009 mana. Divide that by 15. That's giving me 267.2666 recurring extra effective Arcane Surge. And that gives you 10% cast speed by default. So if I times that by 0.1... and then add 10% on, that I've got 36.7, basically 36.73% cast speed there. If you want to round it up, 37%. And then on top of that, obviously you can, in the late game, you can get, I've got 33 on my wand, I've got 21 on my focus, I've got 23 on my ring. All of those included, 33, 54, I can't math, 77 plus 37, so you're up to 114. That pretty much is where my cast speeds come from. But you can only really attain that in the late game. So while I was working towards it, in my planner, I did take, you know, attack speed nodes up here, potentially, or down here, whichever you prefer. Over here, you can get them. You just get enough cast speed to make the build feel good. And then once you solve it in itemization, you can move those out into other places. And I mean, I'm into ultra endgame now, so duels are actually more effective. So I'm actually rushing duels more than clusters in general. I'm only keeping very, very effective clusters. You're still in Act 2 Cruel, but I can't get my max mana that high at all. No, you won't in Act 2 Cruel. So one of the reasons I've got such high mana is because I'm using Eldritch Battery here. So, you know, if you've got 1,000 mana and you haven't used this, and you're on a Sorceress, then you'll only want to use this in conjunction with Mind Over Matter, probably. It removes your energy shield, but what it does is it takes all of your energy shield from your gear and it converts it into extra mana. So this 353 here on my chest piece is actually 353 maximum mana. That does not scale with your passive node saying increased maximum energy shield. So that's why I don't use any of these. This only works if you use a particular amulet which may be overperforming, so I'm not. I don't want to build a build that might get nerfed later. And if it turns out it is working as intended, I will make a variant for it, no problem. Because it will. You can use it right now. You can use the Everlasting Gaze. It will be stronger, probably. But I don't particularly want to use it if it's going to get nerfed for now. So that's one way you can get more mana. On top of that, honestly, you just get it in gear. You know, max mana, I got 143 there, 148 there, 81 there, 213 here, plus 7% maximum mana. You got mana down here, 20 and 5%. All the intelligence gives you 10 each time, so I've got intelligence on gear as well, 123, and all the energy shields. So it starts to stack very, very quickly. You can see where I'm going with it. 2.2 is very good. If you've got 2.2 and you're like only just entering mapping, that's very good, honestly. Over on YouTube, Ray Ruby. I'm currently following the Telestomp Stormweaver build on Mobalytics. Cool, that's great. I hope you're finding it I hope you're finding it useful. And it's insanely weak for some reason after I finish Act 3 crawl. Can't even do T1 maps. Okay, Ray. So it's very hard for me to say exactly what the problem is, because without seeing your full setup, obviously it's not like a one item changes all thing. So I'm going to ask you a round of questions. How much mana do you have? Actually, no. Before we do that. Are you using the Mind Over Matter and Eldritch Battery tech yet? And do you have the 4 Ascendancy nodes for Arcane Surge? Do you have those? Let's start with that. I'm going to try and rattle through the things that like a short list of what to look for. Because I can tell you now, it does do T1 maps. It's just, there might be something I can help you with. I want to try and help you. So... Solix Rocks. Wait, the energy shield increasing nodes don't work with increasing your mana if you have Mind Over Matter Eldritch Battery active. No, Silu. Eldritch Battery, what it does is it converts your energy shield to mana, and then those increased maximum shield nodes actually then after the fact increase it. The reason it works when you've got Everlasting Gaze on is because Everlasting Gaze after the Eldritch Battery conversion then converts mana back into energy shield, and then the maximum energy shield nodes get applied to the energy shield that's being generated from the amulet. So I don't know that amulet's meant to work with Eldritch Battery. I don't know yet. So that's what I'm waiting. They've already said they've acknowledged energy shield is really strong, and that is definitely one of the reasons why. So I'm waiting to see what they're going to do after Christmas with it first. Yeah, it's insanely hard to judge without any infos. And no, I do not use Mind Over Matter and Battery yet. Okay, that'll be one reason why, Ray. Yeah, okay. So how much mana are you rocking right now, and how much mana regeneration? That'll be one reason you're struggling, because I guess your damage probably isn't very high, and you would be surprised how much damage that mana stacking will help you with. I can just believe me on that. Yeah, and I'm guessing if your survivability is weak, there'll be 2 reasons why. 1, your effective HP is too low, or 2, your resistances are quite low, and I can't understate enough. Resistances are so super key for staying alive. You'd be surprised how much they're key. 1008 mana, just checked, mana regen. Okay, so they're both fine. Have you got a Midnight's Braid unique belt? I'm not using it now, because once you get to 500 plus mana regen, it becomes diminishing returns. But if you don't, go and buy one. It's like 1 Exalt on the trade, if you're not playing solo self-found. Because what that does is it gives you 50% of the damage you take back as mana over 8 seconds. So although you've got to be able to take the hit, it will give you a bunch of mana back. Without that, you need to have particularly high mana regen to be able to sustain your mana if you get to 0 mana due to taking damage, which is what Mind Over Matter will enable. But it just helps you sustain your mana. It helps if you do go to 0, you won't end up in a situation where you can't cast very often. You're definitely high enough, you've definitely got enough mana, and you've definitely got enough mana regen. If you get that belt, put on Mind Over Matter, so damage goes to your mana first. Mana goes to... Yeah, so damage goes to your mana first before life, but you take 50% less mana recovery. But don't worry about this, because once you put Eldritch Battery on, as long as you've stacked Energy Shield on all your gear, you should get 300, 400, 500 mana from it, maybe. That will give you a whole bunch of mana regen back, just by... Because your mana regen scales the more mana you've got. And then that extra mana you're getting from Eldritch Battery will scale your damage here. It will scale your cast speed in Arcane Surge. It will give you extra mana regen from Arcane Surge. It'll give you more effective HP. And mana regen is just constant HP regen. It's even more effective than life regen because you can't stack in as much of it. So that's where I would start. That in itself might be enough. Go to the early endgame tab in the variation on the mobilitics guide. Now that you're into mapping, get that belt, and you can absolutely... You've got the stats. I would then just look at your resistances. Make sure you've got at least equal resistances across the board. Not like 50-50, 0-50 or something. Try and get some chaos resistance, even if it's just a little bit, because honestly, it will make a big, big difference. Chaos resistance, chaos damage is baked into a lot of enemies' attacks, and it's hidden. And the pure chaos damage, if you've got 0, it will just wreck you. Try and get equal resistances where you can. It helps a lot. And yeah, I've got to do a number 6 beam for Louis. Sorry, Louis, I'm paying attention. Number 6 is actually my least favourite, Louis. Lucky you. It is Tutti Frutti or Rotten Fish. And the reason it's my least favourite is because I don't even like Tutti Frutti, and that's meant to be the good bit. So, here we go. Tutti Frutti or Rotten Fish, just for you. Louis, thank you so much for your support. I absolutely appreciate you, dude. Here we go. That is Tutti Frutti, at least. It's not very nice, though. I don't like Tutti Frutti very much. Oh. Well, thank you, dude. At least it wasn't Rotten Fish, I suppose. Positive thinking, eh? Okay, if you've got -8 fire, you're going to get ruined by fire resistance. So, one way you can help solve this, make sockets in your gear, put fire runes in there. It'll give you 12 per rune. Honestly, I'm still doing that myself just to solve it. I've moved 1 out now. But I've got resistance runes in my gear to help me solve resistances and just put it in to level them out. Your cold and lightning is fine. 6 chaos is good. It's very hard to solve chaos to start with. If you can get your fire up to 30, you'll find that helps a lot. If you can get your cold up, you can get your chaos up to about 15, that would be an extra bonus. All that stuff, all in all, right? And I do appreciate the market is actually really damn expensive now. But around 50 exalts. So you'll have enough to buy the belt. You only need the belt. If you've got enough exalts to go and buy a Call of the Brotherhood ring as well, that really brings the build online. But the belt will help you get into the early endgame variant, and you'll just notice your tankiness will go up, your damage will go up, your mana regen will go up, your utility will go up. And that should get you into the early maps. Pretty much. That's all there's to it. Because then afterwards you can remove all of the mana, you can move all the maximum shield nodes. Keep all these. Take Eldritch Battery. Come over here. Take this node up here for extra damage taken as recoups as mana. Take Mind Over Matter here. And then come up here and take these nodes down here for extra. This will help you with 5 resistances here. All natural. 30% increased damage. That's additive. That's a 50% additive damage there. So that's nice. You take this node here for extra damage when you crit. That can be useful. I'm trying to think what else there is in. Okay, and another one. Take this up here, Energize. I don't need it now because I've solved it elsewhere, and I'm going to be updating the planner tomorrow with my current version. But this is like real endgame. Take this up here. It'll help your Telestomp generate ball lightnings more often. This plus the extra energy generation here, 24. Take these 2 nodes if you haven't. They're extremely I told someone else about this and they didn't have it. And they put them in with some other things, and they started slapping. This one here particularly, when you freeze the enemies, you just ignore their resistances. So you don't even need penetration anymore. That's really, really powerful. You just go all in on, and 50% increased damage when they're frozen. And an extra 40% freeze build up. So that, plus your 30 down here, plus your, 40 up here. You're over 100% freeze build up. You're going to freeze stuff pretty damn fast. I mean, you could come up for climate change, but I didn't actually take that until quite late on. But you could do for more freeze build up and damage. But all that stuff in general, that would definitely get you beyond T1. I haven't seen your gear, obviously, but even with average gear, that should be fine, I would say. You do need 70 to 75% resistances to go higher. But to get started, 30, 40 will be okay, as long as you can get some chaos. -8 absolutely is not good, yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't. It's okay, Hoochie. Like, not everyone will know though. That's the thing. The game isn't explicitly like open about the fact that resistances are that good for defenses. Not everyone just knows this. The ring does cost 1 divine, Argazale. First time chatter into Twitch. How you going, dude? How you going? Welcome in. You are correct. The ring is a lot more expensive. It's 1 divine. That's because it's used on my build. It's used on the Archmage builds. There's a whole bunch of builds that are using it lightning based. Oh, 1 second. I went down the wrong hole. Oh, that's better. Yeah, it's all supply and demand at the end of the day. How you doing, Argzay? Welcome in. Oh, Marion, how's it going, dude? How's it going? The belt is only 1 exalted. Yeah, the belt is super cheap. Pick that up. I keep that belt on until you've got about 3,500 mana. 3,200, 3,500 mana. It doesn't look that good, but I tell you now, it really, really is. It helps. It won't make you invincible, but it will help you sustain your mana when your mana is your main HP, and it will give you loads more mana regen when you take damage. It gives you some elemental resistances. It gives you some maximum mana. And if you're lucky and you corrupt it and you get something good on it, even better. You know. 2.2 with only Eldritch Battery and Minor Matter. Is it okay? Liberated. 2.2 is very good. When you get to like 3.2, 3.5, you can start looking to go on to the end game. The late end game build, I'd say. Or it may, actually, no, to be honest, you could probably... No, sorry. You can go on to the late game end build once you've got the Call of the Brotherhood ring, but you don't necessarily need to use the Midnight Braid unique anymore once you get to about 2.5, 3k mana, maybe a bit more. It's all to do with your mana regen. If you stack mana regen everywhere else and you get to like 500 mana regen, you can start to take that. You can start thinking about taking that unique belt off, because the amount of mana regen it gives you is reduced gains compared to how much flat mana regen you got. But early on, it's huge. It's a massive amount of mana regen compared to what you've got by default. So it's all about solving things one way or the other, right? Do you get me? Night Redox, first time chatter, coming into Twitch. How you doing, dude? It's good to meet you, my friend. I hope you're well. The Brotherhood ring, Gorsh, yeah. 18 to 25 exalts. There's 2 Brotherhood rings, one of Sapphire, one of Topaz. It's the Topaz one you're interested in. Low resistances will not be good liberated. Yeah, you want to try and solve that. Use runes to do it if you can. Just socket them, get them equaled out across your gear. And I mean, you can use Chaos Inoculation on this build, but honestly, I wouldn't. Not unless you can get to where I'm at with 4k mana. I tried it earlier than this, and it just, for the most part, it felt good, but you eventually come against a hard-hitting enemy, and you will just get one shot with no... Your effective maximum ceiling on HP goes down. You become tanky to a lot of stuff, but your maximum HP ceiling comes down, so you need to increase that elsewhere so you don't get one-shot by stuff. I do have a new defense tech in, though, which does help a little bit against the one-shots. It doesn't solve it fully, but it certainly helps. TS Storm is not insanely weak. No, Hoochie, it's all right. Like, you know, so it's all good. I mean, look, the thing is, right, you could take the strongest build in the game, and if you're missing one key component and you haven't realised what it is, it could actually just break the build. You have to think, like, it's a puzzle, and your build's only going to be as strong as the weakest bit, in a way. So, honestly, I don't mind when people come in and say, this seems really weak, like, what am I doing wrong? That's fine. Because I know it's not. I don't really need reassuring of that. I mean, I can slap T16 maps, and if I die, it's because I either make a mistake, or occasionally there are a couple of things a bit overtuned in this game right now. It's in early access, and maybe I'll just make a mistake or something. But you know, it can do the stuff. I've got everything I got so far, right? I understand what I've got, and I also understand the weaknesses of the build as where it stands, and I'm trying to solve that before I go and do the Pinnacle boss, because I don't really know what to expect. I'm now trying to do my 4th Ascensions. If I'm lucky, and I should finish it this time. If I'm lucky, I'll get the 3rd piece I need. I don't really want to use my currency for it, because I don't actually have much. My RNG for drops for selling and divines and stuff has not been very good. So I'm just trying to look to get my 4th Ascensions, because it'll be an enormous damage boost, honestly. Doubling up my exposure potency. Might actually be worth going into the exposure buffs at that point. But look, I mean, the build does slap, right? This is level 80 stuff, so this is T15s. Or T16s if you haven't got irradiation, actually. But it's T15, even with some irradiation. So for most people, this is higher than they would ever get. And I don't mean that offensively. A lot of people will give up on a build before they get to this stage, because you will die a lot, probably. So all I want to do is I want to be able to help these people to enjoy the game. That's it. If I can help them enjoy it, then that's exactly what I want to try and do. So... yeah, Ray, if you're still there, try that stuff out. If you're still having issues, what I would suggest, because I don't mind doing this, add the disc. I can link the Discord for you. I'll do it in a moment when I'm not in combat and can't die. Join the Discord, and I'm happy to sit with you in Discord and try and figure out what's not working. I did it with someone else the other day, and I managed to help them get the build going, and I think they're enjoying it a lot more now, and that's honestly the main thing I want to try and do here. And also, it gives me some insight as to what you may have missed or not understood in the guide, so I can improve it so the next person that comes along can understand a bit more. I went in and modified... oh god, wasn't paying attention. I went in and modified the guide today, so the... Oh, it put me down. Oh, wow. Just teleported off there. I went in and modified the guide today to change out all of the set 1 and set 2 stuff on the starter guide, because everyone kept messaging, like, what are these coloured lines? I keep missing things. And everyone was, like, missing all the coloured line ones, thinking they shouldn't take them first. Or a lot of people were. And honestly, I was just like, do you know what, for start a bit, I'm just going to take out some of the clusters and put in the ones you absolutely want to take. I'm not strictly using weapon sets on this right now, although I do know there will be an optimal way to use it. Now, I understand fully how they work. So I could, for example, take the cluster. I could take a second weapon set for curses if I really wanted to swap my weapons and affect an enemy with something that would reduce, you know, reduce their life regen and stuff. If I really wanted to do that, but it would create a clunky play style. So we'll see how we go. That's like ultra. You finished Endgame and you're just trying to optimize the play style. So we'll worry about that later. So for now, I've optimized the build to make it. Oh, I've got the Vol Orb on my back. I need to go put it in the thing, don't I? I'm not paying attention. Yeah, I just tried to make it simpler for new people. A lot of people are going to pick that guide up have never played the game before or new to the game. Some might have played Path of Exile. Some might not have played Path of Exile, because there'll be a lot of people playing this game right now that have never played the first one due to the accessibility issues that game had. So I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for people to understand so they can have a good time. So if there's things that people aren't understanding, then I'd like to know that, because then I can make it better for that, honestly. You know, I mean, I'm pretty proud of what I created there and pleased of how it's come out, but it doesn't mean it's perfect. You know, I can only write stuff I think will be understood, and then if it's not, then it's good to know what isn't being understood, so I can try and fix that. Silux Rocks, how's it going, dude? First time chatter, welcome into the Twitch, dude. How is your ball lightning casting? Like 3 at a time? So there is a support gem called Scattershot, where when a supported skill is cast, it fires 2 additional projectiles, but they have less cast speed and do less damage. In the case of this build, I'm using cast on freeze, so when I freeze an enemy, almost always freeze an enemy, or every other little enemy, it generates me a ball lightning. What this does is it generates me 3 of them. And I don't care about the cast speed because you're not casting it. It's coming out by automatically. And we don't care about the damage reduction because we're not using this for damage. It's pure utility, so I can jump onto it with my lightning warp. And that's where the damage and application comes from. So does that make sense, Silux? Right, so I'm just catching up on the chat here. Just bought the Topaz ring today for 18x ulted. There you go. Why do you need the ring? Testing. Yeah. It's a good ring to have for testing. It's a great utility ring to convert all your lightning damage to cold. The other one is a sapphire. Converts all your cold damage to lightning. I want to try that ring you were using with cold explosives. Yeah, Clink, it'll probably be very good, to be honest. Link it in with all the lightning electrocute stuff for sure. Or maybe use Frostbomb and convert it to lightning and start doing an electrocute bomb build or something. I didn't realise you could put augmented gems in addition to other things on Cast on Freeze. Yeah, man. There you go. I'm learning stuff all the time. Honestly, I've learned a fair bit about the game, but I by no means know everything about this game. I'm learning from you guys as much as you are learning from me, hopefully. Hopefully you learn 1 or 2 things. So, yeah. It's good we learn new things every day, guys. And we get better. And then we blast better. And then we make better builds. And, yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Every day I come on here, the build feels like it's moving slightly more and more towards where I want it to be. So that is the main goal here. Where the hell is... Oh, is that up here? Where the hell is the third Vol Orb? Oh, is it down there? Oh, it might be. Sorry, I do understand that people watching me actually want to see gameplay and I'm talking more than playing. Sorry, guys. I'll try my best. Trying to make sure I don't die here because honestly, I actually want to try and... Well, I want to complete this so I can hopefully get the 3rd piece to enter the last door, which I haven't done yet, so I haven't got a clue what to expect. But hopefully we can beat the inevitable boss that's going to drop or whatever it is, and then we can get the last 2 ascension points that we need. I'm not even going to fight them because honestly they keep spawning while you got a Vol Orb on your back. So do we put Scatter Shot on Frostbolt anymore? No. I take that off later on when you've got enough cast speed on your Frostbolt that you just don't. The reason I use it to start with is because your cast speed isn't high enough to generate enough of these to be useful. But once you get enough cast speeds and you've got wild shards on there, you can just cast it whatever direction you need, and you can get loads coming out of you. You get them in waves, right? You just don't need it anymore, and it's more useful on the ball lightnings, so you've got more ball lightnings to choose from to teleport them. And as you build your meta energy generation up through support gems, passives, jewels, whatever method, you can start generating ridiculous amounts, and you get the cooler Brotherhood rings, so your lightning warp is now doing cold damage, meaning it can freeze, and you've got everything in place for cast and freeze. You can then start just going through the map, destroying everything. As you'll see later on when I do a map, you can get into situations where you can just fly through the map and just wipe everything as you go. Maybe occasionally there's a rare, because I've got my rares juiced up with the Atlas tree, so they've got an extra 1 or 2 modifiers on them. Maybe occasionally they'll roll like 3, 4, 5 modifiers that are all, you know, like defensive, so you can't just one-shot them. You have to destroy their molten shield or whatever it is you have to do, and then you can heal them. All right, you've got a Chimera first, fine. The bird is the best one to get first, but never mind. The last 2 runs, I actually did get the bird first, which made the runs a lot easier. I had confidence I was going to finish them after that point. All right, he's normally up here first, yeah. I'm going to wait for him to come over here, because that's actually a really bad place to fight him, because of camera angle. If you can get him over here, he'll go down here maybe, yeah. Yeah, there we go. He's stuck in a wall. Lol. Dead. Bye-bye. And I reduced my damage today in favour of freeze. You see how fast I froze him? I didn't even do my rotation right. I should have jumped in on my lightning warps for a comet. Then I would have basically one-shot the guy. So, yeah. Bye-bye, Chimera. That was a tricky boss. Monsters have 300% increased crit chance. Well, we're going to have to choose that one, because I don't really like Stalking Shade. I don't like the concepts of being hit by something, regardless of damage, and it ending your run. Pyramid Beams is the worst mod. It's one of the worst mods for this build, period, if you've got the bird boss to come. So we're going to have to choose the crit chance one and just try not to get hit too much, right? I have got some reduced crit damage on me in my passive tree, so that helps a lot. But yeah, if anyone's got any questions about the build, hit me up. Happy to answer. Otherwise, I'm just going to try and plow through this section and we'll get back onto some maps and stuff. I learned some stuff today, watching some stuff on other people's streams and YouTubes of how to juice maps better if you've got the delirium stuff. So if I can get just a couple of divines, I can start buying delirium, and if I can guarantee not dying in the maps too quickly, you can start getting enough drops that you can basically just sustain it. But it's yeah, getting started on that train. Or at least right now, anyway. I've actually got some very, very good items up for sale, and I reduced the costumes day, but no one seems to want anything I want, so it is what it is, I suppose. You know, I mean, some of the stuff I've got is very good. But I suppose there's probably a lot of people with a lot of very good things. Oh, we just got to defeat all the monsters in this one, so it's actually pretty straightforward. Oh, wow. Oh, right. I thought it was the... I was going to say, that's similar to the boss. One of the boss. I can never remember their names. So look, you can see how many ball lightnings I'm generating. It's nuts, right? Proceed to the next room. Yes. So I've actually been quite lucky with the rolls so far. Apart from that last one with the crit chance, if you get defenses on this, like reduced defenses, you can take all 3 of those and it does absolutely nothing to my build because I don't have energy shield, I don't have armor, and I don't have evasion. So you can take all 3 for free. I can't remember what the other ones were I took. I'll have a look when I go there. I took that crit chance one. So that's not too bad. So, I mean, as long as you don't get hit too much. And I took, oh yeah, debuffs down. Debuffs expire slower, buffs expire quicker. That's fine, because my buffs are pretty much permanent. And debuffs, well, you know, just try not to get them. And the rare monsters having more modifiers and making them appear more, that's actually good for XP and loot. So, you know, we definitely don't want reduced recovery, because a lot of our tankiness comes from mana recovery rate. We'll take Stormcooler runes, because as much as globes are actually fine for this build if you're not a spanner or potato, the Stormcooler runes in general don't hurt as much, and they're, you know, they're on the floor. You can sort of, if you go in them, they don't instant hit you. You can get out of them in time. So they're definitely one of the better options, I'd say. Okay, so another one of these Vole Orb. These are actually the most annoying ones to do because they take the longest, I'd say. You have to get the 3 Vole Orbs. Get him down because he was a magic monster. Get the XP from him. Just absolutely obliterated that guy. Right, there must be something down here, surely. Oh, it's down there, I see. Whoops. Oh, up here. I'm going right past it like a scrub. What am I doing? Durbin, Drink City Streamer. Yes, sir. I'll have to get some more in a minute. Cheers. How's it going, dude? How you doing, my friend? How you doing? I'm guessing... Oh, that's where I came from. What the hell? I shouldn't be able to go backwards. What? Oh, please don't say it's bugged out. I shouldn't be able to do that. Oh, I think it's bugged out. That's why, yeah, I was expecting to be able to do something over here. I think there's meant to be a soul core over here. Oh, that's wob wob. I don't even know if I can fix it. There was a switch here. What can I do with this? Okay. We're fine, I think. Oh, I remember this one. This one is the most annoying one, I think, for time. Oh, no, it is broken. Look, there's no soul cores. There's meant to be... Pretty sure there's meant to be a soul core in here. Oh, man, that sucks. It's the only key I had left, for God's sake. Maybe if I go backwards, maybe it'll fix. I think the Trial Master's meant to be here. Can I go over here? Oh, no, maybe it's... Maybe. I'm pretty sure there's meant to be soul cores in these things. We'll see. We'll go over here and see if there's one. Because I remember you do that. And you can't... Maybe it's just... Yeah, come up here. I think there is definitely meant to be one over here, I remember. And then you go down that... elevator, we'll see. Maybe I'm just remembering where they are wrong. I haven't... Oh, no, okay, we're good. I've only done this one once before, so I can't remember where they were. I haven't encountered many actually game-breaking bugs. Not many. That would have been one of the first I've encountered in a while. Like, properly. Oh, no. That is one of them. I think I just broke the game. Oops. Because I'm stuck. I don't think I can get out. Unless something's up on the ledge. Is it just going to keep spawning elites on me? I can't get out of here. Because there's no switch. Oh dear. That's not good. Just as I say, I haven't encountered game-breaking bugs. That's like... I don't think I can actually do anything now. I think I'm actually stuck. I think I actually have to quit this thing. There's no way to get through the wall, I don't think. Oh, wow. You see that? What the hell's going on? This is definitely not meant to happen. Look at this. No, I'm going to well, I don't really want to die. I'd rather quit, but I'm not sure I'm even going to be able to quit because they're going to keep spawning before I can teleport out. Is there a way that I can go up there? Can I stay up there? Yes! Give me a teleport. Give me a teleport, please. Can I hurt him? I just need to hurt him enough. Yes! Yes! I win! Oh, God, clip that. That's so funny. Oh, no. Oh, no, please. Don't die. No. Not after succeeding that, for God's sake. Oh my gosh. I can't believe... I'm not going to teleport on this ledge anymore. That is very broken. Oh no, I don't want to go this way. Oh my God, do you see how many monsters there are? Holy crap. What's going on? I need to get back down so I can get rid of this soul core. I can't believe I actually managed to get back up here again. I've clipped that. That's really funny. Oh dear. Yeah. Oh man, that is funny. And he died because I was laughing so hard. Right, let's go. I'm probably going to have to report that and say that's possible because I bet you a lot of people would have been like, I'm stuck and I've got these monsters. I could have stayed... Imagine if you were on a level that was your level, so you were leveling super fast. You could have just stayed in that pit and leveled super quick. Like a leveling exploit. With the increased rares I've got on, you just get constant. I was getting constant rares like every other spawn. Oh, how funny. Right, okay, we got this here. Dear, oh dear. The other one's down there. That's right. Oh, that's good. It's good. It's good. We're there. Wait, I think we can do it. If you Alt F4, when safe, it should reset you to start room. Oh, okay, respawn. All right, nice. I couldn't really look at the screen before then because I had monsters constantly spawning on me within the smallest room ever known to man. All right, here we go. How do I get that last soul core? Oh, yeah, here we go. Should be able to get it through here. Here we go. Here we go. Sweet. I got stuck dodge rolling on the lift once and that fixed it. Okay, I think the only thing is, I thought if you... Okay, Alt F4 might work, I suppose. I think if you quit on this, it's meant to reset the whole thing and lose your run or something, isn't it? That was what I thought, anyway. Anyway, good to know for future. Hopefully I don't encounter too many issues where I have to use that fix, because it's not really a fix. It's kind of an exploit, really, I suppose, isn't it? Afrolex, how's it going, dudes? Welcome in, welcome in. Hey, Night Medic, how's it going? Sorry, I'm just getting to you. That was a bit of a that was a bit of a hairy moment. Still searching for Citadels, Durbin. I haven't even found any yet, but hopefully I will soon. Silux rocks. So I got lucky with Midnight Braid. Dropped when I went through Act 1. Yeah, that was the same as me. I actually dropped mine. Yeah, that's awesome, man. I haven't equipped it yet, but I'm now on Act 1 crawl and following your starter guide. Since the ES nodes don't affect mana pool, should I just ignore the guide path into ES and instead go straight for Eldritch Battery, Mind over Matter instead? You could do, yeah. If you go to the second variant on there, there's a start and mid-game. Oh, there's an early, like, end-game variant. Have a look at the passive tree in there. As long as you've got between 800 to 1,000 mana before equipping Eldritch Battery, pure energy gear so you get more from Eldritch Battery, put Mind over Matter on with the belt, and you've got maybe 100 mana per second, something like this. You should be good, I'd say, and fairly decent resistances. You should be good to go. It'll get you started. It's not going to make you indestructible, but it'll get you started on the tech so you can actually play with it. And then you can just get more mana. You just stack mana. Stack energy shield where you can. Get resistances. Because that mana is then scaling your cast speed from... Oh, yeah, you need your 4 Ascension points for Arcane Surge. Because that means stacking mana gives you cast speed, mana regen, HP. Your mana regen's your HP regen. And it gives you damage. So all in all, it's just very powerful, right? Hey, defense is 2. Nice. No more debuffs. Right, which one do we get? Hey, the bird. Okay, if we're going to die to one, it's usually this one. To be honest, as demonstrated last night. Right, Meteor. Hit him a Meteor, do this, and he's dead. Right, there we go. See, look, I've actually gotten to the point now where I can just one-shot this guy. We don't have to deal with tornadoes if he's frozen and you kill him. Easy mode. Right, onwards. Nice. I have 907 mana, 111.8 mana recovery right now. So that should, yeah, it should be. Because when you use Mind over Matter, that will half your mana regen. But when you put Eldritch Battery in, and it gives you... you want to have it so you're getting 300, 400, 500 mana from that if you can. Get as much as you can mana, basically. Because the mana will start to scale your mana regen. The more maximum mana regen you got, it scales your mana. The more maximum mana you've got, you get base mana regen from that based on your cap of mana. So if I increased my mana by 500, my mana regen would go up significantly. Like last night, I put about 150 mana on. That plus the fact that scales mana regen in Arcane Surge, I gained like 60 mana per second. So you can make back the mana regen you lose. And if you feel it's too low, unspec some damage and put it into something like this cluster here. Arcane Blossom, this one here. You get 30% mana regen and then 15% mana recovery. And mana recovery affects all types of mana recovery, not just mana regen. So your mana coming back from damage being recouped will be affected, your flask and everything. So all of those all together. And that should solve your problem. And then you can just take things in and out as you feel like you can, you know? I must say that I'm quite impressed how well they have implemented controller support in the game. Really? Some people said the opposite, but I've not played on it, so I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay neutral. But if you're enjoying it on controller, that's great, Toby, and it'll only get better, I imagine. Hidden Sotong's in the house. How's it going, dude? Starting Act 3 of your build. Awesome. Any questions, dude? Just hit me up. You know where I am. Always happy to help. Rincewind. I just 6-linked Blasphemy, put hypo on it. How does filling the open slot that leaves with Ball Lightning to manual cast? One sec. How does filling the open slot that leaves the Ball Lightning to manual cast to give a way to proc shocked ground without triggering COF against bosses. I mean, yeah, that is definitely an option, Rincewind. If you've got an extra slot, I probably would consider doing that myself. Because one of the issues with this build is if you do get unlucky and get stunned and can't spawn a ball lightning, you'll just get busted. But if you just go ball lightning, and you only need one, right? With the amount of freeze build up we got on this, you spawn one, boom, and then off you go. You just, like a cannon, go across the screen. So, yeah, that sounds like a very sensible place to start. I haven't got to that point myself, but the reason I want hypothermia in the blasphemy as well, I need more spirit, right? I need to get an amulet with spirit that I can replace my current one with. But once you've got enough aura radius, it will just fill the screen. Like, you're running around getting utility against normal mobs when you don't really want to be going around casting this all the time. And then, yeah, you know, it's just... And if you've got 100% effectiveness like I've nearly got, it's not... You're not losing anything from it. It just makes it affect everything all the time. Same as your... And then you can just scale the size of it so it affects the whole screen. So, yeah, I just think... And it will take one step out of bossing. You freeze them, you jump in your lightning, you then place Comet without needing that belief them, and then you can just place your frost bombs down and so on and so on. It will just make it slightly less clunky to play. I mean, there might be other ways to play that other people prefer, but that's what I was thinking anyway. We don't like Ring of Doom. Physical damage is bad, and it's just a horrible mechanic to play against. Just thinking, we've got the Blood Boss at the end. I'm kind of thinking we're just going to take Stormcaller runes, because they're actually not that bad, even if they're huge, honestly. We've got 2 rooms to do. We've got the boss, and then if we're lucky, we'll get the big key. I've got the 2 small bits. I need the big bit. And then I can go in this door at the end. Is it possible to have hypothermia as aura 2 and have 2 auras and or you? That's what we were just talking about. Yes, it is. I just need... I could do it if I had spirit on my amulet, but replacing this while keeping my resistances capped is going to be tricky for me right now. It's very, very expensive. I would also need to completely quality up my hypothermia so that you get the extra... Oh, no, sorry. Quality up my blasphemy so you get the extra reduced reservation here. I could get more spirit on my chest piece as well, to be fair. I could get quite a lot more spirit on my chest piece, like another 30 or 40. But I would still need some spirit on my amulet, I think. Yeah. I've got 8 spare. Could probably get about another 6 from reducing the reservation. I'd need 54. So I'd need about 40. I don't think I can get quite enough of my chest piece now to solve it. I'd need some on my amulet, I think. And then, yes, you can put them both in there. And that's what I want to strive towards, because it will create a much... That means on general trash like this, I'm constantly applying hypothermia, no matter where they are. It means it frees up some slots. It frees up another skill slot for something else if you want to use it for something else. Like manual ball cast lightning, maybe. And so that you can get your telestomp going without having to wait to freeze something. And yeah, that's where we're striving to go. Just need the gear for it, and it's all very expensive to get what I'm looking for. Many, many divines, and even then there's not really the perfect solution because of the way I haven't solved my resistances. If I was using Chaos Inoculation, it would be a little bit easier to solve resistances, to be fair. But I've probably only just got to enough mana pool where I'd really truly consider doing it, and then I'd want to respec all of my items that have got chaos resistance to have singular resistance and other things, so that I can then take runes out and then take the resistances off of my amulet and so on and so on. Oh gosh, that's not good. I'm cornered. Being cornered is not the one. And something's got explosive bombs, so we don't want to get hit by that too much. Gosh, what's going on here? There's so much stuff going on. Alright, there we go. Cheeky Exalted. Cheeky Regal. We've got 2 seconds left. Very good. So look, I didn't really struggle there. I was just getting a bit overwhelmed with the amount of mobs around everywhere, but it's actually the fire explosion on the floor that worried me the most, because those hit really, really hard. That's a bit annoying. We've still got the lightning sigils on the floor. What's going on? Right, onwards. I've played ARPGs on controller since Diablo 3, and I think that PoE2 has the best implementation so far for combat, for inventory, and such not for inventory, not so much. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's good. I mean, I played on controller on D3 and D4 as well as PC, so I thought they were okay on D3 and D4, honestly. But yeah, I haven't played it on controller on PoE2. I am playing on WASD on here, and I feel like this game was definitely made to be played that way with the way you can aim and stuff. So yeah, it's definitely as much as it was a bit of a barrier for me to do that because I've never played one of these with WASD on the keyboard before. Now that I've gotten used to it, it is a better playstyle, I'd say. Almighty Earth over on YouTube. Your build good for bossing as well? I'm about to get to a boss, so hang around, I'll show you. I think I've got one more room to do before bossing, and then I'll show you. We'll take the monsters can't be slow as stunts. That doesn't really bother us too much. So, as you're leveling it up through the story, unless you've got really good gear to do it on, it is the area that it is slower on. But once you get into the end game, bossing can be solved. It's something I've taken AoE out to get better bossing. I've specifically made skills which you could use for AoE and gone all in on bossing on it because you just don't need it for the AoE. The Telestomp is so good at killing the trash, you know, and then when you get to the elites, you just freeze them, fire down a comet, off you go dead. And then if that doesn't kill it, I've got another move which doubles up with it, which I'll show you in a minute. So, you know, you're sort of trying to get the best of both worlds. Because the thing about most Sork builds is you've got the AoE to start with. It's solved on a lot of builds. It's solving how you do the single target damage. What do we got to do here? Oh, we got to sacrifice monsters in the thing. Okay. They really need to make these sacrifice rings better, like to see. When you've got the lightning runes on the floor, you can't actually see them very well. So I can't actually tell which one's mine and which one's the damaging ones. Oh, it's that. I think this is here. I don't actually know if that's a lightning one or the globe. This is one of them. So they look the same, pretty much. So I'm going to report that and say they should change the colour of it or make them more obvious because they're not that easy to see when you've got the storm callers on. Oh, goody. We've got frost bombs on us. Fire bombs on us. Right, we just need to kill stuff in these. So we get the blood go over there. So that... Just trying to be wary of those lightning. I can stand in them for a little while, but you won't want to stand in them for too long. Has that done that one? Yes, it has. Alright, cool. We'll do this one over here. Yeah, bear with me, Almighty. Well, I think Artist's Room is the last boss, and it's going to be the one with the blood trail behind him. I've already done the bird, and I've done Chimera. I can't remember their names. I can't remember the last one's name. He gets his little Hellhound. If I do him quick enough, I don't even have to deal with the Hellhound thing he spawns. I can kill him quick enough that you don't even have to do that. It all depends if I get my skill rotation right when I freeze him. So increasing the freeze duration could be very useful. Just increase the window of how long we get on bosses to nuke them, basically. Right, is that one done? Okay, right, we go back. Oh, we're done. Cool. Right, onwards. Yeah, here we go. Right, we should be on the boss in a second. I think the next room is the boss. I played on controller. You play on controller. Also, PoE2 much better than 1. Yeah, I imagine it will be. PoE1 is a game that was made over 10 years ago. Controller support for these games wasn't really added back then. You know, D3 added it a bit later down the line when it came out on console, right? And it was one of the first of that kind to do it and kind of do it at least somewhat good. I'm not saying it's the best, but it worked. And it felt okay to play when I did, you know. There was things I wish I could do, but it worked well enough. PoE2 being a new game, there's been a lot of advances made. Right, here we go. Let's see what mods we get. I think it should be the boss room next. Yeah, it is, yeah. Also. Right, we don't want this one. Monsters always deal critical hits. That's the best of the 3, unfortunately, but so we just got to kill him quickly. Don't really want to get hit by him, otherwise that'll be bad. Cool. Right, down we go. So when I go in, I'm going to place my hypothermia on his feet. Just as I start to activate him, I'm going to place my frost bombs down. Second he spawns, I'm going to hit him with ice ball. I'm going to try and freeze him as fast as humanly possible. And if I can get my rotation right, I'll just nuke him, basically. So we're going to go in, hypothermia, frost bomb, start placing these down, place down some of those, freeze him, jump in. I might have placed my comets wrong. No, I didn't. Right, and then we do this. And then we should... Dead. There you go. I think there was a mod on there making him slightly... Oh, he actually got his fledgling off. He got his plagueling off. All right, fine. We'll kill him too then, I suppose. Bye-bye. Dead. So there you go. Almighty, there's a demonstration. I mean, you can also make this stronger, by the way. Just a little disclaimer. I've still got loads of support gems missing. Loads of them, including on my 2 single target skills are still missing 1 gem slot each. And I have moved damage out today in favour of utility for freezing. I think that's not the bit I want. I still need the piece. It won't give me the big piece. I've got this piece like 5 times. Is it based off of which boss you get last? As to which piece you'll get? I don't know. Because I feel like I've done a load of these and I keep getting the other 2. I'm actually going to just see if these are any good, because if they're not. 131. No, that's rubbish. That's trash. Let's pick it up. There you go. I'll have a look at the rest of the stuff in a minute. In fact, actually, we're going to get all those corrupted gear in a minute, aren't we? No, drop that. We'll keep that and shove it in my thing. It's got 2 resistances on it, but I doubt it's worth much. No, doing so. It's rubbish as well. Fine. So yeah, I'd like to say it's got reasonable boss damage. Is it the best boss killer in the game? Probably not. But it does well enough. I mean, this is level 80, so this is the equivalent of T15. Alright, give me my rewards. I still can't get in that back door. I'm missing that one. I'm missing the piece. I'm missing a piece for it still, which is very annoying. I've done so many of these and I can't get it. Oh, we got an increased maximum mana one. That's nice. Nice. They're quite expensive. They're like 28 exalts or something. What we got here? Scepter. Quarter staff, but there's no melee skills on it. Don't really know what's worth much on these, I suppose. I don't know if that's going to be worth anything. I haven't got a clue. I've never really looked at them. Let's have a look at this. No, I didn't think so. Alright, we'll leave those, I think. Fine. Very strong. Melted the boss, very strong. I'm following your build. Level 10 only, though. Yeah. That's fair enough, Almighty. So, yeah, like I say, obviously don't expect to be melting bosses that quick until a bit later in the game. I'm using a version of the build. I'm actually going to update the planner with my version tomorrow. Like a T16 plus version. And, you know, if you've got any issues with the build going through, and I've had people come to me saying your build feels weak at this point, that's fine. Hit me up, join the Discord, landing questions, send me a message on YouTube, whichever method works for you. You can, or if I'm live, come and tell me. I won't be offended. It does work. I would love to be able to help you have fun with the build. That is number one. Fun is number one. You know, there's a lot of different pieces to these builds. Equipment, passives, gems, runes, you know, whatever. Right? There's so many different things that it could just be one thing's out of place. And so on. So, yeah. But the main thing I've just demonstrated to you is you can get to the point where you can comfortably destroy bosses. So, yeah. It does do okay. Like I say, there probably are better boss killers out there. I'd never sit here and say it's the best boss killing build I've ever seen. But, oh, I don't know why I've put those in there. Whoops. Let's put them in here. So you see I've done a few because I've got all of these, but it's just... Yeah, I've got loads. I've got 4 of these and 1 of these. It's the big piece I need for the middle, so I can actually get in that room. Guess I'll have to come back to it. Okay, let's do this. Got a gem cutters. I'll probably use that because I've still got a skill gem I need to upgrade. Let's upgrade my... What was I upgrading? To be honest, I can't even remember. Oh yeah, let's do hypothermia. I'm wondering whether it's worth doing that until I... Oh yeah, we'll do it. Extra increase of that. It just makes it better, right? Fine. We can get gem cutters easy enough. Yo, Raw Sam, how's it going, dude? Good to see you again. How's your day been? Yeah, it's not been bad. Busy, busy, busy. Hey, Gyarados, how's it going? Happy Monday indeed. It's nearly Christmas, guys. Nearly Christmas. When do mobs start to deal chaos damage, Wizzy? I don't actually know the answer to that. Does anyone know the answer when they officially start dealing chaos damage on top of normal damage? I'm asking because hesitating about that passive that gives immunity. Yeah, Wizzy, I mean, everything in the Endgame basically deals some chaos damage. That's what I found. If you take that node, you'll probably find a lot of stuff normalizes down. The problem is, if you get something coming and hit you hard enough to beat your mana out and your energy shield, you're dead. So you need to make sure you're never going to hit your HP ever. That's where I had a problem before when I tried it. I didn't have quite enough effective maximum sealing on my HP to be able to make that work. But I probably would have a better job now. Violet, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate you. And Straw Hat as well. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Well, I guess we go back to farming maps. How many Vol Orbs I got now? 10. Okay, I've actually picked up a few today. Nice. I've got some crazy, crazy maps here. Don't know why I corrupted that with only 2 things on it. That was a bit of a waste, but never mind. I was tired, I guess. I didn't do anything. That one's actually not bad. It hasn't got a high waystone chance on it, but it's not terrible. Got a 14 there. What we can do with a 14. I don't actually know if I've got the omen I need. No. There's a particular omen. I bet they're expensive now, though. Hey. I want... Which one is it? Yeah, that one there. I bet these are expensive now. 7 for one of them. Not too bad. Your Orb of Alchemy will result in a maximum number of prefix modifiers. Screw it, let's try one. We can always get more exalted. I'll do it on a 14 because we've got. I think you have to do it on a white. I don't have any white 15s right now, and that is the only. Because what we can do here, while this item is active in your inventory, your next Orb of Alchemy will result in a maximum number of prefix modifiers. The thing is, if you use this, you can actually change your Atlas tree to use unstable energies over here, which means 25% more effect of prefix modifiers. So I'm wondering how many points on here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where would I take those out from? Do kind of want that. That's kind of nice. I'd have to take these out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take the essence ones out. Let's see how the key comes out first. I've got loads of orbs of alchemy, I think. I have. Yeah, it upgrades a normal to a rare item with 4 modifiers. So let's try this. Boom. Increase magic monsters, rare monsters. While this item is active in your inventory, your next Orb of Alchemy will result in a maximum number of prefix modifiers. Oh, I needed to right-click it to be active. Okay, I missed that bit. Fine, okay, we're going to have to wait for another key. Fine. It's all right, I've got loads of Orbs of Alchemy, that's no problem. In fact, I might have another one in here somewhere. Do I have a 14? Or maybe I'll just wait for a 15. Oh, okay. Oh, well, we'll come back to that. Good times. We're not going to take... You won't want to run that... You won't want to run this unless you've only got prefixes, because it makes all the suffixes worse as well. But if you use this method, you'll only get prefixes. You'll juice your key, so it's only good stuff, and then you can make them 25% stronger. So that's why I haven't taken that right now, because you don't want to use that if you've got bad ones on. It'll just make it'll make the good things better, but it'll make the worst things worse. I heard my name to be called expensive. I'm here, Clink. Yes. Hey, sugar daddy. I sorted out a few things I was struggling with. One of them was cast speed. Cast speed is very, very important early on. You don't need as much as I've got, but getting enough so you can comfortably cast this and freeze enemies is very, very helpful. Or if you get an opportunity to cast Comet, you want it to be fast enough so you can... Or Wall, like, you know, you want to be able to cast stuff at a good speed. Alright, let's see if we can find a map that's worth doing. Let's do this one here. It's only got ritual in it, so we'll dump in one of these. They got a better chance to freeze me. Fine, we'll use this one. What's my in-game name, Rinswind? It is... this here. Actually, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll just open this. I'll do it afterwards. It's fine. Yeah. Oh, add me up. Add me up. No problem. If anyone needs a guild, by the way, just let me know. I've got plenty of space in the guild. We've got a bunch of guild stash tabs on the run. And I can add more if needed. Oh, yeah, you want to give me some bits. Oh, yeah, Rinsford. Yeah, drop in, dude. Honestly, I don't normally accept stuff just because, you know, I'd prefer to help people. But in this case, this game is a bit brutal on the economy. And it's not... I wouldn't accept Greater Jeweler's Orbs. It's too valuable. I'd feel too bad for it. Rinswind, you can join if you want, if your ping's not too bad. But yeah, everyone can have me up. Anyone can join the guild. It's up to you. The guild is... as follows. Feel free to join. Can help me kill one boss, Mr. Courier. Yeah, Mr. C, I'll help you after this map if that's okay. So give us a few minutes, yeah? Anyone can join. Do you have a community guild? Yes, Louis. Yeah, everyone can join. I've just linked it in the chat. Everyone can join. Oh, yeah, Rincewind, you can join if you want. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Just add it up, guys. Just add it up. I think the limit's like 150 people. I've got like 20, maybe. 19. Loads of space. I've only got 10 tabs right now, but if we want to add more, I'll add more. No problem. I can add like another 20 tabs if we need it. And we can make it more... We can make it more organised. It's not really being used a lot right now, but it's, you know, as more of us come in here and as we all get richer, we can all like flesh it out. There's loads of uniques in here. I've been dumping all my duplicate uniques here. They're mainly cheap ones, but there is a couple of... I think someone took some stuff out yesterday. I hope not. I hope they didn't take out all of the... Where's wands? Am I being blind here? Yes, we got a life sprig in here. It's not a very good one, but we've got one. You know, there's all sorts of stuff in here. I think I did dump a pretty good life sprig in here yesterday. Looks like someone's taken it already. There's a whole bunch of random gear. So yeah, it's all there just to be used. Hey, teacher, first time chatter coming in. How you doing, dudes? Welcome in, welcome in. Can you link it here? Oh yeah, sorry, YouTube guys, sorry. 2 moments. My in-game name is as follows, guys. To add me up if you want, I don't mind. You can all add me up. And the guild name is the second one. Add me up, yeah. Party is bugged, Rincewind. Really? Oh, no, I didn't accept you. That might help. Oh, I've accepted you, and now it's... Let me invite you. 1 sec. Oh. Friend request. There we go. Oh, trade... Oh, yeah, I can't see you. Oh, wow. Thank you very much. That's very generous of you. Yeah. What a noob. Uninstall. And indeed, yeah. You sure you don't want anything for this? I really don't normally accept stuff for free. It's normally the other way around. Yeah, I mean, I do ask people if they join the guild, not just come fleece the guild chest for their own personal gain. If you can use it on a build, fantastic. Take the stuff. Do it. But, you know, if we all help each other and we all have a good time, right? That's kind of my mantra. But yeah, anyone's willing to come join. So that I typed the guild name was put in the chat, so it's enthusiasts. So by all means, send a request, join up, donate what I use to the guild bank. I'll probably just dump all of those in the guild bank. I'll put half of them in the guild bank. There you go. Let's do that. The Vol Orbs I use all the time because you can use them for all sorts of things, can't you? Let's just do that for now. Yeah. So we've got some in there. That's right. So you were talking about Frostwall, weren't you? I would wait until I get 4 more gem cutters, I think, because that extra cooldown recovery, the 20%, is actually pretty enormous on Frostwall. Before I'd use it. I don't think I've got any spares right now, but I've got 2, actually. I've got 2. That's not too bad. Okay. What level is my Frostwall again? 19. I have got... Oh, no, it's not. 18. Yeah, fine. Alright, we could try. I do have a whole bucket. Oh, got level 19. Is that Spirit Gem? That was a skill gem. Hey, I didn't realise I had that. What can I put it on? I wouldn't put it on Frostball right now. Not when I don't need it on Ball Lightning. Lightning Warp probably, right? Should just put it on there for more damage, surely. Hey, let's put it on Lightning Warp. I'll do for now. Sweet. And then, yeah, we can just grab a bunch of these and try and see if we can get a Frostwall 4 sockets, right? So I'm just going to show... I'm showing everyone right now what you can do to try and get a 4-socket skill without having to get a Greater Jeweler's Orb. It's a bit YOLO. So you get your skill gems. I'm going to have to... I have to unequip the skill, which is a bit annoying. So I'll move this over here a second. We'll try with 5. We'll see what we get. So if I take out Frostball, I can then craft a level 18 Frostball. So I'm just going to... I'll do it one at a time. So you craft it. You then use a lesser Jeweler's Orb to get that to 3 sockets, and then use a Vol Orb. And when you use a Vol Orb, that can either increase the quality, do nothing, increase the sockets, decrease the sockets, increase the skill level, or decrease the skill level. So it's a bit like random. Would love a guild invite whenever available. You guys should be able to request, right? If you, I'll link it again in chat, guys. I think you should be able to request to join. That would be easier than me sending everyone individually invites, I think. But if you've got issues, let me know. Yeah, I've linked it in both chats again. Night Daz is in the house. Another team member. How you doing, dude? Easiest way to add Immortalize, then he can invite you. Yeah. I could invite you to the guild. I don't. Can you request to join? I don't know. I thought you could. Maybe you can't. I've got to try and remember who's who now. So I've got loads of people. Oh, that's guild. Only friends. Here we go. That's why I can't see anyone. Got to try and remember who's who. Right, Ginge. Invite to guild. Who else we got? Lou. Invite to guild. If I miss anyone, let me know. That was an invitation. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, I guess that was an invitation to be friends, maybe. Oh, here we go. Invitations. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Is that you? What was the invitation there? Oh, promote you to members. Here we go. So you can take things in and out of the chest. Where are you? It was the invitation to be friends. I think it probably was, right? Rincewind, here we go. Oh, no, you don't have to join Rincewind. It's up to you, obviously. I'll say, if I've missed anyone, let me know. And let me know what your name is. No, you can't request. Okay, so I do have to send requests. Okay, ignore me then. All right. You're Arantaria, Rulsam. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I thought you could send requests. Clearly not. Okay, maybe they'll add that later on. That would make life a little bit easier. There we go. I'll send you an invite, Rulsam. Anyone else wants to join, you're more than welcome. Injustice sent friend requests. I think I added everyone. Don't see you. Oh, Amida. Okay. Oh, yeah, I see you. There you go. There you go. Where do I request? Yeah, sorry. I think that's actually... You're not being dumb, Jin. Just me. Yeah, thanks, Nightdaz. How's you doing, Nightdaz? You good? And my game instantly crashed. Oh, no. Try again when you come in. I'm sorry. Hopefully it's not crashing everyone's game. I'm okay. Just tired as hell. Been overdoing it last week. Nightdaz, yeah, I feel you. We got the break. We got the Christmas break coming up. Are you doing anything nice for the Christmas break? Right, we're going to Vol Orb this now. Hopefully we get the 4 sockets. We did not. And I added 10% quality, but we can't do anything else with that. So it's pretty much useless to us. So we're going to craft another one. We're going to Jeweler's Orbit. We're going to Vol it. And that did nothing by the looks of it. So that's useless to us. We're going to do another one. We're going to Jeweler's Orbit. We're going to Vol it. And that gave us 7% quality. So that's useless to us. We're going to craft another one. So it can take a while. It's all RNG at the end of the day. Jeweler's Orb, Vol. No, we didn't get... That did nothing again. Frostball. Jeweler's Orb. Vol. Nothing again. So I'm going to have to get some more gems. I mean, I've got loads of these crafting gems. I'm not too bothered about these. Obviously, it can just get very expensive on the Jeweler's Orbs. And the Vol Orbs, if you haven't got those available. Oops. Oh, I just clicked on the flipping thing, didn't I? Whoops. Alright, let's go back. What a waste of one of my portals, but I don't normally need 6. Effing caps. I've been crying a bit. You've been crying a bit. Why? Are you alright, Gaming Hellfire? Custard Frog, how's it going, dude? Welcome in. And also, welcome in, Gaming Hellfire. Hey, you got a hypo. You've got a hypothermia and enfeeble on blasphemy, but 145 total spirit working. Hey, nice. You'll probably find that works really nice when you get the radius up on it. When you get the radius up on it very nicely, it will work real nice. I just need to get more spirit, but I also need to be able to get really, really good mana on my amulet and either solve resistances elsewhere or get resistances on it. And that makes it very hard for me to replace mine right now and not break my build, honestly. Right, Frostball. And nope, that's actually reduced the level of it. So that's worse. And Vol. There we go, 4 orbs. Right, cool. We got one. So there we go. So that one's now got 4 sockets. It doesn't downgrade it, it just gives you 4 sockets. We'll sell these. Clink's in the house. Make me have a little dance. Star Wars Cantina. Thank you very much, Clink. How you doing? Mate, great news. I've got myself the Fireflower Amulet. Nice. How much did you have to pay for it? So I'm actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to Vol Orb my original one as well, because it's got 20% quality on it. So I may as well give it a go, right? I've got one here to replace it with now, regardless, so. Boff. It reduced the sockets by 2. That's a rip. Oh, well, we use this one. Good times. Right, cool. Sell these. Very easy to choose which one's best at that point. So now we've got 4 sockets on this. There was a support he told me to try, but we'll have a look at all the supports available. I haven't really thought about it too much. We have got a whole bucket load of these. There we go. In fact, I'll actually take it out of my inventory because if you do it there, it goes in here and it becomes a bit of a pain to find it. Oh, yes. Let's dump that in there. Cool. Right. Let's have a look at the supports here. Let's see what I pick out if I was to pick anything from first glance. So you wouldn't take Elemental Discharge or Elemental Focus, because as much as they increase your damage, that means you cannot freeze. And Frostball is just too good at freezing bosses. Glacier, you don't want to increase their lives. That's useless to us. Cold Exposures we're using elsewhere right now. And honestly, we don't really need it on here. Fortress we don't need. Deep Freeze. 50% increased freeze duration. Yeah, to be honest, that is probably where I would have gone. Rincewind. You know, I mean, the only other thing you can do is have a look at all the others and see if there's anything crazy in here. Ignites. We don't need damage. We don't care about Ignites. We've got this already. Bleeding we don't care about. Rage we're not using. We're using this on... That makes total sense on Lightning Warp. Electrocute. That won't work because we're not doing lightning damage. Movement we got, that makes more sense on Frostbolt. We don't care about flasks. We don't care about lightning exposure. We don't care about flasks. Physical damage we're not doing. 100% more magnitude of ignite. We don't care about this. We don't care about fire exposure. Don't care about the rage too much. Yep. Extra chaos damage, but it costs you life, so that's no good. We don't care about either of these. As we said, poison. We're not using this too much to build. And we don't want anything that means you can't create freeze with this. That's ignite stuff, so we don't care about this. We don't have energy shields, so that's no good to us. This doesn't really scale the damage enough to be meaningful beyond anything else. I mean, it's multipliers for every type of elemental, but it's not really what we want here. We want the ability to freeze with this. We're not using charges of any kind. That's definitely something I explored, but it's difficult to do. Momentum, we're not moving enough to make that work. Mana Flare will rinse your mana, and considering it's your HP, you probably don't want to do that too much, and it doesn't do enough damage to really make up for it. At least I couldn't get it to make enough damage. We don't care about lightning penetration. Inevitable critical won't really work that well here because you're spamming 2 or 3 of them very fast, and when you crit, you won't benefit any for like 4 seconds. Don't care about this. They're not ignited, so we don't care about this. We don't care about frenzy charges. We're not electrocuting, so that doesn't matter. We shock indefinitely, so that doesn't matter. Cold penetration probably doesn't make sense here because it's not a damage move. While we're using supported skill, that's better elsewhere if we ever did use it. Wither is all to do with chaos damage over time. Non-ailment damage over time. Supported skills do more non-ailment damage over time. Less duration of supported skills and damaging ailments they inflict. Supported skills deal 35% more non-ailment damage over time. Non-ailment damage. Oh, right. It's the way it's worded. Where is that gone again? Ailments are a family of common debuffs associated with specific types. The list of ailments is bleed, ignite, chill, freeze, shock, electrocute, and poison. Yeah. More non-ailment damage. Okay, yeah, so nothing that's an ailment. So freeze won't work here. That's fine. I was reading. For some reason, my brain was going then, but I don't know. I was reading it wrong. Pin-up doesn't matter. We don't care about life. Create chill ground when they freeze an enemy, but we've got chill ground on demand if we want it. 50% less damage circles. We don't care about fortress. Energy barrier. Nice. Don't have energy shield. We don't care about more slow magnitude. We can get enough of that elsewhere anyway. Yeah, deep freeze makes the most sense, right? When you freeze with it, you're just going to freeze more. And you do freeze with that a lot. So more often than not, you are going to freeze with your ice wall. So that's going to be the aim. Try and freeze with your ice wall as quickly as humanly possible. The 5th socket Might actually be better to put glaciation on it later on. If you've got enough freeze build up on your build so you don't need it on frostbolts anymore, then the final version, the 5th socket should probably be glaciation so you freeze quicker with it. For bossing. Yeah, we'll do deep freeze for now. Might actually be worth trying that at some point, to be honest, but yeah, that makes sense. This will be nice. Does percent increase for shield work as an increase to mana on items, or is it similar to passives where it increases something? Yeah, anything that's on the item works. Increased percentage shield on your item that then scales your energy shield on the item, that does convert with Eldritch Battery. Yeah, I tested it. It's only if it's in a passive tree, because the calculation for that happens after the fact. You've been testing, Custard Frog, you've been testing, and Expanse support gem does not change curse radius at all for these curse skills, but magnified effect works. I think it does. Oh no, sorry, yeah, I've only got magnified effect and Expanse in. I don't use cursed effect. Where have I got? I've got cursed effects in hypothermia right now. Oh no, I don't. No, I don't. Wait, no. Expanse does work. I'm sure it does. I tested it. Let me go into an instance and test this. Alright? If you take my... Silux, if I take mind over matter, I take it, the mental perseverance and lucidity nodes are completely useless. Gotta try to remember where lucidity is. Yeah. Once you take mind over matter, you do not need any of the damage taken from Mana's life anymore. If you go to the early endgame part of the Mobilytics planner, I think I've got a passive tree in there that probably does remove all of those. It's all about stepping stones, right? That's the stepping stone towards making some of your mana damage reduction to help you not die. But you don't want to go all in at that point because you don't have enough mana or mana regen to sustain it. And you don't want to get in a situation where you're in life all the time with no mana and you can't cast, do any damage. When you get to enough mana and enough mana regen and you've got your Arcane Surge, you've got enough passive points across the board and you've got that belt, you can basically transfer over to it, become tankier, but also sustain enough mana regen when you're taking damage so you never get in a situation where you can't cast ever. That's why I suggested doing it at that point. You consider swapping to increase HP on wall and adding Unbreakable to use the wall like a totem, as it already has fonts of mana. Yeah, the damage from the wall is really good, though, when you blow it up. So I don't know. It's a mix and match. You can play with it any way you like, yeah. But I think it's better to get guaranteed long freeze and bosses. I agree, yeah. Try finding a helm with explicit to minion skills and 2 minion skills. Damn, they are pricey. Someone found one of those yesterday when I was playing with them, I think. And yeah, it went for a pretty penny. Yeah, join the Discord if you want, guys. You can always ask me questions about the build offline. I answer as best as I can, as quickly as I can. When I take Magnified Effect Gem off or back on, the radius doesn't change for me in Blasphemy. Yeah, the only way to test this properly, Custard, is to actually find enemies. I need to wall them off. Why can't I... Oh, for God's sake, my freaking wall's gone off my hotbar. One sec. Let me kill these, because I need to get my wall back and my wall's off my taskbar, because I just put a different skill gem in, didn't I? Where's it gone? Where's my wall? There it is. Go to use a wall when it's not my hotbar anymore. So the easiest way to test it is actually to see how far away it is. You really want to just find one enemy. Right, so it's that far away right now, right? About there on the box. Right at the edge of my box. Oh, it's a little bit further over there. Right, it's about there. Right, it's going to be quite hard for me to take this out on the fly. If I take out... I probably just killed them, didn't I? Where the hell is it? I should have got this set up first so I can actually take it out. Where the hell is it? Right. Let's take Expanse out. Oh, I need to move further away from them now. Now, I thought it did work. It is hard to tell. Okay, so about on the pin. About on the pin. Oh, for God's sake. You really want just one enemy. It makes it so much easier to test this. I spent ages going around trying to see how... Because it doesn't... Because at the moment, their stats panels are actually really bad in-game. It's one of the worst things in the game right now. They're not very informative. And most of them don't work properly. So it's about that far away. Oh, yeah, I can't test it when I've got all this stuff around. It is very hard to test when you've got a lot of enemies around. You really just need a couple of enemies, so you can just run them around for indefinitely and just test how far away it seems to feel. So I'm probably gonna have to kill these and then hope I've got a couple of enemies left over, honestly. Oh, these do, because they're super, super slow, so I can just run around and test on them all day long. Okay, and if I then put it back on, how far away is it now? I don't know, it's very hard for me to tell. Maybe it isn't working. I haven't got anything better to put on it right now, I guess. I don't have enough spirits to put hypothermia in. You see what I mean? It's hard to tell, right? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, I suppose it might not work because of the cooldown. Is Expanse the one with the cooldown on it? Yeah, it might not work because I did wonder, because when it's got a cooldown on it, it does tend to conflict. It's possible. It is possible it's not working, in which case we don't use that one. It's good to know. I thought it was, to be honest, but like I say, it's not the easiest thing to test because there's no like metric number on your panel to say. Okay, it might not be working. Oh, these can't kill me, that's the thing. It's just about the speed of them, so you can actually tell when the point of them is. I kind of wish you could get a template up. It would be so much easier to see if it's working or not, frankly. Why is he not affected by it? He should be. There we go. That's weird. Yeah, okay, it might not be, I don't know. I'll leave it on for now, but yeah, it might not be, okay. There's not actually a lot of things you can put in Blasphemy, that's the thing. Really. I suppose I might as well put it back in Hypothermia if that's the case. For now. Gives it a bigger radius, doesn't it? You can click the Blasphemy gem in your skill panel and click the arrow. Yeah, I mean, I know you can do that. Click on your Feeble gem top, then you can see the radius. Okay, I'll have a look in 2 seconds. Let's kill these enemies now so I can actually do that without worrying about getting killed. Right. Let's go over here. Hopefully we won't get any more. Hey, Charm Chaos. How's it going, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, the thing is, not all of these panels work properly, right? I'm sure I checked this when I did it before, honestly. Curse radius 7.1. Okay. I might have forgotten to check this one. 7.1. 6. Okay, yeah, okay. It does seem to not work then. Fine. Alright, well, we'll just take Unbreakable, put that back in there then. And just put Expanse back in Hypothermia for now. Because that does increase that, I think. Because I guess because it can't be... Because the cooldown can't be applied. Cannot support cooldowns which already have a cooldown. So that's the thing. It doesn't actually say in it it can't work. So they should probably update the tooltip with that if they don't want it to work. Or maybe it's bugged. I don't know. Either way. Good to know. Good to know. Sai. How's it going over in YouTube? How you doing, dude? 950 mana regen while moving. Should I get rid of Arcane Blossom node? If you've got 950 while moving, you are actually better off taking off Ether. I don't use Ether Flow anymore. There's 2 reasons for this. I realised later down the line, this helps you a lot when you're kiting stuff. When you're not, but when you're lightning stomping, it doesn't apply to moving. It applies to stationary. So you're taking a loss while you're teleporting around. But if you need to kite, you're going to get more. You've actually got more than me, genuinely, because I've taken up. I don't have Arcane Blossom in either. I've taken all of those out as well because I've gone. This is even more endgame than the build side. I'm going to be updating the planner with this version tomorrow, at least where I've got it to. I didn't have time to do it today because I work full time. But I've taken both of those out, and I'm still rocking 500 and... Why is my mana recovery down so much? What the hell? That's meant to be like 500. Have I got a modifier on me here or something? Oh, it's changed my weapon type. There we are. There we go. I'm rocking 584.8 consistently all the time. And then you've obviously got your damage recoup as well. So it goes up to like 700, which is high enough. I'd like more, but there's better use of nodes later on, like in the very, very end game, I guess. Mainly duels, to be honest, because when you get to the very end game, you can solve cast speed, you can solve mana regen, you can get enough. I've got 4,000 mana. You can stack more mana for mana regen. So getting duels to tailor in more difficult stats to get is where I've gone. And I'm actually using a new defense tech. So actually, it's not that new. I do actually say in the build guide to use Enfeeble with Blasphemy. That's actually very weak to start with. I didn't really realise how useless that was. It only helps you with things that are basically on your feet until you do what I've done. It also reduces the effectiveness of the curse by 42% or something. But if you take this cluster up here, you don't care about curse duration because it's an aura. So this gives you a whole bucket load of effectiveness. 6, 12, 18... 36, that mitigates some of the reduction in effectiveness. And then this cluster down here gives you 100% area effect, and it gives you another 8%, so you're increasing the effectiveness, and it makes them slow enemies around you, so that's really nice. So all of that, plus you can then get Aura of Curses up to 25%, and you can get Aura effectiveness up to, I think it's 8%. I've got one in here somewhere. Where is it? I've got a couple of really good ones. Got really lucky with them. Yeah. 22% area. No. Where is it? I've got one with effectiveness. Oh, yeah, 8% increased area. Oh, you can get up to 10% effectiveness of auras and 25% area. So you could just super juice your aura. So it goes super, super far. It's a constant damage reducer as long as they're affected by it, which if you've got enough radius, it does. And you could super juice your effectiveness to just keep... I think I'm 6% now until it's at 100% effectiveness. And then you can just go beyond that. It's just a flat damage reducer, right? On all damage from all enemies. So that's what I'm going to aim to do. Every single duel, get that. And try and get that to like 10, 20, 30% maybe. You probably get it to about 15, 20% maximum if you've got 6 or 7 duels and you've got 10% rolls everywhere and you've got everything else in place that I can work out right now. And that would give you Blasphemy. That would increase your damage reduction up to, nearly 20% on bosses and 30+% on normal magics and rares. It's pretty significant. So that's what I've been trying, and it definitely helps you stop getting one-shot by a lot of stuff. It doesn't fix damage. It doesn't fix the squishiness entirely. It definitely helps in the higher maps, though. A lot. What amulet enchant do you recommend? So, yeah, I was hoping the build planner would update so I could add that. That's a good point. I need to add that to the build guide. I'll do that tomorrow. I've currently gone with Siphon, but that's just because it's cheap. I don't have the resources to do any of the really, really, really good ones because they need those, the really stupid, expensive deliriums. So this one at least gives you 2% of mana on kill. So this helps you sustain mana while you're teleporting around. I haven't found a way to get mana leech into the build. Otherwise, this would actually be insane for the build. But this at least gives you something very useful while you're telestomping around. And it's not that expensive to make. It needs 3 lower deliriums. You get loads of them compared to the others. So hopefully that helps you out for the time being. And I'll try and update the planner during the day tomorrow when I'm in London, yeah. Silent Leroy. I found it if you hold WASD while casting, the tooltip keeps the movement buff while stomping. Really? Good point. Fair enough. To be honest, Silent Leroy, you can keep it if you want. There's no reason not to keep this. But when I get to this point, I am going for duels more than anything. I'm definitely getting this dual socket. You might even get one more if you really want to go for it. You want as many dual sockets as possible. The stats you can get on it are just so much harder to get everywhere. Magnitude of shock will give you damage. You can get up to 20% per duel. That's 20% on 2 stacks of duels. That's an 8%, 4% damage multiplier per shock stack. 8% damage multiplier per duel. Times 6. 48% multiplicative damage. Huge. Increase the area effects and the effectiveness of curses. You're giving yourself enormous amounts of damage reduction. Just flat, multiplicatively down damage duration. Damage reduction to every type of damage. As long as the enemy's affected by the curse. I don't think anything's immune to it. And because it's a constant aura, they can't be uncursed unless they're immune to it. Means they just do less damage to you with everything, including damage over time and all that. So that's really nice. And then, to be honest, you probably don't need meta energy on every single gem. I've currently got 37%, enough that I don't need energize anymore. This is the equivalent, on average, of about 12.5% meta energy on a gem, and I've got 13 there. So that's as good as this, if not better, on average. And then you've got 24 here. So you take those out and you make them up in gems. I think I've got 37 all in my gems. That basically replaces this plus a tiny bit more. I'd probably get one more with meta skills if I could. They're just very expensive because other builds use them. That'll get you to 50%. Then you're going to spawn ball lightnings all day, every day. You're never going to run out as long as you've got enough freeze build up. And then the other ones you could use for damage, crit damage, or maximum resistance increases. That could be very effective because defense is your problem. Later on, you can get damage in so many ways. Just stack mana. That gives you damage, cast speed, all sorts. You just want to get more defense. You don't get one shot. I would definitely come in here for overexposure once I've got my 4th Ascension points, and I would get Scouring Winds. That doubles up the effectiveness of exposure, which doubles up the effectiveness of these nodes. So that's multiplicative damage. That's going to beat out most of the clusters here that give you additive damage, honestly. It's hidden damage. So that's kind of where I've gone. Yeah, I've taken this down here, 50% magnitude of shock, loads of mana regen when you shock and stuff. That's really nice. So I don't actually have many clusters anymore. I've taken this up here for crit damage and the reduction of crit damage of crit chance on me. So that's good unless you get the 100% crit chance on you during the... Do you know what I've just realised? I could take this out and put a jewel in. Giggity. After this map, I'm going to do that. I forgot I had those there. I only need one more to get to the jewel. Hey. Yeah, nice. That'll be better right now. Is this build good in T60 and bossing? Shin? Yes. I'm not doing a T16 right now because I didn't have a key. I demonstrated to someone earlier doing the boss in the 4. You know when you go to the ultimatum to do your 4th ascension, you have to do the chaos trials for 10 waves. I showed them doing the 3rd boss. It was the one where they summon up the hound at the end. I can't remember his name. And it was a level 80 ultimatum, and I one-clipped him, pretty much. I froze him, and he died. I can't, obviously, prove that to you right here, right now. But, yes, you can do it. Squishy damage is not the issue, more than anything. I mean, this is level 78. This is the equivalent of a T15 if it's not juiced with irradiation and corruption. I was doing T16s last night with 3 people, and we were doing it just fine. So all the HP was scaled up by 3 people. You know. Like, it doesn't mean you're invincible. You can still die if you make mistakes and stuff, like on most builds, but it can absolutely do T16s, yeah. This version of the build is very, very much T16 viable, and I've actually got quite a lot of upgrades to get still. I know someone who's got much better gear than me. I can easily get to 4.5k mana if I get the right gear. That would instantly scale my damage massively. If I got 5k mana, it would be insane. You know, it's just the mana stacking is where the real damage comes at on this build. So yes, anyway, the answer is yes, it can do it. Yeah, I've got 1% from Duel, and that's okay for me. Yes, yeah, nice. Michael, how's it going? Hello, dudes. What have you put on your comet for having so much damage? So there's a number of things, but... Oh, one sec. Let me just kill these so I don't get slapped around like a wet noodle in the swamp. That would be bad. So I went all in on single target on Eye of Winter and Comet because, to be honest, you've got so much AoE with this build anyway. Oh, there's one thing I missed out when I just showed you the passive tree there, which is actually very important. When you get to the point where you don't need all the damage nodes and stuff anymore as much, or energize, so you get all those points back, and anything else, I came down here. You get a jewel, great, another jewel socket, and then I came in here. You don't actually necessarily need this, but this is okay. We maybe could respec this somewhere else later on. If it came down to a jewel or this, I would take a jewel. But these here give you 8, 16, 24, 44, 56... 68% increased area effect of spell skills. All spell skills. And that includes your auras because I believe they count as spells. Enfeeble. Spell. Hypothermia. Spell. So if you look how big my hypothermia is now, I mean, look at it, it's insane. You can literally place that down anywhere in the boss arena and it's just going to affect everyone. And later I'd like to get that on my aura so that I can just not ever have to worry about it. My Enfeeble is pretty much that size as well. It may be slightly bigger on the aura. So that's really nice. In terms of having so much damage on the Comet, I'm using Spell Echo so you get the double cast. Because the cast speeds, you sort of counter with Arcane Tempo and you get enough cast speed on the build anyway. I'm using Unleash so you get 5 Comets, I think, as long as it's fully charged. You're not going to be spamming Comets all the time, so you want to make it when you cast it that it actually does just do loads of them. And yes, the reoccurrences do less damage, but overall you'll do more damage with it. Concentrated effects is huge. I was up at 31.8 earlier. I took a bit of damage out in favour of freeze, which helps a lot on the boss because you can just freeze them way earlier. But 30.3, if I take that out, that goes to 21.7. This does make Comet more concentrated, so you're not going to be able to blast area effects, like a huge area. But you can kill stuff in an area so easily on this build, you're actually better off going all in on single target for Comet. Freeze the boss, get the lightning balls, go towards the boss. Double jump on the boss and apply 2 shock stacks. Fire a Comet, land all them on a head, jump back, keep hitting with Eye of Winter, and that's your rotation. And then if you don't kill the boss in that time, jump out, play the mechanics, freeze it again, repeat. I mean, I was one-clipping those bosses earlier. If I don't, I'll just repeat them, right? And Arcane Tempo for cast speed, because this makes it just a bit easier to get Comet out earlier. Eye of Winter, I've gone Cold Exposure, Cold Mastery for extra level here for damage, Leverage, because when you've frozen them, which is really when you're going to be using this the most, you get 50% more crit chance. That's huge. I mean, my crit chance on Eye of Winter right now is 22.66. That goes up significantly when you get critical weakness. It goes up by about another 40% because it's additive, that critical weakness. It's not multiplicative. So that will go up to about 44. No, it'll go up to about 40%, 42, 41% maybe. And then you've also got super critical. So that brings the crit chance down a bit, but then your critical damage goes up so much it's worth it. You'll be up at 3. Oh, yeah, you're up at 268% critical damage. So if I take that off, it's. Yeah, that's fine. So you get loads of crit damage here. Yeah. So it just makes your damage per second. Takes your damage per second up by another 100 on average. If I had more crit chance, it would go up. The thing is, you've got a lot of hidden damage here, because that critical chance there will scale that up, and this damage number will go up significantly the more crit chance you've got, because your crit damage bonus is so high. So, yeah, if we can get more crit chance on the build later, this would get very strong. And for bossing, Eye of Winter is actually very good. It's very good at freezing them if you fire it over chilled ground. And then when it goes through the middle of a big boss, this damage per second applies to every projectile. And when it's in the middle of the boss, all the projectiles are spitting out hitting the boss, so you hit with all of them all the time. And then it does a lot of damage to bosses, basically. It doesn't ricochet off the boss, it just goes straight through them. I was sad that Cold Sock was kind of dead, but seeing this makes me want to play again. Shin, it's not dead. It's just different. That's what I say. Is there a reason you're using Frostbolt versus Self-Ball Lightning? Yes, Silent Leroy, because I am using a cast on Freeze Ball Lightning. But me and someone else were discussing, once you can get Hypothermia here into Blasphemy, because you've got enough spirit, you free up a slot. And you could do so many different things here. You could put Ball Lightning in here and have a self-cast Ball Lightning as well, if you wanted to get going. It's up to you. But Frostbolt has a lot of very useful things that Ball Lightning doesn't really do. Frostbolt is exceptionally good at chilling things. It's got chilled ground. With Wild Shards, look, the whole floor is chilled. I can then fire Eye of Winter over it, which applies chill to everything. And it can freeze it because of that. Like, way quicker. Like, super fast. So that's really useful. Frostbolts, because you can cast it so fast, with blind, you just blind everything. That helps you a little bit against physical enemies. What else we got? Glaciation. We could move this later onto Frostball, because we're going to use that to freeze the bosses, and that will be more useful. We've got enough freeze build up on this build now that maybe that would be better on Frostball with 5 when you got the 5th slot, so that you can freeze bosses quicker with Frostball, which then also has the extended freeze time on it, which gives you more time on the boss frozen. And when the boss is frozen, you're ignoring their resistances, you're doing the most damage, you're multiplying your damage into absolute stratosphere. The other thing I've added is mobility, which will be useful on any skill you're casting, I guess. But yeah, I mean, freezing enemies innately is also a defense mechanism, right? Because when you chill them, they're slower. When you freeze them, they can't do anything. So, yeah. That's why, I mean, I have seen a self-cast Ball Lightning version of this build, and I'm sure that works just fine. An Archmage version. They probably are squishier, though, frankly, unless they're abusing the Everlasting Gaze, which, just a little disclaimer, guys, I'm pretty sure he's going to get nerfed at some point. I'm fairly sure that's overperforming in conjunction with Eldritch Battery. If it's not, then I will add a variant later down the line that will fix this. I actually missed a couple of messages earlier, so I'm sorry about this, guys. I'm just going to answer them now. Yeah, okay, so Wizzy, anyone got an uncut Spirit Gem 4? I probably don't. Does anyone else have one of those? Charm Chaos, glad timings and warm wishes. It's welcome to see you bring in the same D4 IQ to PoE2. Absolutely, dude. That's what I'm all about. Doesn't matter what ARPG I'm playing. I like to be able to discuss, teach, learn. I don't know everything. I learn from you guys as much as hopefully you learn a little bit from me occasionally. And we can float ideas around. Like, this build is doing very well. It doesn't mean it's in the absolute best state it can be. So ideas from you guys is great. You know, if I've tried them out, I'll let you know. And if I haven't, I'll put them on the list and try them out at some point. Or you guys can do the same and let me know. It's, you know, it's great. Can anyone help you out with Kings of the Hill in Act 1? Is anyone in Act 1 able to help Just Straw Hat with Kings of the Hill? 30-second King, how you doing, dude? How you doing? And yeah, Custard Frog, I'll check out our Discord after stream if that's all right. Night Dash, I made 80 spirit chests today. You made an 80 spirit chest. Holy cow, if I got that, would that be enough? 43. No, it probably wouldn't. It's probably still, oh, I don't know. Oh, it'll be close. That might be enough to push me. I'd have to have a perfect roll. That might be enough to push me. Ideally, though, the best chest piece for this build would be the Keth, the Expert Keth. 44% mana regen on it. That'd be insane for your defense. Your effective HP goes through the roof with another 44% energy mana regeneration because it's your HP regen constant, right? You're basically invincible to burning Florinus unless it does so much damage over time that it actually outbeats your mana regen, which I've got over 584. So it's like, you know, it's got to be pretty strong. Yeah, that's what I did, Rincewind. Yeah. Exactly that. That's really good. Like, if I'm doing stuff and it's not working, let me know, guys. I'll do my best to try and test things be good. Z4, managed to get my hands on Midnight Braid in solo Southbound. Like, hey! That's awesome. In solo Southbound as well. That really popped things a lot in the right direction. I told you. That Midnight Braid's unique belt is really god tier for this build when you're leveling up and you aren't at the point where you can just out-sustain stuff without it. It really gives you so much sustain. Yeah, it's very, very good. That really changes the leveling process, and if you're solo Southbound, that's a real nice find, because it's not a given you'd find one, right? They're not the most difficult uniques to find, but they're also not the most common, so... A little bit of rarity find, I guess, could help a long way. I don't know if there's a place you could just go, like a boss that's good to farm for it, to be honest. Maybe there is. So this is all knowledge we need to learn, right? Or I need to learn. Can we get a screenshot of current passive tree state in the Discord? I actually posted it today, Rincewind. Let me just double check. If you go to the Path of Exile 2 channel and scroll up just a tiny bit, I'll pin it for you. I did actually post it, yeah. I've actually modified it slightly, but it's good. It's pretty much what that is right now. Yeah, it's basically that. I'll pin it for you. I actually posted my jewels as well. Let me pin the whole message for you. Pin message. There you go. It's pinned in the Path of Exile 2 general chat, and you should hopefully be able to see that in the pins. Yeah. Let me know if there's an issue. I'll update the planner tomorrow. I didn't have time today. Work got in the way, unfortunately. I've got Ball Lightning, Bludgeon, and Acceleration. You can run it alongside. I've got Ball Lightning, Bludgeon, and Acceleration. You can run it alongside COF Ball Lightning. I can use it in place, an Escape Ball, or Force Shot Ground on a boss. Yeah, exactly. Having it manual cast will mean in that very rare situation where you don't have one spawn up and you're getting stuck in groups of enemies, you can manual cast one and get out. You probably wouldn't use it that much normally. You could cast it to start an engagement as well. But once you get going, you don't need it so much with the COF. Maybe that would probably be the perfect version. And in fact, that will actually be better than the Ball Lightning version. And the reason for that being, the self-cast version is very good for getting going. But once you're going, it doesn't have quite the same fluidity as mine. Like mine, once you've got enough auto-cast, you can just do what I'm doing, right? You don't have to stop to cast at any point. Now, they will do more damage on that build with Archmage. And you could try Archmage on this. It would work. It would convert your lightning damage to cold. But you would have to drop... There's no way you'll get enough spirit on there with the other things. So you'd probably have to take off the Aura Tech, which would just make you squishy. And honestly, you've got so much damage on this build anyway. I'd rather be able to farm and not die all the time. That's just my way of playing, though, I guess. The other build will do a lot of damage. You probably would have to use the Everlasting Gaze in its amulet in its current state to be able to survive, I reckon. If you took off the damage reduction from the Aura. In the very, very high-end stuff, especially if you've got bad mods on. We don't need this. Oh, we don't want that one either. I want this. I want to check this out. Any good? Nope. Any good? Nope. Any good? Nope. 4 levels of spell skills. Spell damage mana. The mana's not so high, though. We'll have a look at that later. It might be... Actually, we can have a quick look now. Josh. It's probably not worth much. If it's not, I'll just drop it. Yeah, one, fine. On the floor. I've got so much gold now, I don't really need to sell this stuff. I was picking it all up before just to sell it, but I've got nearly 3 million gold, so I don't think I'm going to worry about respec costs for a while. Easy. Merry Christmas, dude. And Merry Christmas to everyone else. Yeah. How's it going, dude? 30-second king, chilling, just waiting for Mark and Kai to catch up so I can keep working on the monk build. Oh, you playing with them? That's awesome. I'll have to try and jump in with you guys over Christmas. I haven't played with them in such a long time. I definitely need to come in and play with you guys. Yeah, maybe I'm off work after tomorrow. I think tomorrow will end up being a half day. So, obviously, we've got Christmas Day after tomorrow and Boxing Day. I tell you what, though, I don't know if I'll be streaming Christmas night, because, honestly, I have no idea if many people will even be online to watch. But I will definitely be online playing on Christmas Eve, because once I'm back from my parents, I'll be at home on my own. So, I will be online. If I'm not on stream on Christmas night, I will come on Discord and play with whoever's about. Or just play on my own. It's fine. You know, I'm fine with this. And probably the same on Boxing Day as well. I mean, I imagine I'd stream at least one of them, but we'll see how it goes. I haven't made my mind up if I'm going to stream on Christmas night yet or not, but I say I'll definitely be home. And I'm happy to play with people off stream if it comes to it. Right, there we go. This is the Christmas night for us. Xmas. Yeah. Oh, that's true. It is now Christmas Eve. Yeah. It's 12:15. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sounds like a plan. Can imagine they should be down to... Yeah, I think so. It's been a long time since I've been able to play anything with them. Life got a bit crazy since when I first met them. I wasn't even streaming when I first met them. They inspired... It was actually Mark who inspired me to start streaming again when I found him on Twitch because I was looking for people to play with on Last Epoch. And I couldn't find anyone to play with, so I went on Twitch to see if there was anyone on. I found a British guy who was chill and, you know, sort of around the same sort of age. So I was like, all right, cool. Liked his vibe. I was a little bit further in the game, but I went and jumped in and helped them out. And then, yeah, I mean, the rest is history. We've been sort of friends ever since, I suppose. But it's pretty hard to find time to play with other people at the moment outside of work and streaming. Yeah, I'll be down for that for sure. So yeah, once you get going, look at this, you can just keep casting on these. And I want to get duration in the cast on freeze, I think, because they'll last, the ball lightnings last longer. So then they won't run out. So you're just going to have loads of ball lightnings floating around everywhere that you can just keep jumping on. And they'll last, what, 30, 40% longer or something? Which is, it'll be super nice. The thing is, it's hidden utility, but it's also hidden damage because it means you've got more lightning warp opportunities like this, right? I mean, it's absolutely nutty. And then you just scale damage. So then every lightning warp just absolutely rinses. What the hell is attacking me? I've just got all this lightning stuff attacking me. These have got such crazy mods. None of it's hurt me yet, and I'm a little bit concerned by this. I've got lightning stuff coming down on me, and I'm not entirely sure why it didn't do any damage to it at all. It makes me a bit uneasy when weird stuff happens. We've got 2 rituals on top of each other. We actually do. Okay. Oh, the build's working okay. This is good. It's only level 78, mind. Hey, Franks. How's it going, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. One second. I'm just going to read the YouTube chat. I'm trying to keep up with both here. I'm seeing, Shin, I'm seeing on your mobilytics that you're using Call of the Brotherhood. Why don't you use Spark instead of Frostbolt? Because Spark is a boring skill. No, it's not. It's not a boring skill. It's a good skill. Spark is actually a skill a lot of people don't want to use, actually. You'd be surprised, Shin. Is it strong? Absolutely. Is there a lot of people who say they're bored of using it in the playstyle? Yes, there is. And, I mean, you can argue me on that, but I've had quite a lot of people approach me, both on stream and off stream, saying that they want to play something that's a different playstyle. Plus, to be honest, I'm not bothered about making the best build with the best skills in their current state. I like playing I like playing different things. Frostbolt comes with some stuff that Spark does not. The big one for me is the chilled ground by default. Like this. You don't need it for damage. Frostbolt isn't damage, it's pure utility. Now don't get me wrong, Spark is a brilliant skill and it would apply blind very, very well. But the chilled ground is very, very, very good. You can use it in conjunction with this, and it will allow you to freeze bosses very, very quickly. So anyway, it's just all about creating a different build, I guess. Just something different. If I made another build that was all about Spark as the primary thing, everyone would just be like, it's another Spark build. Just a slightly different variation of it. And that's not really what my objective was, I've got to be honest. So does that make sense? You know, that's why. I'm not a naysayer. Really, I'm not. I appreciate it's a very strong skill, and I've got friends who have made extremely good builds with it. And it probably is one of the top, if not the top, Stormweaver builds. It's also one of the skills that's likely to get nerfed as a result of it. I'm trying to make a build that when version 1 actually comes around on full release, this build might actually still stand the test of time and actually work still. That would be really nice. I've put a lot of time into it. And there's still a lot of stuff to gain in wins. You know, there's a lot of stuff to solve and a lot of stuff that could get better for sure. You have an uncut spirit level 4, Raw Sam. If he wants it shown, my idea is Arantaria. Okay. Who was it that wanted the uncut level 4 again? I can't remember. Whoever wanted the uncut level 4, this name here, Arantaria, has one. If you want it, it's a level 4 spirit gem. Add him up. I can't remember who it was. I have to scroll up chat and see if I can find it. I don't know how long that's going to take me to find. I have to skim read through it all. Oh, Mr. C, are you still here? You wanted help with a boss, didn't you? If you're still here, let me know. Sorry, I did say I'd help you with that boss. Yeah, I can't remember who asked, but if you're here, just add up that name and he'll give you a level 4 gem. I'll most likely be on Christmas Eve, so don't. So if you do stream, if you can. Yeah, I mean, I probably will stream. I've got no reason not to. Yeah, Spark is very underwhelming to use. That's why I dropped Sork when Cast on Freeze was nerfed. Yeah, makes sense. What's my amulet? My amulet's good, but it's not the best. The reason it's good is because it has intelligence implicit and maximum mana and percent max mana. I do use this to solve resistances right now. If I get enough mana, I may try and bait Chaos Inoculation back into this again. 4,500 mana maybe. And then I could get rid of Chaos resistance on everything and put single other resistances on, meaning I could then get rid of resistances on the amulet, get Spirit, get my... You know, it's a jigsaw puzzle. You're moving things around. But when I tried Chaos Inoculation before, I was too squishy. I only had like 3,500 mana. And I didn't have my current defense tech in, and I was getting, for the most part, it felt good, but there was the odd boss that would hit so hard it would just burn you, it would just kill you. You didn't have enough effective maximum ceiling of HP to survive the attacks. Even you know, some of the boss mechanics are obvious, just don't get hit by them. But there are other sort of rares that could blow you up in one, and there wasn't really much you could do about it with that lack of HP maximum cap, you know. Are there some other uniques which would boost this build aside from the Call of the Brotherhood? Good question. I haven't actually tried. Ingenuity belt, that's even more expensive. If you have mana rings, you could get 50% quality on your breach rings and scale it with Ingenuity. That would be very good, but they are very expensive. That's how some of these Sork builds are getting into the 6,000 plus mana range. The Everlasting Gaze, Danikin. I'm not using it because I think that is on the nerf block. I think that's overperforming. If it's not, I will make a variant later down the line. But I want to make a build that's not using that's using no potential exploits, so that if any nerfs come in, it shouldn't apply to the build. And if it does, I'll be very unlucky. Over on YouTube, Wannabe Freestyler, welcome in, dude, with a follow. You absolute legend. How you doing? And how's your weekend? How's your week going? Nearly Christmas, guys. Marco Valero, can you do this build with a scepter? Question mark. Went to the link for your build, but couldn't tell why you use a wand. I tried looking for scepters, but the problem is scepters just doesn't come with half the stuff you can get on a wand. Wand you can get plus level to cold spells, or even better, plus level to all skills. You can get cast speed, mana regen, maximum spell damage, and the gains damage as an element is a multiplicative additive of any type. I mean, cold would be the absolute strongest here, but fire is fine as well. I mean, it's a massive damage increase. Wands is best for damage. You go all in on damage here, and the maximum mana scales your damage, your cast speed, your mana regen, your mana is your HP, so it scales your HP, and basically it's scaling your HP regen as well. So that's why I've gone with a wand. I hope that makes sense. Can you play it with a scepter? Probably. Would it do as much damage? Probably not. But you would have more spirit, so you'd be able to put Archmage on. Maybe that would counter it. I mean, I'd have to play around with a scepter. Maybe I'd play around with a scepter and see if putting Archmage on with a scepter is actually better than using a wand. It's possible, but with the amount of damage I would lose by not using this, I would need some damage on that scepter. There's so much damage on this wand. This wand I've got is exceptionally good. But you'd need... This has got so much damage in it. You've got different multipliers. You've got skill additive multipliers. You've got the cast speed multiplier. You've got the stacking mana multiplier. You've got the additive damage multiplier. And you've got a separate multiplier on it. And mana regeneration is defense. So, you know, it's a very, very... Yeah, it's very good. Interesting. Just reached endgame with this build after switching from Spark. It's really fun, but I'm lacking survivability right now. Yeah, Dannykin, yeah. Yeah, so... Okay, so... I've gone through this with a few people today. How much do you have, for starters, if you've switched from Spark, do you have your Arcane Surge nodes in? I'm assuming you will. And how much mana do you have? And do you have a Midnight Braids unique belt? That helps a lot until you can get to 3,500 maximum mana. A lot. Like, more than you would think. Let me know those first, and we'll go through a hit list of things you can look to see if there's something you're missing that you can fix easily and cheaply. Any thoughts on using an Earthbound Voltaic Staff? That's the Lightning Staff, right? I haven't actually looked at it too much. Like, Kane, what was your thoughts? Let me know. Did you try the song I suggested? I actually haven't, Franks. Sorry, I will do it. I will. I'll put it on my list to listen to on the way to work tomorrow. You changed your boots officially. I'm at 4.5k mana. We'll start soon looking into 2% mana runes. Nice. Damn. Don't you think stacking max mana plus ES is going to get nerfed? Stacking ES is going to get nerfed. Stacking mana, probably not. They've already said Energy Shield is getting tuned, but they're not going to do it until the end of what they deem the cycle, which is probably my assumption will be when the next character drops. Like Druid, the next 2 characters or something. They've already said they're going to change it because Energy Shield is too strong, but they've not mentioned anything about mana stacking. Mana stacking's fine. It doesn't make you god tier. You can still die. And it makes you scale loads of parts of your build. And if you get to 6,500 mana, you've got literally god tier ultimate endgame items. Not many people are going to have that full setup yet. I've only seen one person with 6,500 mana. I've seen a couple with 5k. There aren't many. I'm sure there might be some of you in here that have got that. And that's great if you have. Like, fantastic. Probably using some of the best stuff you can get. And you've either found some good stuff and made good currency, you've traded very wisely and very well, so you've made currency, or you've just got stupid lucky and drops an ingenuity belt and the breach rings you need. You know, either way, they're not going to be common. That's a pretty good ring. I think I'll pick that up if I get the other ritual, just to see if you can make it good. But you've got 5.4k mana, Ice Carnage. Nice. Nice. Spin to win, Supreme Mana. I'm not really spinning much in game, but we spin to win. Yes, we do. We spin to win. I mean, I suppose I could try and spin to win, right? I mean, you know, we can do this. We can spin to win. It's a shame I can't hard damage skill and do that. It'd be amazing if you could do this and just cast your frost bolts out. Can you imagine? Let's go around and do pirouettes everywhere. But Lando, Drink City Streamer. I actually need to go get a drink. I'm gonna go get a drink, guys, because I'm chatting so much. I'm getting dry. I'll be back in 2 secs, guys. All right. Hey guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Right, Orlando, cheers. Cheers, everyone. I've been told I've got to drink some drinks. So yeah, anyway, I really appreciate you all being here, guys, both YouTube and Twitch. Cheers, guys. Oh, lovely. There we go. Danikin, I have the Arcane Surge. I am at 1.39 mana right now. I ditched some of the damage talents and went left for some survivability. Okay, Danikin. So next thing, have you gone mind over matter with Eldritch Battery yet? These two key passives. So your all damage goes to mana first before your life, but at the cost of 50% mana recovery. And then your Eldritch Battery takes all of your energy shield, which is on your items only. It does not use increased maximum shield from your passive tree. All of those passives become useless with it. But it basically turns your energy shield on your gear, all of it, into mana. And the more max mana you got, the more mana regen you get, which gives you constant HP. That in combination, I don't use it now because once you get to a high enough amount of mana regen, the belt becomes diminishing returns. But the Midnight Braid unique belt, which you can acquire for about 1 exalted on the trade site if you're not solo self-bound, that will give you quite a lot of tankiness. You'd be surprised how much tankier that would make you. You would be surprised. And also, listen, Leocane, how am I meant to say? Is it Leocane? I'm going to go Lycane. Lycane, welcome into Twitch, dude, with the follow. You absolute legend. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate you. Telestomping boy. I will. I actually will need to find a solution for bossing Franks. Normal map bosses are trivial, but fourth boss of Sekima's had half HP after 5 minutes. Froze him only twice. Ended up running out of honor. Really? Damn. All right. Well, when I get to that point, I'll help figure it out. I haven't got there yet. RNG finally praised me. What RNG did you get, I asked Carnage? Go on, let us know. The last boss is insane. I finally did it last night. Tough fight, yeah. But it's basically one of the hardest fights in the game, I guess, right? Else in maps, normal bosses, yeah. Bit tanky as well, yeah. So we'll figure it out. We'll go. You want to look for damage multipliers, right? Z4TS coming with a follow on Twitch as well. Dude, you're a legend. Thank you so much. Fourth Sekima boss has just stupidly high HP in general. Yeah, you want to look for multiplicative damage there. That's where, right? Just got mind over matter and Eldritch Battery. I'll look out for the belt. Yeah, I mean, Danny King, if you go on the official trade thing, you can pick one up for like 1 exalt. They're quite cheap in the grand scheme of things. For some reason, I can't put Scatter Shot on cast on freeze. You should be able to. I've got mine in here. Try unequipping it all and try again. You should be able to. Put it in when you've got Ball Lightning in there. You probably need to put Ball Lightning in first. And then Scatter Shot goes in second. Try that. For this build, is there any particular skill/gem we should avoid leveling to the max possible available due to diminishing returns / exponential mana cost, or should we just try and max everything? That's actually a really good question and something I probably should have paid attention to as I went through the game. But I haven't. So I maxed everything like a scrub. So yeah, I might have to go through them all again from level 1 and figure that out, Silux. But yeah, sorry, I don't actually have the definitive answer for that. Sorry, I missed this. Real Mick Panda, if you're still here, first time chatter, hi, I have been building a Frostbolt based freeze build. One issue I feel I'm having is that Frostbolts are so slow that I'm constantly outrunning them. Do you have any tips? So, I mean, when I cast them, yeah, I outrun them. But to be honest, I'm using them for the chilled ground more than anything, right? I mean, are you casting them and then running like Leroy Jenkins, like Rambo into the enemies before they've even got there? I mean, that's not really the play, to be honest. You want to make sure they hit the enemies first, I guess. But yeah, you are right. They do fight. I mean, you can increase projectile speeds if it's a real problem, Real Mick Panda. Up here, there are some nodes. Increase projectile speed. You've got this here, 20%, 28%. I mean, that's 3 passives. There is also a support gem called Acceleration, which increases projectile speed by 40%. You could use those. Yes, Seismos. Yeah, first time chatter. Welcome in, dude. Good to meet you. You are right. Yeah, it's the Acceleration one. Yeah. So those would work. You could use those. If you're finding that's how you want to play, then I would try those out and see if that works for you. Yeah. Like I say, personally, that's not how I play, but that doesn't mean it's not the right. That doesn't mean it's not a good way to play. Because it depends how you... At the end of the day, you're playing your own version of builds. You might have a different rotation, and then it makes more sense for you to do that. We don't... That if we don't freeze with this build, we don't do much DPS in a single target. That's right. You need to be outputting... Yeah, a lot of the DPS on the cold sort comes when you freeze the enemies, for sure. Yeah. Because there's so much, like... You just ignore the resistances. You do loads of multiplicative damage when they're frozen, etc., etc. You get the shocks, which you double dip on shock down. I've got 59% multiplicative damage on each shock right now. That's 109%, 108% multiplicative. I'm like, oh, for God's sake, I'm stuck. That's where manual cast of Ball Lightning would have been handy. The very rare occasion in a ritual or something where you get constant stunned by something and it ends up making it so you get wedged in a corner. Fortunately, I'm tanky enough that they didn't actually kill me, but that could have gone very badly there. Alright, so we've unlocked everything here. Well, we'll take the Regal Orb, I think, since we've unlocked everything. Anything else good in here? Probably not. I don't get very lucky with these, to be honest. I've seen some people get very lucky with them, but hey, guess we'll take the ring. That ring we could YOLO a stat on it. Can we YOLO a stat on that? No. Oh, you could Regal this. 4 to all attributes. It's not terrible. I doubt it's worth much, though. We can have a look. No. You'd need another stat on there, like resistance or something. I might dump that in the chest, though. It might be good for leveling up on. Is getting that lightning to frost ring worth it? Yeah, it's very, very good on this build size. It means when you start lightning warping everywhere, you can generate the lightning warp can freeze enemies, which means it can then generate ball lightnings like this. Hence why when I'm lightning warping, there's just balls everywhere. I really want to get a second charm slot because then I can get a stun and a freeze charm in. I haven't got the stun one in right now. The freeze was causing me a problem last night. That's kind of why I was getting interrupted there. I haven't got enough stun threshold to just completely avoid stunning. I've got enough so that not everything interrupts me, but when you get hit by 10 things at once, it's kind of an issue. So you just want to avoid at all costs getting swarmed, really. Stun is annoying. It is, Monstars. How's it going, Monstars? So when you get the orb associated skills... Sorry. So when you get the orb associated skills is when? What? Sorry, when you say orb, what do you mean? You missed an orb augmentation? Oh, it's only an augmentation. Oh, well. I did try the augmentation, I thought, and it didn't let me do it. It doesn't matter. Never mind. Let me, one sec, let me pick it up. I thought I tried it. Oh, did I click the wrong one? Oh, I clicked transmutation like a scrub. I thought it was that one. Oh, my bad. Oh, well. Never mind. That's my bad. It's alright, nothing to see here. Good man, I'm a bit glass cannon, so stun equals death for me. Yeah, that's what I've been trying to build against. I've got some stuff on which makes me a little bit tankier. So I can survive a little bit when I'm stunned. It doesn't make me invincible, but it certainly helps a bit. You're now over 1k stun threshold, 250 on 4 pieces. Nice. Yeah, that will help a lot. I think I'm about 500-600 or something. Getting 1,000 is pretty good. Plus your base max life counts towards it. So that ring is worth it when you start getting the orb skills. Yeah. The ring is just really, really good when you can freeze stuff a lot. To be honest, the ring's just really good for this build. The second you start using cast on freeze and you've got ball lightning on there and you're using lightning warp in any manner at all, lightning warp and ball lightning are both... The damage from ball lightning does not matter. It's the damage from the lightning warp that you want the conversion for more than anything. Because it means when you're lightning warping around... You're hitting with cold damage, which means that can freeze enemies. And when you do enough damage with it, which I'm doing now, you basically, as you'll see, I'm teleporting around and it's generating ball lightnings for free with cast on freeze for me. Now, it won't demonstrate it on the boss so well, but in groups of enemies, it does. So like here, I'll freeze them. It'll generate me some balls. Let me see if I can demonstrate it. So I've got those generated. Jump on them. And okay, I didn't get any more there, but it's because but you can freeze when it's in a big group of enemies. I could probably get a little bit more energy. But when you start teleporting around, and there you go, so I've got those for free because I'm teleporting around. Like you can see, I'm teleporting around, I'm getting extra ball lightning spawn out. And the more energy gain I get on my builds, the easier it will be to generate those from lightning warp. So that's kind of why that ring's so good, to be honest. You don't care about the lightning damage for shocking because the lightning warp doesn't have the shock ground isn't applied through the damage. It's applied as part of the skill as a separate thing. So you can make the damage of Lightning Warp any element you like. It will still do shock ground on the floor, which is excellent. Mr. Keenan, it's too late now. Yeah, I mean, at least it wasn't anything particularly strong I messed up on, right? Yeah, Seismos, that ring is a target for the beginning / mid of our Endgame. Yeah, if you can get that ring earlier, it's fantastic, but it's not necessary. The unique belt, Midnight Braid, will help you a lot more in the early game. The Call of the Brotherhood is quite expensive. It's a lot more expensive. It's one divine, or if you're lucky, you can get it a bit cheaper. But it's a nice to have, and it does definitely elevate the build. It brings it online a lot more. You're not going to get constant teleport lightning balls until you get that, but you'll be able to get enough lightning balls out that you can teleport onto things and kill them. That's one of the big stepping stones towards bringing the build to a bit more fluidity whilst in a big group. Like rituals, deliriums, things like this, you can just perma teleport through stuff if you've got enough damage and enough freeze build up. It can become a bit insane, actually. You're working at it, monsters. You're level 92. Levels are slow. Yes, they are. So you got your mana to 2k, Louis, and 30% across all resistances. Okay, that's not too bad. It's a good start. It's a good start. Fuserall, how's it going, dude? How's it going? You went and found one for 15 Exalt. Damn! You nailed it. Nailed it. That's pretty cheap. That's how much I paid for it about a week back. So you've done real good to get one for 15. Damn. For some reason, I can't put... did you figure out your scatter shot cast on freeze issue, Shin? Just bought the belt. I would try that, Danikin. Yeah, sure. Like I say, it's not going to make you invincible, but that plus more mana is always good. But put that on. Get your resistance. What your resistance is at, Danny? Because if you've got one that's at like 0%, that's bad. Or if you're in the minus, that's very bad. You want to try use runes in your gear, add sockets and use runes to get your resistances kind of averaged out where you can. And if you can get any amount of chaos resistance, that is very good as well. You're going to be too low on mana to go Chaos Inoculation. You need at least 4k for that to really work properly. I've only just got there myself. I tried it a bit earlier than that, and honestly, it was doable. I am now using a defense tech that probably would have made it feel a bit better, but it was still a bit squishy in certain circumstances, I found. Especially on mana drainers and stuff. So you're going to want to get at least some Chaos resistance to stop Chaos stuff coming in and just one-tapping you. Shin, got it. I mistook it for Lightning Conduit. Ah, that would do it. Nice. Well, at least you figured it out. That's all good. Trust me, we all make mistakes. I made one a minute ago, so, you know. Right, we get on to another map. I appreciate I'm not actually doing all that much gameplay, again, because I'm chatting to answering questions and whatnot. But, wow, that has a lot of mana on it, and it also has resistances. That worth anything? Maybe do this as well. Nope. Fine. We sell that then. Sold. It's done all this. Resistance. Resources. There we go. Ah, cool. We got another one of them. I could try that again later on then. Or not today, probably. I'll probably do it another day. That ring I'm just going to dump in my jewelry tab for another time, just for leveling up purposes. I'll start that in there. That can go in... Oh, it's a tab 5. I need to rename these, really. Stuff up there. Fine. Next map. What we got? Boss one. Cool. Right, let's put a good key in then. What we got? I was kind of hoping I'd find a better key, but we didn't. So... players are cursed with enfeeble. Monsters have increased air effect, and they still charges. So I do less damage, but overall I get a crazy amount of rarity from this. So I am going to do this. It's going to make bosses a bit slower, because I'm going to be enfeebled. But overall, that's got a lot of good modifiers on it as well, so we'll take it. Just try to not get one-tapped by some bombs somewhere. Wait, resistances aren't supposed to be negative? I know, right, Keenan? Not unless you want to play hard mode. 35 fire, 22 cold, 25 lightning, 30 chaos. Okay, so it's not... Yeah, that's not too bad. That's pretty good to start with. It's hard to solve resistances early on. That's the thing. It gets easier in the endgame. Use runes where you can. Don't worry about running out of them. I mean, if you need more, just let me know. I've got loads. Honestly, at this point, I could give you a whole load of any. That would help you. Just get those up on average across the board where you can. That you'd be surprised how much that helps with defense. Again, it doesn't solve the problem, but it certainly helps. And that belt is surprisingly good for tankiness. You'd be very surprised on that as well. Because it gives you an awful lot of mana back when you take damage. That in conjunction with the node near Mind of Matter that gives 20% as well. So you get 70% of the damage you take as mana back. Which is... Oh, look, he's got an area effect on bombs. I'm not going to go jumping on him, I don't think. I'm actually going to try and play a little bit smarter tonight than I did the other night. Letters is in the house. Drink City Streamer. Yes, sir. Cheers, dude. Merry Christmas if I don't catch you before. Letters, how you doing? How you doing? Do you know when Divine Orbs start dropping for me? Because I've not seen one yet, or are they just very rare? Very rare. I've only dropped like 2 or 3 myself. I've only dropped 1 Greater Jeweler's Orb as well, actually. It's all RNG. I think I got them in earlier maps. I think you didn't have to get to T15 maps or anything. I think I dropped one in like T1 or 2 maps or something. No, very early. I can't. It was an early map anyway. I can't remember exactly what level. Just got very lucky, I guess. I think I've dropped 2 or 3, yeah. Holy moly, there's a lot of stuff in there. Goodbye. Yeah, Merry Xmas. Can you believe it's been, well, the year's over, Letters. We're nearly into the new one. I've seen your streams have been popping, man. I'm really pleased for you. You've been playing some Space Marine. Something's got explosive. That actually did quite a lot of damage to me. I don't know what that is that's doing explosive right now, but that hurt. So I need to be careful of that. Yeah, you've been enjoying that. You've been enjoying 40k, dude. Oh, Essence, nice. Let's get rid of these first, so I can focus on the rotation. So I can just bomb it super fast. Just go in and wipe it all. Do I get any lightning balls? Yeah, there we go. Ah. Bye-bye. If it's a white 15, we can try the juicing up method next, and we can change the tree. Give it a go. Oh, this is a tune. Kryptonite. Nice. I don't overly need this. It is not a white one. Oh well. Yeah, Space Marine 2 is treating you well. Nice, man. Hey, I fixed my mana issue, then made it worse by leveling up Tempest Fury. I have heard monks are very, very mana hungry, yeah. I should start adding sockets to my gear, but I'm scared of running out of orbs by using it on lower gear. Danny Kin, so there's one thing you can do to help with that. When you find gear that's got sockets on the floor, pick it up and go and disenchant it. That will give you, for every socket, it gives you 1 shard out of 10 towards one of those orbs. So once you've picked up 10 sockets worth of gear, you get an orb. So that'll help. And you can salvage rares for regal shards. Those help as you go through the game in a campaign. Later on, you just drop this stuff by default, so you don't run out of them so much. But that helps you while you're leveling for sure. I am Monkey Man. How's it going, dude? Yo, welcome in. Tier 16 maps are selling for big money. They will, Clink. Yeah. How much are you talking? Because I mean, I've voled a whole loads of stuff, and I've not really had that many. Right, he's dead. That's why I wanted it with nothing else around. Because if you get the rotation right, you can just spawn that and it's frozen immediately and then it just dies. So it's just easy collapse, right? Well, have a look at that. If it's got melee skills in it, it could be worth something. It does not. So it'll probably be worth absolutely nothing. 1 divine each. Oh, nice. Damn. Salvage, not... Sorry, salvage, not disenchant. Sorry, salvage, not disenchant. Salvage. Yeah. Sorry. You are correct, I Monkey Man. Yeah, you go to the salvage bench with it. Go to the salvage bench with the socket gear. Salvage it. Sorry, my bad. Same with the rares. If you do that, it gives you the charge. Yeah, thank you for correcting me, I Monkey Man. You respecialized your Sorkshin. What a fun build. I will definitely play this. I'm just having some trouble with mana, though, but I'll read your mobilistic guide more slowly. Yeah, I do appreciate my guide is very wordy, but I have tried to put bullet point things in there to make it so if you're skimming through, you can see, like, this is actually the important stuff. And then if you want to understand more mechanically how things are working, at least as the current state of the game, then I've put that in there as well. For some people, that will probably help them understand. You could transfer that knowledge to other builds as well. That's the thing. That's kind of the aim here, right? I mean, it's not specific to my build, a lot of the stuff. You could take this tech you're learning from this build and apply it to your own build or another build. You know, so that's... Jeez, they hurt. Let's not get hit by too many of those ones. But yeah, it is a fun build. And that's what I go for. I don't necessarily go for the absolute strongest build you can possibly make, because you could end up making the sweatiest build that can do the most damage if it's played right and built with the best gear in the game, and you've had to grind for 1,000 hours to get the currency to buy something, but that doesn't necessarily make it that fun to play overall, you know? Nor did it make it particularly fun to get to that point. So I'm just, Jesus, I'm always I always get anxiety when I see explosions on the floor, because they do hurt, no matter how much defense you've got. I do know witches, I've got 15k energy shield, and they get one shot by stuff like that. So you have to be really careful. Right, there's a breach in here. Breaches are a very, very good example of how this build can work, as long as I don't noob it, which there's a 50-50 chance I might noob it. We'll see. We shall see. Let's clear all the enemies out first. I want to make sure I get rid of whatever's causing that explosion, because I don't know where it came from. I just saw a big explosion on the floor. And I don't particularly want to get one collapsed by explosives, if I can avoid it. If it's the Grenadiers that throw 3 grenades, they are ridiculously OP right now. They are definitely overtuned. The same as the Frost Mages that hit you and freeze you on demand and then throw out their equivalent of Frost Bolts that, if they go through the middle of you, just one-clip you no matter how much defense you've got. And that's just one of them. They can fire like 6 at a time or something if there's a group of them. Completely overtuned. So, yeah, there are enemies you have to be really careful with. I think... Okay, no, we haven't got them. That's fine. Alright, uncut skill gem. Right, so we're cleared. Okay, we're just clearing everything around it, because then when we're in the breach, we're just focusing on the enemies spawning from the breach. You do get a lot of enemies from them. Oh, here he is. I think it's this guy. Periodically unleashes fire. That would be it. It looked like an explosive, but he's dead anyway. Let's get this. That was another one. Hello. Is that all of them? Question mark? It is. Alright, sweet. Wannabe Freestyler. Hello, sir. How's the ring called that converts lightning damage into cold damage? I'll type it in the chat for you. Call of the Brotherhood. And you want the one that says Topaz in brackets. I've just typed it in chat for you. First time chatter, welcome in, dude. I saw you follow as well, so I appreciate you being here. Hope you're good. Real Meat Panda, thank you for answering my question about slow frost bolts earlier. I took your advice about not running ahead of them and changed my build a bit to focus more on insta-freeze to activate cast on freeze. Just completed Act 3 and all. Dude, that's what it's all about. You know, if I can help you just a little bit to have a bit more fun with your build, then I'm really happy about that. And like I say, there's no reason why you can't play it the way you were playing it, honestly. You could be playing it the way that you want to play it and just play with increased speed bolts. Maybe that works better for you, but this is the way I like to play it, so yeah. Okay, so it wasn't just me thinking those enemy Frost Mages and grenade lobbers were ridiculously powerful. Yeah, they are. I have a feeling they may get tuned down at some point, because although they may be intended to be assassin enemies, they're a little bit OP at the moment. The amount of times I've died to triple grenades coming down from 3 of them. So you've got 9 of them and they just blow you up and you've got no warning. It's like, what is this? I have to clip and rewatch to see what's actually killed me. Dear, oh dear. Wiseful coming in with the sub, dude. How's it going? How's the rest of your stream, dude? Your build was looking pretty sweet, man. I haven't played Monk, but yeah, it's fun to see other people's builds and stuff and what people are rocking. It looked pretty strong. It's good. I do know some pretty strong Monk builds around. You already do that? If they drop more frequently later, I'm a go juice up Danikin. Yeah, for sure, man. Okay, cool. If you're really stuck, Danny, hit me up. I'll give you a couple. I can give you a bunch, no probs. If you maybe you don't want that, maybe you actually want to play and do the stuff yourself, which I appreciate. I also admire. But if you want help, I don't mind helping. That's fine. Hey, if we're able to get the Spirit for COF and Blasphemy with 2 auras with another skill, should we have now? Yes, Custard Frog. And what we've been floating with today, because someone has managed to do this today, is put on manual ball lightning, so you can, in that situation where you've got no ball lightning to jump on, you can just cast one and jump on it and start telestomping without needing to freeze stuff. So that is definitely an option, Custard Frog, yeah. Yeah, no. How's, so yeah, guys, Wiseful here is another streamer I know from the D4 world. He's very entertaining. And he's rocking a Monk. I believe it was a crit wave Monk. It was looking very strong. Probably more boss damage than this build, but the clearance on this build is insane, as I'm about to demonstrate, if I don't noob it. But what I'm going to try and do, because it's quite open, I'm going to chill the ground, pre-chill the ground, and then what we're going to do, we're going to sit this down,
And then we can put some walls down. Anyway, once we get going, this build is absolutely ridiculous for breaches. As long as you can keep the ball lightnings going, just teleport everywhere and just blast everything to death, right? And just go absolutely crazy. The extra duration on the ball lightnings would be very nice, to be honest. So as long as I don't get stun locked or frozen somewhere, then we should be golden here. Alright, come on, give us more. There we go. So that's what I mean. The manual ball lightning would be very useful for a situation like this, where I just ran out of ball lightning for some reason. Not enough enemies to spawn one for some reason, or just got unlucky on the roll on the value for freeze. Oh, I probably didn't need to cast that, never mind. So, I mean, I probably could have kept going now. I'm actually being a bit cautious here because I'm trying not to die. I would actually quite like to level up to 90 at some point. But you can just keep going, right? I mean, look at the clearance. It's absolutely insane. If you've got the groups of enemies, you absolutely decimate stuff with this build. It's just got ridiculous amounts of utility. Now, so it wasn't too bad. I probably could have done that, but I'm not necessarily the best player in the world either. You know, I'm not bad at the game. I'm sure someone could have skill played that a lot better and cleared a lot more. And maybe there's a more effective way to do breaches, but it's pretty good at it. It's a good demonstration of how well it can clear stuff if you get it going. So, but it's also a good demonstration why the manual ball lightning would be very nice. You know, you're like, oh, I've got no ball lightnings. Cool, cast one, start jumping again. And then the area effects just start generating you some more again. So, yeah, that's probably what I would do, Custard Frog. Demonstrated just there. What stats should I get on the Call of the Brotherhood ring? I mean, it just comes with those stats, right? Mine's okay. I've got the 20% attribute modifier on it because that modifies up intelligence, which gives you more maximum mana. But otherwise, you get the 100% by default. So just as much of everything else as you can. Just get the best one you can. You can add the quality to it yourself. It just costs more resource, right? I'll get to myself. Thanks, though. No worries, Danny. You're good. Yeah, like I say, I appreciate that. But like I say, if you ever do need a hand, just give me a shout. I'm happy to help people. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, the clearance on this build is super good. It's pretty good for Delirium as well, as long as you don't get a rubbish map where it's just loads of doors and hallways where you can't get through very well. Don't need this, don't need this. Sekimers and Sekimers. Fantastic. Recovery Dude's in the house. How's it going, Recovery Dude? How are you? Right, so we've done the ritual. I think actually that was the only thing. Oh no, there is a boss in this map, so we'll be able to demonstrate bossing to whoever's in here hasn't seen me do a boss yet. We get the Bog Witch potentially. Last time I did the Bog Witch in this map, she has got this move, which is kind of BS. I had to clip it because I just couldn't believe it when I died. She was nearly dead, and I did get a bit complacent. So yeah, skittish you, you know. But she does this massive flamethrower with very little warning, and the only warning I could see from what I saw was like a little ramp came down, and then instantly like half the map turns into a flamethrower, and it did just one clip me from max. I was pretty much max effective height on HP, and I just got one clip by it. Jesus Christ, what the hell's hit me there? Let's get rid of these. I think he's got something explosive over there. Yeah, it's that thing there, I reckon. What is it? It's really hard to see what modifiers. Yeah, I kind of hope they change this so that you can see the modifiers on... I think, to be honest, Diablo does this specific thing better. On the rares, when you come up against them, you can see what modifiers they've got, and you just learn what the icons are. I honestly think they need to change that. They've done that with resistances and armor and all sorts here on enemies. I really think they need to do that for modifiers as well. I know there's a lot of modifiers, but it's so hard so when you come up against a rare and you're in a hectic fight to just at a glance tell what you're dealing with, and then you just jump in and get blown up by some frost bomb or something because you didn't know what was there. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's... I'm not the only one that's mentioned it. I've seen a few people on Reddit have talked about that sort of thing as well. So maybe we get something like that eventually. That'd be quite nice. I'm good. Just getting home. Ready to play some games. Always ready to play some games. Yeah. Yeah, wannabe. I hope that helped. Basically telling you just get the ring. If you get the ring of any kind, it'll be good. But the higher the stats, the better. The unique ring always comes with those stats. So... unless you get a corrupted one that has an extra stat on it, then obviously you can try that as well. And if you're lucky, you'll get intelligence or... yeah, I mean, intelligence would be the best, I guess, because you can do attribute modifier. That will benefit them both. It's all good, wannabe. You're good. Honestly, or some of the stuff I do and ask, and then I go, wait a second, that's a really stupid thing to say. Or really stupid question. So you're good. You are good. The game can be a bit overwhelming sometimes. There's a lot of stuff to learn, a lot of different attributes, a lot of different affixes, you know, and so on and so on. Builds, key passive nodes, items. There's a lot of systems I'm not using either. I only learned the other day you could use Delirium on Waystones because I didn't really play PoE1 as much as some of the other pros did. You know, the ones that already know from there, like how Delirium worked and stuff. So I played some of the seasons. I don't think I played that one. And I didn't really do that much of it in the future seasons. I always enjoyed the game to a certain point and never blasted it in the endgame as much as I could have. Always got distracted by something else. But, yeah. There we go. Let's wait for those to come up, and then we just blast through them all. Dead, 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 dead. Right, the boss will be either up here, or it'll be down the bottom. So I did see a bit down the bottom I haven't gone to yet. Pretty sure that it could well be the Bog Witch. Which makes sense, because we're in the swamp. You can kind of tell what boss you would get if you look at the area name. There's normally only 1 or 2 different ones you can get in each area. Like Savannah is pretty much guaranteed to be Centaur, I think, at the moment. It may well be, once Acts 4, 5, and 6 come out in their completion with all the extra bosses, that rotation will become a bit more varied. Because there'll be that extra selection of bosses that could spawn in the areas. But I guess we'll find out when we get that content, which will be slightly later down the line, I imagine. Right. 4 AM, my brain is cooked. Dude, it's only 1 AM for me and my brain's cooked. 4 AM, damn. Where are you in the world? I'm trying to think. 3 hours ahead. You've got to be east of me. So you're quite far east into Europe or beyond Europe, right? I'd say. Long way away. Well, I appreciate you jumping in at 4 AM. I've seen you check prices of stuff. You fine? How do you do that? Okay, so there's an app you can download called PoE Overlay 2. It's an Overwolf app. You download this and you open it before Path of Exile 2 is open. Then you open Path of Exile 2 and it comes up with this overlay thing at the top here. And then when I get an item, I can use Alt-E over the top of it and it shows me up the item. This is unidentified, but you can... It searches the market, basically. So if I want to search how much a Vol Orb is, I can go search 1.6 to 1 Exalts. That's kind of way... Or 1.6 to 1 Exalt here, whatever that means. If I want to search, say... I don't know. I don't think I've got anything on me that's really worth much. Essence of Flame, for example. 3.3 to 1 Exalt. I don't know what 3.3 means exactly. Oh, it's 3.3 of these to 1 Exalt. I see. Yeah. So it kind of gives you an idea roughly what the market is without you having to go in and out to check it all. 11 AM in Australia. It is. It's the next day in the morning for you. You're in Belarus. Okay. Nice. Welcome in. Lieutenant Avalanche. How's it going, dude? 5 PM okay, you're behind. Yeah, you're behind by 8 hours. You're on the West Coast somewhere. Nice. 4 AM, December 21st. Yeah, 24th. Yeah, it's Christmas Eve for me and you. Yeah, it's Christmas Eve for both of us. Only 1 more day. And then Santa's going to come down our chimneys and eat our cookies. What a bad man he is. Nah. I want my cookies. I don't want him eating them. I remember flying to Australia and landing like 2 days into the future. I don't know why Australians don't warn us before stuff happens. You guys live in the future. That is true. They do live in the future, yes. Waystone 15. Nice. If it's a white one, we can try the juicing method I found out about earlier. The nice maps. 8 PM there here in Canada. Yeah. You're behind us. Nice. You're on the east coast of Canada, I guess. Canada, because you're only 5 hours behind. Canada's... You think it's right. UK is tiny. We're just one time zone. We are literally just an island comparatively to a lot of your countries. Especially the US and Canada. You guys are vastly bigger in terms of land space compared to what we are. Multitudes. We dinky. Now, it's an NDA signed every year not to tell anyone about things in the future. Well, You imagine. We don't really celebrate Christmas in Belarus for some reason, only the New Year. Oh, okay, fair enough. Here's the boss, he's down here. Yeah, I guess different cultures and different countries have different ways of doing things, right? When I went to Spain, my grandparents used to live in Spain. I went over there for Christmas one year. It was the only time I did it when my granddad was still alive, God rest his soul. And it's interesting because they don't really celebrate Christmas that much either. They do, but they don't. Their big Christmas is what they call the Three Kings. And that's like, I think that's in January. It's afterwards anyway. I think it's around, they celebrate more New Year's than they do on Christmas Eve. It's basically what you're saying. It's basically what you're saying, wannabe, yeah. So that was really interesting because their New Year's party was about 20,000 people out on the streets, all just pouring wine into each other's cups, getting smashed. I'm not even joking. We didn't know anyone, and I was 19, I think my brother was 17, and they were just filling our glass up with wine, and we were getting smashed with randoms. So that was fun. I used to be young again, hey? You're in Asia, liberated. Nice. I think you're in the future compared to me. I think you're ahead of me, I guess. Still not Christmas yet? No, it's not just yet, Raw Sam. Not far off. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Ranzino. Hope you have a wonderful break. You too, dude. You too. Big love, man. I really do appreciate all of your time, your support over the last however many months. A long time. Long time. Right. Ah, it's not the Bog Witch. Okay, interesting. It's this one. I didn't actually mean to use Comet there. That was bad rotation. Because now I'm not going to have big Comet here. But never mind. So I didn't do as much damage as I would have done. But, never mind. Now we just focus on waiting just until we can freeze her again. Because they do have a slight window where you can't freeze them as quickly. It's what they added to normal enemies. They added the thing where you just can't freeze them on demand constantly. Oh, God, so I got it. That was a wasted freeze because she spawned hyenas on me and flipping stun lock. They interrupted me, didn't they? Less than ideal at that specific time in my... Yeah, that specific time. I say I'm just trying to not noob it here. I bet she'll spawn the hyenas on me again. Right, she's blinded though, which really does help. There we go. She'll be dead now. No probs. Cool. No problem. Right, we only got one Waystone tier 15s. That's unideal. But hopefully one of them's white. It is. Yeah, cool. All right, we can try that thing afterwards. We've got two of them. Sweet. Loads of 15s coming in. Sweet. All right, it wasn't too bad. Could have done him faster had I got my rotation better, but there we go. Skill issues, eh? At parents tonight? He might be. Gotta go, bro. Wish me luck for exam. Liberated 1. Whatever your exam is, good luck, dude. If I don't catch you before Christmas, Merry Christmas, dude. And I'll, yeah, I mean, I probably will stream tonight on Christmas Eve, to be honest, because why not? Not like I've got to get up early on Christmas Day. I'd get up and go to my parents when it's lunchtime, pretty much, well, just before. G-Dubs, good evening, man. How's he going? Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Ah, we got a mana drainer. We wall these ones off. We don't jump in on these ones, because that's just... Well, we could do. I'll actually show you why we wouldn't. I mean, yeah, unless you're going to literally one-tap them, it's a bit risky. Because the one thing that can counter your mana shield, so probably don't want to go in. Has he got, like, a HP regen on or something? No. There we go, he's dead now. Better just to do that. Freeze him and then comet him down. Safer. No need to jump in on him and risk dying to him, really. Or getting locked in somewhere where you just get mana drained down and then everything else just completely annihilates you. I know, Waystone 15. Damn, this map's dropping Waystone 15s for days. Cooking supper, then back to the grind. Nice. What are you having for dinner, dude? Liberate. It's like, have a dance. Yeah. We're not dying quite as much tonight, guys. This is good. So that's good news. Maybe it's just because I don't know, maybe I'm just playing better tonight. Or maybe it was the boots I bought. The extra movement speed and mana has made a huge difference. Another 50 mana regen. It's like 10% extra sustain. Pretty significant, actually. Yeah, the manual ball lightning is probably the way to go. You're just fixing one of the very small kinks in the build, when you do find yourself without a ball lightning, and if you just want to keep stomping, you can just make it so you can, right? Oh, we literally cleared the map as well. Sweet. Good times. Burgers, fries, and some chicken rice. Damn. Sounding good. Sounding good. Oh, there's no room for chaos resistance. No, there's not, Dannykin. That's why it's actually quite hard to solve early on. That's why I said if you can get any on your gear, then that's nice, but just try and get something. 10, 12%. That will be way, way better for you than 0. But elementals you can kind of solve with runes. I am hoping later down the line they give us a way to remove runes from gear. I feel like it's a little bit too punishing in this day and age to make it so you brick your item if you don't want that in there anymore. Like, make it a super rare resource. So make it something very valuable in the economy. We got plenty of that in the game. But making it so you have a way to clear the runes would be super nice. And if there is a way and I don't know, please let me know. But I don't think there is. Chaos Inoculation doesn't work. Silux, well, this is what I was saying. You can do it. But unless you're using the Everlasting Gaze Amulet, you don't really want to use that until you're like near 4,000 mana, probably. I used it about 3,500 mana, something around there, 3,600. And I didn't have the current defense tech in I've got in with the auras and everything. And for the most part, it normalized the damage in the game. So some things did a lot less damage to me. But the things that hit me hard enough to just destroy my mana one-shot me. I didn't have enough effective maximum ceiling on my HP, which is where the energy shield would help. But once you've got 4.5k mana with this defense tech on, it'll probably work fine. So I might look to work into that later on, but really you are looking at being super cracked at that point. What you're searching for, a good belt, actually. To be honest, I am looking to replace my belt. I'd quite like to get double armor on here, but with high mana, and right now I need the cold and chaos, and the stun threshold is also very nice, so it's not easy to come by. I mean, I'd ideally get a charm slot on here as well, +1 charm slot. It'd be perfect roll. Like what I've got right now, remove the charm effects and put armor on, double armor, and take the physical thorns off and make it +1 charm slot. That's basically what I'd want. Perfect roll. Then I could put the stun charm in. That'll give you between 5 to 7% physical damage reduction, which is a massive damage reduction when you've got 0 physical damage reduction. And then at the moment it solves chaos resistance. If you take chaos inoculation later on, you would swap chaos resistance for another elemental resistance probably. So that you could then think about, you do that across your gear, because then I could take resistances off my amulet. That would make it so much easier for me to get an upgrade to my amulet. You get spirit and other things. Like, you could get damage taken recouped as mana on here with spirit. That would make you significantly tankier. Give you the spirit so you can solve your spirit stuff. You could do other things. There's damage you could get here as well. There's various things you could get here. Sniper 1. Drink City Streamer. Yes, sir. Cheers. Cheers, guys. I'm Louis. Managed to get some nice gloves earlier that got my chaos res up to 30%. Damn. Yeah, nice. That's going to be super nice earlier on. First time chatter, Unspoken. How's it going, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. This has been a great build so far. I've been following your build guide and was wondering how you are producing so much balls of lightning. How am I producing so many balls, Unspoken? Giggity, don't you want to know? Oh, God, I've got a filthy mind. Yeah, welcome in, dude. Nice to meet you. Glad you're enjoying the build. I can explain. So, how I'm doing it right now is actually not how you would go about it to start with. So, there's two things. It is and it isn't. So, the thing you will want to do, the first bit is this ring, Call of the Brotherhood. It converts all your lightning damage to cold damage. So, that means when you're telestomping around, everything you hit with lightning warp can now be frozen rather than shocked. So, and because we've got ball lightnings being generated on freeze from cast on freeze, this obviously means as you're telestomping around, you've got a chance to generate 3 balls. You've got 1 ball coming out, and you've got scatter shot in cast on freeze. It means you get 3 every time it activates. So that's one way. In conjunction with, on the support gems, you will want to get, when you get 4 support slots, you will want, so ball lightning, scatter shot, impetus, so you get 40% increased gained energy, meaning you can generate them quicker. Energy retention, so you can get 35% chance to refund half of the energy costs when you do cast it, meaning you can get more of them because you're going to get up to 100% quicker. And then in conjunction with Energize up here, giving you another 25% to refund half energy. That means 60% of the time you're going to get 50% of your energy back when you cast it. So in effect, and I think it's 100 to get the ball lightnings out. So in effect, you're getting 60%. You're getting 60 energy. 60% of the time you're getting 60 or 50. So you're getting 30 energy back on average. Somewhere around there. Have I got that right? Yeah. With this in conjunction with the support, you're going to be 30 energy back on average over the course of, over the course of a lot of triggers. Later on, so this node specifically here for ball lightning specifically as a skill counts as about 12.5% meta energy on average. Sometimes it'll be a bit higher, sometimes it'll be a bit lower. It depends on RNG. But if you look at it as an average of 12.5%, you could get a jewel that's got more than 12.5%. This is technically, on average, better than this. And then you've got 8, 16, 24. So if you get 2 more jewels like that, you'll replace these. And then you can... This node here is dead. You don't need this because the damage from ball lightning doesn't do anything for us. So I've been looking... I might even try and get more meta skills, energy, and jewels. You probably don't need to make all of them like this. This is very, very endgame, so don't aim for this first. This I will add to the planner tomorrow as a 4th variant. This is like you need to have solved other things before you can go all in like this and take clusters out and go into jewels like this. The jewels are actually getting quite expensive as well. And when I put this up and it starts going out, some of the things I'm using may well go up in value as well. Because I imagine some builds will want to use the tech I'm using. So it's kind of the ring. The amount of energy you can generate, those 2 supports really, really bring it online as well. Those 2 supports in the ring alone and this energize will get loads and loads of ball lightnings for you. What I've done here is I've optimized it so I can get other stats along with the energy. So I'm actually in 1 jewel getting more than 5 nodes here. Basically. So it made more sense for me to take those out, solve meta energy, and then go and unlock more slots because you can get 4 stats that are tailored to what you want. And then unlock other things in your build. Does that all make sense, Unspoken? Perfect. So I've been stuck on T14 maps since I swapped your build super early, so I was able to get some pretty good gear. I'll make some of these changes. Unspoken, okay, if you're in high maps, I will give you the inside knowledge of what I'm about to reveal on my planner tomorrow. In my jewels, so there's one thing I actually said to do in the build, which I kind of think I might change to recommend later down the line, which is to put Blasphemy with Enfeeble in. Now, that's useful against enemies that are very close to you, all crowding up, because that makes them do less damage. But it's not very good to ranged enemies because they're too far away and they're not affected by it. Unless you take this cluster here. 100% increased area effect, which makes it much bigger. And it also increases the effectiveness of your curses, meaning... Because the other thing that Blasphemy does is it reduces the effectiveness of the curses within it by a whole bunch. 42%, I think it is on my current level. Level 18. Yes. But if you start stacking effectiveness of curses, you can counteract that reduction. I'm currently at 6% now, rather than 42. And you can further enable this through gems. Jewels. So I've got one that's got 8% on it. It can go up to 10. You've also got this cluster here. 6, 12, 18, 36% there. That plus the 8 down here, plus jewels, you might even get it in a positive. And the reason this is good is because with the 100% increased area effect, the other thing is it's giving you hinder, making enemies 15% slower when they're affected by curses, so that's really good. But you got 100% here. What I'm doing is I'm stacking area effects I'm stacking area effects of curses everywhere on jewels, like everywhere. You can get 25%. I've got 20 there. I've got 24 here. I've got 23 here. I've got 22 there. I don't think I've got any there, so that's one I need to try and look at replacing, but that's going to be hard with meta skills. And when I get one more... Oh, yeah, in the next map, I can take one of these points out and put another jewel on. I can look for another area effect. And what that's now done is that has made my Blasphemy radius like 7.1 meters. If you can get that to like 10 meters, which is probably possible with all the jewels, maybe like 8 or 9... then basically you're hitting the whole screen, maybe even beyond it. And everything that's affected by Enfeeble, especially if you've brought the effectiveness up to 100 or even in the positive, they're going to be doing everything except bosses are going to do 25 less damage to you. All types of damage, dots, everything. And bosses are just going to hit you harder. This helps an awful lot at reducing just one-shot mechanics. It does not fix it, but it certainly helps towards it. It's very, very strong. It definitely has made a big difference to my build. So that's something, if you're in the very high-end maps, you can look to build into. I'm going to update the plan of it tomorrow. If I get home from work at a reasonable time tomorrow, I might even throw together a video for it, but that will very much depend on timings, but we'll see. Yeah, so that's it. You got all your resistances caps at 85, Keenan. Holy cow. Well, you're going to be super tanky with that stuff. Nice. Yeah. I mean, the other thing is, you don't need meta skill in every single gem. You might be better off taking 3 with meta skill energy and get 15 on all of them, and then take some max resists in the other or something. You know, try and get stats you would not be able to get elsewhere that will be super goated, like increasing your max resists beyond 75, for example. But that's you're talking perfect jewels, right? You're going to be paying above ridiculous amounts of value for it. And also, the P4T in Twitch, thank you for the follow. You absolute legend. Welcome into the community, my friend. We love the balls here in Immortalize's stream. Love balls all over your screen, pretty much. Over on YouTube, sorry guys, I'm getting to you. What jewels do I have, Michael? I just went through them. Do you want me to go through them again? Let me know. Landon, I don't know if anyone's playing Diablo 4 right now. Is anyone playing Diablo 4 and willing to give Landon a boost? He's over in YouTube, so this goes to anyone in YouTube or Twitch. I don't know if anyone is, but I'll ask for you, Landon. Jason Rise, hey, managed to get my build sorted today. 3k mana HP with Eldritch and Mind Over Matter. Just over 409 regen a second now and currently loving it. There you go. It does work, but it does take a moment to get to the point where it feels fluid, but it can be done. Vane, hey dude, been rocking this build. I can clear 15s at level 78. Dude, that's freaking awesome. What's the new tech? Did you get everything I just said, Vane? It's kind of utilising what I'd already put in the build, but it didn't work very well before, and I've actually found a way to make it work very, very well. I'll demonstrate it to you. Yeah, sorry, Landon, I was getting to you. I'm doing 2 chats, remember. So let me clear my inventory, and I'll demonstrate. Oh, it's got 2 reses on it, but the rest is trash, so that can go in a bin. Oh, 212 mana on a wand. Holy cow. That, I think, is worth money. That's actually potentially an upgrade to what I've got right now. Holy cow. I didn't think I'd ever find anything that might even remotely be upgrade to my wand. I mean, I'd have to get ridiculous RNG on it. Why can't I show the stats? Why can't I compare? What the hell? Oh, my shift's not working for compare. God damn it. It's got 52 more mana on it than my one. Holy. I mean, that's going to be worth a fortune. It's got extra cold damage as well, which is probably better than fire. There's no results for that. How much do we think we should charge, chat? Or should I YOLO some exalts on it? What do we think we should do? Close and open the inventory? No, I think I might have changed. Yeah, it's not working. What the hell? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have the cold spells on it, but someone might buy this and just YOLO it. It's got a very good roll of mana regen on it. It's got a double roll of mana on it. Holy cow. There's literally not... I don't think there's a single wand on there with that amount of mana. Oh, yeah, that's 1. Mana regen. That goes up to... Well, you're talking 3 or 5 here. The spell damage is useless. What about this? It hasn't got cold skills on it. That's the only thing. But there's not a single one with those 3 stats on it. I don't know. What should we put that on? Just slam it and hope you get skills, yeah? I think we slam it, because if you get the skills, then you're laughing. If we don't, well, never mind. YOLO! We got 4 chaos spells! LOL. I mean, I'm not playing a chaos build. But, I mean, there must be a chaos build out there. 1 divine 2 days ago. 10, yeah, okay. What about if I've got mana regen on it? 10 divines. It's the only one available. We hit the jackpot. I finally got something good. Let's go. Oh. We've got extra cold damage on there as well, which I can't see what this is. I'm going to have to go on the trade site. I'm not going to roll the 5th one because it could brick it and then ruin it. Or I could just keep this for a chaos build. That's insane for a chaos build. Holy crap. Buying gems, Vane. Yeah. Guys, if you want to get ahead of the market, I'd go buy those jewels now. Basically. Because if I put this build out and that tech goes viral, which it could, is a potential it could, those jewels are already expensive with the meta energy on them, but with the aura tech could get very expensive. First time chat, Tayri, so close. What's so close, dude? What's so close? What if I got the cold skills? I'd have been laughing. That would have been better than what I've got. That would have been amazing compared to what I've got. But I can sell this, which means I can buy the rest of the build I need to buy. YOLO. Yeah, everyone's like, YOLO! YOLO! Yeah, it's so close, Franks. I don't think it will sell for that much, but try it. GG, cheers. Yeah, I can try. I can try. I mean, it says that there's only one up for 10 divines, right? I mean, I don't know. What do we put it up for? Well, I'll tell you what I can do, actually, is just check how much do just all chaos spells go for. Right, that's one. If I stick the max mana on it, yeah, I mean, that alone, that makes it pricey, right? There's a lot up here. There's not many of them, which tells me that either not many people putting them up or they're getting bought. Should I just stick it up for, like, 7 divines? Just, like, majorly undercut that other guy. I should actually go check what it is on the website, really, shouldn't I? Go and actually see what stats it has on it. To see if it's got other stats that's better than mine, I guess. It's unlikely, I guess, for a Chaos one, but... You're right, it might not sell, I don't know. Nothing I put up seems to sell right now, but I do actually need to make some currency. It's the first thing I've dropped in ages that might actually sell. I don't know, Franks, but I don't know every build that's going right now, right? Someone might buy it just because of the ridiculous stats, you know? If they've got the money, right? We need Chaos skills. Plus Chaos spell skills 4. Max mana 212. I mean, that will, if we do 200, that will do it. There won't be many, I don't imagine. Alright, let's just stick with that. What was the other stats on it? Just do mana regen at 50 as well. Mana regen at 50. This is actually slightly under mine. Let's see what that does. Right, that filters down to 6. 10 exalts at minimum. It's a shame. It's a shame there isn't like a sell one. Yeah, okay. There's one up here for 5 divines, and that is worse than what I've got. That is legitimately just worse than what I have. This is the 10 divine one. More mana regen than me. It's got intelligence. It's got 5 chaos spells. So yeah, this is better. It's got more chaos spells. It's got more mana. It's got more spell damage. It's got the extra 5. So this is better. 10 is like... Mine's better than the 5, but it's worse than the 10. I'll put it up for 5. And if someone buys it for 5 divines, I'm pretty pleased with that, to be honest. We'll take that. And if it doesn't, then I'll just keep it and make a chaos build, I suppose, right? Where's it gone? Oh, I've put it in here. Oh, right, okay. I was going to say, where's it gone? It's gone. No! We'll put it up for 5. It probably won't sell, but if it does, I'll be laughing. Keep it around 7 to 8. It's amazing for niche chaos build. All right, we'll put it up for 7. There we go. If it sells, then happy days, right? Happy days. Evil Vein coming in with the Prime. Dude, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You could have given that to anyone in the community this month. You've chosen to give it to me. You're an absolute legend. Thank you. That support really means the world to me. Incoming chaos build. Well, yeah, I can keep it for a chaos build if it doesn't sell. I mean, that's really good. You're going to laugh at this. Look what other wand I picked up. Should I YOLO another one, guys? I got 190 mana, 25 cast speed, 11 int one. We're going to YOLO this as well. Let's see what we get. Yeah, wrote on YouTube, found Twitch on the description. Yeah, Evil Vein, sorry, I'm keeping up this. I'm getting too excited about the drops. I saw your thing. I'll show you my jewels in a second, no problem. Maximo, how's it going, dude? 3,499 mana, 742 mana recovery per second, feeling very strong in the end game. I think this is when I stop, because it costs 30 plus Divine Orbs to get more mana and Energy Shield. I mean, I'm not using the Energy Shield, but yes, the gear gets silly expensive, hence why I'm so excited. I just found something that might actually sell. Would you recommend I spend a Divine Orb on the ring you mentioned? Someone managed to get one cheaper earlier, Raw Sam, but the going rate is about 1 Divine. If you can get one cheaper, even better. Could you show your... Yeah, I'll show him in a second, Evil. That's another slam. We're going to slam this and hope we get another good roll. What do we get? We got a critical spell. Okay, well, YOLO. Okay, that's bricks, I'd say. It hasn't got any skills on it. Oh, well. It was worth the roll. 2 exalts we can get again. Never mind. 1 out of 2 is pretty good. I mean, getting the skills is pretty imperative. In terms of jewels, yeah. I mean, these aren't perfect, but they're pretty good. So I've got meta skills gains energy. You want at least 3 of these to be able to replace energize, and at least 13% or higher on all of them. I think I've got this one here, to be honest. Damage penetration is unnecessary. Critical spell damage is nice, and the cold spell damage is okay. There's damage increases. I would still prefer aura size and aura effectiveness here, honestly. And then I'd probably keep the spell critical damage rather than the additive cold. So you would lose damage overall, but I'm looking to build defense here. So I'd rather scale the effectiveness and feeble and scale the range of it. So if something shoots you from a screen, you're not going to get one shot so easily. Over here, I've got oh, no, actually, no, I lie. I would get rid of spell critical. I'd put magnitude of shock on there. Magnitude of shock you want on every single jewel if you can. Because if you can get 20% of that on every jewel times 6, that's 126% effectiveness increase. It's going to give you another 24% multiplier on both of your shocks. And then, yeah, increased area effects of curses. I don't have effectiveness here. They're very expensive. So my jewels aren't perfect. So I've got one down here that is pretty good. This, again, does double damage, but I've got area effects of curses. Meta skills gains energy. This one here, I've got freeze build up, which is okay. Elemental damage is damage. This is always good. Area effects of curses, and the final one's useless. This one over here, magnitude of shock, area effects of curses, critical hit with spells is nice. The chill duration is okay, but it's not that important. And then down here, maybe the best one I've got 15 energy, 8% effect of aura, 20% area effects of curses, and a +1 maximum cold res. So this is actually really good. I'd probably keep this one because you probably don't. Well, I don't know, actually. No, you'd probably ideally chop out meta skills energy 15% in favor of the maximum cold resistance and get magnitude of shock, because the magnitude of shock is a multiplier of damage, right? So none of my jewels are perfect, but they've got at least 2 or if not 3 stats on there. Cold damage is better than spell damage. We've worked out on Mobalytics that at the moment elemental damage actually does better than spell damage across the board in general. We don't know why, it just does. If you can also check your DPS meter in your skills to check out which one scales it higher. That's the one you go with. If you get a rare with that kind of stats, it might be worth using a greater essence before you X-Slam. Okay, what does a greater essence do? I thought you could only use essences when they're a normal item, Rincewind. Maybe I'm wrong. I haven't had any greater essences, so I don't know what they do. Just Orb of Chance and normal Topaz Ring and get the ring for free. You just Orb or Chance a normal Topaz Ring and you got the ring for free. Did you actually, Silux? Or are you saying you can? I know you Orb a Chance a Topaz Ring and then obviously... Oh, that's true. Actually, yeah. No, that's true. That's actually a really good shout. There is only one unique Topaz Ring. As long as it rolls to make it a unique, it will work, won't it? Yeah, that's a good shout. I could tell people that in future. If you get a white Topaz Ring, you can Orb Chance it, and it will either destroy it or unique it. But if it uniques it, it will turn into a Call of Brotherhood, right? Yeah, that's a really good shout. Nice. Yeah, no, that's actually a really good shout. I didn't think of that. Yeah, no, that's a really good idea. Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. We're learning. We're learning, chat. I'll say I'm good at these games, but it doesn't mean I know everything, and I love the fact that I can learn from you guys, as much as hopefully you learn a few things from me. Evil, spell damage would be better. It's in the same bucket as cold, but applies to all your spells. Honestly, in this build, elemental damage would be better. No. So spell damage probably is better than cold in the sense it will apply to your lightning skills as well. But cold damage would work because you've converted all your lightning damage to cold. So it would apply to your lightning skills still. But overall, elemental damage is probably the best one. Unless... So you just find what you can. But elemental damage generally works better, yeah. You got my ring for 5 exalts for my monk because it became super valuable. 5 exalts. Nice. Very nice. What does meta skills gain energy mean? No, Jason Rice. What it means is when you activate cast on freeze, like when you freeze an enemy. So if I go to my cast on freeze here, you gain 10 energy per power of enemies you hit free. Per power of enemies you freeze with hits from skills. Power means 1 on normal, 2 on magics, 5 on rare. Unique monsters have 20. So if you freeze a unique monster, it gives you 20 power. One sec. So you gain 10 energy per power of enemies you freeze. So when I freeze a unique boss, that's 10 energy times 20. That's 200. That basically means ball lightning always spawns from this when you freeze a boss. Every time. Because you only need 200 energy and you've done that. So you don't even need increases for bosses. But normal enemies, where you only freeze them with the power of 1, that gives you 10 energy. So if you've got 50% meta gain, that would give you 15. Meaning you've just got to freeze less enemies to get ball lightnings. Magics, you'd only need, you'd get 30. Rares, you'd get 75. So you don't, yeah, and so on. And then the more meta skill energy you get, the better, in a way. If you had 100%, every time you freeze the rare, you'd activate ball lightning, essentially. Yeah. So it's very important, yeah. Once you get enough, you can take it. The thing is, once you get enough, you can take it. You can take the points out of Energize and all this. That's 5 points you can put elsewhere. Get another jewel or another cluster or something. Gain another multiplier. Bit of defense, whatever you want, really. I got all your thing close, but you got 15k more than me on the comet, and I don't understand why. Have you got all the same supports in, have you? You got to remember, I have a lot of mana. Mana scales your damage, so that's 4,000. So that's a bit of extra damage there. I've got a lot of cast speed. I've got 114% cast speeds. That will be scaling the damage a lot. I've got some crit damage in my tree, which I'll post up tomorrow. That would scale the damage because I've got crit chance in there. Because I've qualityed it. The quality of this gives you +2 base additive crit chance. That means the base is 15%. So so I'm at a 35.4% crit chance on Comet. That's quite nice. That gives you a bunch of damage. I've also, because my wand gains 30% of damage as extra fire damage, that scales. That's a multiplier on all my skills of 30%. So if you didn't have that, you'll be 30% less than me, and so on. Right? There's a lot of things in there. Sklitor coming in with a follow. You absolute legend. Welcome in, dude. How are you? Welcome in. How's your week going? You looking forward to Christmas? Look at this beauty. You got to show me it first so I can see it. Yeah, that wand's pretty good, Sai. I can see. Yeah, that's a pretty good wand. Nice. 3 all spells. All the right skills. I'm amazed you've got one that good. Nice. We got another follow as well. For some reason it doesn't come up very fast in the chat, so I'll have to go and open it up here to see who that was. Where is it? Oops. We got 2. Evil Vein. Kuya Kent. How's it going, guys? Welcome in, you legends. Thank you so much for following. Appreciate you. First time chatters for both Sklitor and Kuya. Yeah, the build's there, Kuya. If you've got any questions, let me know. In the description is a build planner. It's pretty in-depth, but it has got bullet-pointed sort of like rundowns of the main stats you'd need and jewels and what to look out for. And it's got variants and so on. So hit that up. Any questions, hit me up live or join the Discord and ask me off stream, and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. I'm even happy to sit down with people and go through their builds on Discord in a voice call if you need to help you guys if you get stuck with it. No problem. What's the Comet damage Lord Maxim out? I've actually reduced it today because I wanted to increase my freeze capability, but it's at 30,398, which is okay. You could probably scale the damage. There's a lot of hidden damage on this build. I get 2 multipliers hidden with my shocks, which are currently at 59%, and I can scale that higher. So that would scale the damage of Comet up to, I don't know, let's just say 1 Comet hits for 30,398, just for simplicity's sake here. That would scale it up by 30,398 times 1.59 times 1.59. So just with the shocks, I'll be up at 76,849, and that's without any of the other multipliers going on. Like, you've got exposure. Exposure's 20%. By default, you can get 40%, and then you get exposure up, increase, so let's say 50%. So you can multiply this by 1.5. So you're up to over 100, and so on and so on. You can see where the numbers get silly. So, and I get 5 comets when I cast. It's not just 1. And most of them all hit a bit smaller, but, you know, overall, you'd multiply this by about 3.5, 4. So you're up at quite a lot of damage. And it scales. As long as you get all your debuffs and stuff on them, you can get a lot of hidden damage on this build. How fast can I cast Frostbolt? 0.34 seconds. Very fast. It's about 3 casts a second. Ish. Yeah, 40k comet damage. Forgot about our double shock. Yeah, man. Awesome. You got 40k. You got more than me. Your combi will hit harder than mine. Nice. I am missing the 5th slot. When I get the 5th slot and put in super critical in here or something else, this damage will probably go to 40k, to be honest. Yeah. Your wand. Yeah, nice. That's a pretty nice wand, Jason Wise. Nice. Yeah, decent. 119 mana, 51% increased cold, plus 4 cold spells, 27 intelligence, 27 mana regen, 14% extra cold damage. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. And 4k mana too. Yeah. The cast speed will be a big reason, Michael, yeah. Comet's damage goes up vastly when you've got cast speed, and it also makes it a lot nicer to use. You're not realistically going to spam it, but you got the Unleash to make it so when you do hit it on a boss, it hits loads of times and really hard. Yeah. And I say, I've not got the best gear either. I could absolutely get better stuff here. So we're working towards this. I need to, if I can sell that item, or if I can just sell something for some divines, I will hopefully have some currency then, so I can go buy some of the gear I want. But all the stuff I want that is upgrades now is vastly more expensive than what I can afford right now. So, you know, we work towards it with the best of what we've got. There are people in this chat that have got better gear than me in some regards, and you know, I'm glad for them. That's great. Hopefully we can get there ourselves. Right, we sell this here. We don't really need this. We can actually sell that. Stump these in here, and we'll go do another map, I suppose. I'm actually going to juice one of his maps up. Oh, gosh. These second things are getting in the way. Let's move these over here. There we go. Let's do that. Fine. Put that one up there, because that's an Ascendancy one. And these are just for other characters, if I come to it. Could sell that. Fine. Right, so what I was going to do is I was actually going to use... I've got an Omen here. Where did I put it? Did I put it in... There it is. Orb of Alchemy. Right, I need to right-click to activate it. And what we want to do is we want to use an Orb of Alchemy. That's it. Upgrades normal. Yeah, we go. Right, boom. Rarity, Magic Pack, Additional Shrine. What? That's meant to make it... Okay, so monsters deal damage as extra fire is a prefix. Okay, interesting. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm not going to use the key passive in the Atlas tree, because that would scale that up by 25%. But this is still quite nice. It's a good method. I mean, we could Vol this as well and go YOLO. Didn't actually do anything for us. It was a waste of a Vol, but never mind. Oh, it's a 16, no. We got a 16, everyone. Ooh, giggity. Nice. Happy days. Hey, Lord Maximal coming in with the follow. You legend. Welcome in, dude. Appreciate that. I really appreciate you being here. You spawned a good squad of cryo stompers, lol. This is a good proof of concept. Loving the build. Dude, that's awesome. I really wanted to do this build in Diablo 4 with the Oculus wand, and guess what? It didn't work because they made it random, and random is never good. I'm a game dev by trade, and I can tell you now, the random is not good. Random, for the most part, just creates really unpredictable behavior, and it just doesn't make for fun gameplay. So yeah, I've always wanted them to change it. They didn't, so I've come to PoE2 and I've made the build here instead, and it works really, really well. Actually better than I thought it would. So that makes me super happy. You'll go get some sleep. Good night. Good night. Wannabe freestyler, you should go get some sleep. It's like 4:30 in the morning for you. Thank you so much for jumping in. I appreciate you. If I don't catch you before Christmas, have a fantastic day. I know you said you don't necessarily celebrate it too much, but I hope you have a good day either so. And I'll probably be on live Christmas Eve, because why not? So if anyone's around, come jump in and yeah, catch you there. You can share your new build, Artificial Beat. Yeah, I'm going to update the planner tomorrow. If you want to join the Discord, Artificial, I actually pinned my passive tree there. That's probably the easiest place for you to go, because then you can go and keep looking back at it. So yeah, Kuya's just types it in Twitch, but I'll link it in YouTube for anyone that's in YouTube that wants to do that. So if you just join up, you don't have to, but if you don't, let me know and I'll show you here. But obviously that gives you the freedom to go and look at the pin. You go through, it'll ask you to verify because we're trying to combat bots, and then there'll be choose Path of Exile 2 as a game that you're interested in, and then go to the general chat, and there's a pin in there, and I pinned today, not long ago, the passive tree as it is right now. Real Mick Panda coming in with a follow as well. Welcome in, dudes. You legends. Thank you so much. Right, should we do another map, guys? Let's see if we've got a good one. I should probably save that 16 for a boss node, actually. So I'll save that for this over here, I think. I really should save that for a towered boss node, really, shouldn't I? And get the extra levels, because then at least I'm actually getting good XP from it. Let's find where some boss nodes are here. There's one down here, but it's not really towered up. That's the problem. Oh, there's loads over here. I need to work towards it. I'll save that 16. We'll work our way over to this tower. And hopefully... Oh, there's one here that's already affected by tower. So maybe I'll get a double tower. That would be super nice. And there's loads of boss nodes over here. Okay, we'll do this. We'll save this one for a bit later. We've got loads of others we can choose from. Oh, it's got loads of waystone drop on it. Let's do that. YOLO. What could possibly go wrong? In terms of itemization artificial, most things are pretty much the same. I've upgraded my boots, but at the moment I'm rocking the same as that Endgame version. So nothing there's changed. I did change back to the freeze charm for now, because I was finding that being a bigger problem now that I've got enough stun threshold. But you can choose that to be the stun or freeze, or get 2 slots. That works fine. It's mainly jewels, which I also, do you know what, I may not pin those. I'll pin the jewels as well. I posted up all my jewels in the Discord as well, as they currently are. Yeah, there we go. I'll pin. Oh no, I pinned the whole. Did I pin the whole thing? Once it might have pinned them as well. Oh yeah, no. The pin's got the jewels, and it's got a zoom in on the main clusters I'm using for the defense tech, for the curse tech I'm using, which is really good for extra defense. And it's got my passive tree as it currently stands. There is actually one thing I'm going to change before I do this. I do have some jewels. I might try and buy another one, actually. Would mean I'd need to join their instance and lose this probably. That'd be a bit annoying. I want to buy it. Let's see if I can get one first. Because I can unlock another jewel slot if I want to. I keep meaning to do it. I keep saying I'm going to do it and then I get distracted and don't do it. So let's see how expensive these are now, because I know the meta energy ones are really expensive. I don't necessarily need a meta energy one, so I could probably skip this, although it'd be very nice. I actually, more importantly, want the aura stuff, genuinely. And even getting the double curse. Increase effects of auras from your skills. I actually want curse auras, because it goes higher. Increased effects of curses. Where is it? Increased area effects of curses goes higher. Increased area effects of skills is nice and all. But you really want to make this curse as big as possible. So that it applies to the whole screen, or maybe even beyond the screen. It would just be goated for reducing damage. Really, you want at least 20 of this, and ideally at least 5 of that, but maybe more. Last I looked, these were divines, pretty much, yeah. Yeah, these are all divines. So people are starting to catch on, I think. That there, it's got one useless stat on it, but that there would actually be pretty good. That's got 3 of the stats. 22 and 5, 22, skill effect duration. Don't need the energy shield, though. This one here, no, it's just got you. Well, the chill duration is not awful. I don't have a divine mind, so it's kind of ripped for me. This one here is pretty good, actually. That's 3 divines, but that's got the 2 mana on kill. That would be quite nice. I haven't got 3 divines, so 3 cast speed, 4 divines here. It's got mana gen on it as well, so that's pretty strong. Yeah. So, I mean, you could also... I could skip... I don't know, do they get any cheaper if I go down to 4? Is there any cheaper ones? Okay, if you go to 4, there's at least 1 cheaper. This might be a bait, though, honestly. 1 Exalt. It does seem like a bit of a bait to me, but also 2 useless stats on it. 20 Exalts, 4 cast speed, 4 damage taken, recoups his life, 4 area, 4 effects, 21. That's not too bad, or it's 20 Exalts. 35 Exalts, freeze build up, that's with cool style. So we've got mana regen on there, so that's not bad. 60 Exalts. Just starting to get silly prices now, aren't they? What about if we go like to 18? You'd ideally get 20 or more here, but if we go to 18, what have we got here? Area fat, mana generation, crit damage. That's pretty good. 4 divines, though. That's been cursed with intelligence. Yeah, so I mean, they're pretty expensive already. We take the effects out and go for something like, as much as that would be nice, go for magnitude of shock for damage instead. You might be able to get something good here. Let's go for let's try and find one with 15 maybe. Okay, so you can get one of these a bit cheaper. Oh, my cat's just coming in. He's very wet. I found a trick is to copy Whisper in trade and personally message the sellers with a way lower offer. I've been able to buy something someone listed for 3 divines for 50 exalted. Sellers are mostly opportunists. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I should probably try this, right? I would actually want Magnitude of Shock on here, though. Guessing one of those with the effect of Curse as well, though, is probably impossible. I'm not even sure if there's one on here with those 3 stats on it. There is not. So, yeah. That's pretty much rip. So you'd have to try and... The effects ones are going to be hard to come by, I think. Freeze build up, damage taken's life, magnitude, area effects. So that's not too bad. 10 exalts, magnitude, area effects of curse, crit chance. Not bad. That one's useless to us. Curse duration we don't need because it's an aura pretty much. Mana regen, it's quite nice. Magnitude. I mean, that's pretty good. Actually, it would work for me right now, although it's AFK. What else we got? 12 exalts, magnitude of shock. We don't need this. Chaos resistance. They're going to divines here now. Magnitude of shot, area, curse duration, and crits. That's not bad. 15 exalts. I'm tempted. That one there would actually work for me right now. I think I've got enough to buy it as well. Anything else? It's starting to get into silly prices at this point. I'll message that guy. See if he gets me. I'm pretty sure I got 15. I do, just. So I can make more, that's the thing. I make exalts quick enough. It's just divines, right? One Wing Man. How's it going, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. Boy, full seat. Dude, thank you for the lurk. Big love. Appreciate you. And yes, I agree. Sellers will be mostly opportunists. I'll see if that guy gets back to me. He may or may not. But he hasn't got back to me yet. You passed out, Mango. Oh, dear. It's not good, is it? Well, this guy isn't getting back to me, so that's sad. I mean, I do have something I could put in the meantime, but the aura is really what I want. The cursed aura. Jules, where we got? Yeah, we've got cold damage, crit damage, cast speed. It's not terrible. It's just not amazing either. The rest of these are a bit... They're not really that useful to me, honestly. Mana on kill. I might just put one of those in there and see if I get a good stat on it. Mastery, start shield. Rip. I could Chaos Orb this, I suppose. I think I actually got rid of one of the ones I cared about. Just keep Chaos Orbing it and hopefully get you good stuff. Oh, I don't know. It's good for minions. I'm not going to keep doing it. We could have got lucky with it, but we didn't. Never mind. Okay, that guy's not getting back to me. Mass sad. Never mind. I just want the extra aura. I want the aura radius. That really... And the extra magnitude of shock actually is pretty big for damage. I might just try and buy one of these cheap ones. This one here. This is actually pretty good for 5. I might just buy this. It's got a dead stat on it, but it's got 3 on it that are fine. I mean, 5% crit chance isn't amazing, but it's okay. 17, 23. Shock, we don't need shock duration. It's only 5 exalts. It's quite cheap, right? Just to get me going for now, anyway. Yeah, screw it. I'll buy this. Because this magnitude of shock will outweigh 10% additive in elemental damage. So even though my raw damage on paper will look less, the second there's shocks, I'll do a lot more. Oh, he's actually adding me. Sweet. I figured he might. About 5. There we go. Sweet. Hopefully I don't lose the portal. What level? What level? What do you mean? What character level I am, monsters? I think I'm 89. Oh, we get rid of this character. Can I... Let's finish that, right? Yeah, cool. I mean, you could chaos roll that, but I'm not going to. Wow, there's a lot of latency here. Holy moly. Right, back to my hideout. Think I'm 33 or 34? Ah, nice. You got stuck on the abomination. Yeah, some of the bosses can be sad. Can be very sad times. Filter by price and exalts. The trade site is weird and thinks divs are worth a lot. Yeah, I know. But I have a feeling it's not going to show me all that much more. Let's have a look. Yeah. That's fine. I bought that one. That one's fine for now. It was cheap. 5 exalts is not a lot. You can farm that pretty quick at this level. What that's going to allow me to do, though, is I'm going to unspec this 10% elemental here for the time being. Which is fine, because if I look at my damage and meet Comet 33.9. So if I take that out, I lose about 500 damage here, right? Just under 30k. But I can then get another jewel socket over here. And then I can come put the jewel in here. I mean, that crit chance may well make my damage go up anyway. Oh. Can I not put the jewel in? Oh, okay. Fair enough. So the crit chance doesn't quite put it up above it, but it's pretty close. But that's besides the point, because I've now just gained 3.2 multiplicative extra damage per shock times 2. So that's 6.4% multiplicative damage when they're shocked. So in terms of that damage there, that is 30,054 times 1.062. Oh, it'd be 6.4, but this is close enough. So you'd be up at 31,917, which is higher than what it was before. So it's more damage. That's before the other multipliers as well. And then on top of that, I've got 22% extra area of curse, which means my curse now, and to my knowledge, there's no limit. I guess we'll find out, right? It's now at 7.3 meters. So like look at the size of my hypothermia. Look at the size of hypothermia right now. It's like the whole boss arena. Good lord. I was going to ask if you think the Everlasting Gaze Amulet is worth running in Endgame. I mean, okay, so unspoken. That will be stronger than what I'm doing. Probably, if you gear for it correctly. I'm not using it because I have a very sneaky suspicion that that's overperforming, and if it is, it's going to get tweaked in the future. They've already said Energy Shield is overperforming. They're going to be making changes to that. Just not until the end of what they deem the cycle. So probably when the next characters drop. Does that include the Everlasting Gaze? Is that meant to work with Eldritch Battery? I don't know. And until I know for sure, I don't want to make my build reliant on it. I may well end up making a variant for it. And if it is definitely meant to work that way, then I'll make a variant for it because it will be stronger, probably for defense. But if we can make it work without that, even better, right? Then you can actually get a better amulet than Everlasting Gaze. Because you can get more mana. You can tailor it with quality. You can get damage recouped as mana. You can get more tailored stats on here if you don't use an Everlasting Gaze. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do right now. But if you want to use an Everlasting Gaze and you've got one, you absolutely could. And it will probably make your life a lot nicer in the early, like the mid-level stage where you can get the energy shield and tankiness. Have they confirmed if the new characters are going to drop on the next patch? No, and it's unlikely it'll be the next patch. Because the next patch will be straight out after Christmas. And they're all on break for Christmas now. It'll probably be end of Jan, maybe. I don't know. I don't know for sure. But I'm a game dev. I wouldn't expect them to drop a big patch straight out of Christmas because they're not working on it. They will be having time off now. So they'll go back to work like I will in January, and then there'll be a few weeks where they're still getting everything ready for the big patch release. So I would expect it to be a few weeks afterwards, just by my experience of being a game dev as well. How's the XP immortalized? Well, if I get a good node, I've got a 16, and then it'll be good. This map here is probably only going to be a 79, 78. 80. Okay, so the XP here will be okay. It won't be amazing. I need to get... It's all based on enemy on the level, right, of the enemies, so... Right, it's a bit crazy in there. There's so many affixes on those elites, I can't actually see what I'm fighting. I'm not sure if it's fire, explosives, I don't know. There's like 3 elites in there. So I'm just going to take a breather, take a step back a minute and sort of evaluate what on earth is going on in the map. Crit resistant. That's why I didn't one-shot him. He's crit resistant. Okay. Breaks armor. That doesn't bother me. I have 0 armor. It's okay. I don't need to break. I don't need to crit you. I will kill you anyway. Scrub. Get out of my lobby. There we go. Gee, I'm intrigued. What's my shocks at now? My shocks are at 62% now. Yeah. So here's the thing. If I haven't got magnitude in all my duels, I can absolutely get that magnitude up to like 80% or something. Probably something stupid like that. It's 160% multiplicative damage on two shocks, which is completely insane. And I've still not got my 4th ascension points, by the way, guys, which doubles up my exposure. It's just, and the only reason I've not got it is because I can do the trials now. Just don't have. I haven't got the 3rd piece to go try the guy in the door. I'm assuming it's a big boss. I don't want anyone to ruin it for me because I haven't looked it up, but I just want to go in as a, you know, if I lose, I want it to be because I've done it as a new player. But I will get it done, and then then you can go double up your exposure potency, and then that's doubling up another multiplier. Ooh, someone wants to buy something off me for 1 exalted. Oh, they're buying a tier 12 key off me for 1 exalted. Okay, nice. I guess I'll say okay in a minute when I can actually breathe for a second. I need to be able to summon a portal to get them to come and join me. I've got so many waystones in lower levels, I decided to start selling some, basically. Invite this guy. Whoop, div drop, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, that's the build real Mick Panda. If you look in the description, there is a mobalytics planner, so be sure to check that out. I've just realised there's an ad running, so I have no idea if you heard that or not. Oops. Do you have more tier 12 maps? If I buy several from you, would you sell them for me a little cheaper? I have them all for 1 exalt for each. 10 for 8. I don't even know. Let me have a look. 12s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Can you give me 20 for 15? Sure, why not? I farm these so fast, honestly. I'm not even going to use them right now. There's 15 exalts I didn't have for maps I'm not going to use, so, you know, I'm not going to sit here and complain, am I? Oh, I've got no maps 3. Here we go. 7, 8, 9, 8. Got to grab them all now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Trade. Easy monies. Figured they would go. I should dump some other tier 1s in here because I'm filling up inventory. There you go. 2012s. There you go. Dump. Cool. Cheers. Easy collapse. That was an easy 15 exalts, chat. Hensky91 coming in, first time chatter with the follow as well. You absolute legend, welcome in. That is the build. There are 2 videos. One's a starter one is an updated endgame one. Both have got the same mobalytics planner with all the variants and information in the description. Be sure to check that out. And I will be doing another video very shortly. If I've got time tomorrow when I get back from London and the energy, I will try and do it tomorrow with my build in its current state, doing T16 maps plus, with all the updates I've made. And I'll update the planner in the day tomorrow if I get time with that variant as well. This build looks fun, not just spam spark on the ground. How boss is with this build? Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. When I get to boss, I can demonstrate to you, but I showed someone earlier. So a good example, I did a level 80 ultimatum earlier. The 3rd boss, I clipped him in 1 freeze. Froze him, commented him, hit him with Eye of Winter, and he died. So I can kill him that fast. It's not the best bossing build ever, but it's not bad. You will be able to kill bosses, basically. Yeah. I mean, someone said they were doing one of the hardest things in the game, and that took them a while to do. So I haven't got to that point. Maybe we need to figure out scale the damage a bit later on the ultra pinnacle stuff. But that's where we're aiming to get to. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to do the pinnacle bosses on this build. We just got to get to that point to then get to those bosses to see what it's like and then figure out how to fix whatever it needs fixing. I don't want to watch anyone else's videos on them doing it, so it ruins the experience for me, you know. But yeah, it's not bad. So, but I mean, clearance is insane. So you can actually take clearance out. I've made Comet and Eye of Winter just solely single target skills, pretty much. Or that's the idea of them, because you've got so much clearance here anyway. You don't really need them for anything else, unless you're trying to pinpoint out a rare target that's got... I've juiced up all my bosses and rare monsters. So they've got like extra affixes on them. They could roll 5 defensive affixes, making them a slight bit harder to kill. So you just use comments that's like here, for example. I will normally place down my ridiculous sized aura, and I'll place down some this for this, and I'll place down some walls. Go and bomb this. But if the rare targets become an issue, I can just bomb them with Comet, and that will annihilate them. You wait 3 or 4 seconds, and then Unleash will be all good to go again. So then you can just go on air freeze. Single target. So he was a tankier enemy, but we still got him down in pretty much 1 Comet, and then you can execute him with Lightning Warp at 15% HP, 20% HP. Oh, it might be 30% HP, actually. You can execute... Oh, no, it's a rare mob. I think it's 10% you can execute rare mobs. If you get them to 10% HP, you can just jump and execute them. Bosses, it's 5%. That was the initial reason I took Lightning Warp, actually. It was the execute mechanic for free. But then it just turns out it has all these extra baked-in things you can use, and I've ended up finding a way that's made it so Cold Sort can use it, and lo and behold, Cast and Freeze is not broken. Woo! Can I do this with CI build? So I was saying earlier, I did actually try this with Chaos Inoculation. Yes, you can. I know someone in chat that is, and it does work. But you probably want to have a minimum. Wow! Indeed. You want a minimum of 3,500 mana. A minimum, I'd say. With very good gear and a loss of mana regen. Or you have the Everlasting Gaze, which I don't use because I'm trying to make a build without it in case it does work better than intended and it gets nerfed eventually. But if you've got 3,500, preferably 4k mana, you can go Chaos Inoculation. With the new Aura Defense tech I'm using as well, which helps because it just reduces the damage of all the enemies around you. I mean, this Aura, when it affects enemies, is affecting them basically on screen now. I mean, look, you see the green thing above their head? Oh, he's too fast to outrun. Let's find a slower enemy. Yeah, this slow enemy here. The little green thing above his head. He's getting cursed almost at the edge of my screen now. I mean, the furthest point of my screen is my corner. And it affects them there. So my aura, that's just damage reduction once it's got green above his head. A lot, and it's nearly 100% effectiveness, so that'll be 25% on him. And if with perfect duels, you could scale that up to maybe up to 30% if you can get 20% effectiveness. So with that, CI is probably... I didn't have that on when I was testing CI. It's quite likely if I just shoved CI on now, and I've got a pair of boots I could swap out for my current ones, it's quite likely it would work quite well. I don't know if it would prevent me from getting one-shot by things. I haven't tested it. There's certain enemies that hit very hard that if they beat through your maximum mana, you're dead. You got no energy shield. So it's the effective maximum amount of HP you've got, not the effective HP you've got. That was the problem I had. Because most things did less damage to me because the baked-in chaos damage just did nothing to me anymore. But yes, I think ultimately I would want to go CI on this build. I just want to do it with lots and lots of mana. Does that make sense? Damn, I don't like tippy-toeing on builds, worrying about them getting... Exactly. I am genuinely trying to make a build here that is going to be good for version 1 of the game when it releases with the full game. I'm trying to make a build that's not using stuff that is probably working better than intended or is just very, very strong, so is likely to be looked at. Energy shield mechanics have already been said they're going to be tweaking them. I just don't know what. I don't know if that's including certain items. I don't know if that means in the form that other things are going to get buffed. I don't know if it means things get nerfed. But I'm trying to make it so that If something's being used on just about every build because it's that strong compared to everything else, and it's giving you absurd amounts of energy shield whilst also making your mana life, it seems to me like that's so strong that other options aren't used, then it's probably going to get looked at. In these games, that's normally how it goes. That's what happened with Comet, right? That's what happened with all these other things. It was just so good that nothing else was getting used. And they want to get on top of that, so I wouldn't be surprised. If they don't, I'll make a variant for it, and then fair enough, happy days for everyone who wants to use it. It's also a lot cheaper to do what I'm doing right now, so that's good. Those amulets are very expensive right now. So that's kind of what I'm aiming to do. And at the moment, the build, I can do T16s on this build now at this point without that amulet. So I'm probably stronger than some people using that amulet because my build's actually very tanky. You can just annihilate everything. The clearance on this is crazy once you get going. Energy shield, max mana, fire resistance. That's got a lot of added increased energy shield in it. Holy cow. The max mana's too low on it though. That's a shame. Yeah. Orientation, transmutation. Okay. But yeah. So yeah, the bossing, it's a pretty good all-round build. It's a pretty good all-round build. And what I will say, it's one of the best support builds I've seen so far. Because I've got this aura on that's reducing enemy damage for everyone. It's applying a curse to them that every person in your team will benefit from. So I've got 6% negative effectiveness still. If I can get a bit more, then it'll be at 0. So it's going to be about 23% reduction on damage for normals, magics, and rares. It's going to be about 12 or 13% for bosses or uniques. That also slows enemies by 15%. I also chill the ground and everything everywhere else, so I slow them down with this. I freeze on demand pretty much because I've got so much freeze build up in the build. And on top of that, once I freeze them, I get the ball lightnings, I jump in on these enemies and I apply shocked ground. And I can stack 2 shocks on enemies, and a shock by default gives you 20% damage multiplied for everything hitting it. That enemy's shocks, it takes 20% multiplied damage times 2. And mine are now up to 62% per stack of shocks. So for everyone in my party would benefit from that. It's 124% multiplied damage, but it's a 62 then times by 62, so it's actually a little bit more. So in terms of a support build, this build's crazy, to be honest. It's actually really good. It's got everything a support would need, near enough, apart from giving everyone mana for free. Which I suppose there is a scepter that would allow you to do that. You could potentially go weapon set 2 on a support on this with that scepter and just go full mana fountain for all your teammates. But you do so much damage here as well. You're actually useful as a support. So it's a really good build singly, but you can also use it as a support. If you've got someone who's got a particularly crazy bossing build, you could just go in a support and freeze the enemies for them, and they can just go in and annihilate the boss. Wow, Jesus Christ, this guy's just stuttering me. He wasn't doing much damage, he was just staggering me. There we go. Oh, there's 2 of them. One of them gets duplicated each map. That's why I was getting craziness going there. Right, he's dead. So it's a pretty good all-round build, I'd say. And there's still loads of power for me to gain. I know someone in my chat who's got definitely better gear than me, so he'll be stronger than me. What's your thoughts on gearing? I'm sitting at Cruel at 3, and I've had the same weapons since about late 20s. Vendors, nada. Well, I found the first one today, since the one I bought and then got very lucky with my rolls, that could have potentially have rolled as an upgrade to me if it had rolled cold spells, which it didn't. It rolled chaos spells. But if it had rolled cold, it had 50 more mana on it. It's slightly less mana regen, but it had more mana, so it would have probably given me the mana regen just from the extra mana. But it didn't roll cold, it rolled chaos, so never mind. Very, very hard to get weapon upgrades. You're best trying to trade for them unless you're solo self-found, of course. If you're solo self-found, then honestly, you're at the beckon of RNG. They don't drop like wizardry, unfortunately. There's no way to target farm wands too much, unlike in some games. We didn't quite finish them off, but some of these are a bit tanky for some reason. So, there we go, let's get going. There we go. Oh, we got a Voltaic Staff. Pretty sure we had about a gazillion of us. Oh, we got an enemy. Oh, we got enemies coming. There we go. Oh, there's a unique bow in here. A Widow Hail. 193% increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver. Probably just take that because I don't think I've got one. But I'll wait and see what the final ritual stuff is first in case we get an omen, I suppose. That's very valuable. You still using the Call of Brotherhood Topaz ring? Yes. It really brings this build online. And the reason for that being, because at the moment, I'm purely getting ball lightnings from cast on freeze. We are discussing once you can get hypothermia on your blasphemy as well, so you've got enough spirit to do that, you get a free skill slot. You've got a skill slot that opens up. So then we're talking about probably putting ball lightning on there so you have the ability to manually cast it in a situation where you want to start with, you can just cast one, start stomping, and then you'll cast on freeze. Because you're doing cold damage now instead of lightning damage on lightning warp, you're going to be casting ball lightnings for free, hence what you're seeing when I start attacking. But to get started, I need to get them. So once I start going, you get free ball lightnings through stomping, because that's what cast on freeze does. Having the manual cast means you can just get going without the need to wait for them to proc on cast on freeze to start with. Or if you end up in a sticky situation where you get stuck in the middle of enemies with loads, you can just cast one and get going again. But that's like real endgame. You need enough spirit to be able to get your hypothermia on your blasphemy along with your enfeeble. But it's doable. I know people have done it. They're talking about they've done it in chat today. It's going to be hard for me because to get a replacement amulet with a spirit right now is going to be difficult for me to solve my resistances. Going CI would make it easier for me because then I would not need to solve chaos and I could start shifting chaos off in favour of elemental resistances. That's probably the way I'd go for the very, very, very end game, honestly. But yes, the Call of the Brotherhood is very good. It really unlocked this build a lot, honestly. The build worked fine without it, but it works so much better with that because it made the stomping more fluid. It made it a true telestomp build. You can just keep stomping for days. Like, watch this. There's a breach up here. Let me do this. Let me do this ritual quickly, and then we'll go do the breach. And as long as I don't get insta-claps at the start because they swarm me because I don't have the manual cast of... So like here, it'd have been really useful for me to be able to manual cast a ball lightning there just to get going. That's where the manual cast of ball lightning would be super handy. It's not necessary, but it's definitely where it'd be handy. So I've got to cast them to get some spawns here. So it's just plugging that potential weakness where if you do get stuck in the middle of enemies and you haven't got any enemies to cull or no ball lightnings. If you've got an enemy to cull, you can get going as well, but that's obviously it means you've got to get an enemy low enough to execute. +1 to projectiles. I have no idea if that's worth anything. It's got 2 resistances on it as well. Holy damn. That's worth a divine. Holy cow. Nice, we'll take the amulet. Hopefully we can sell it. I'll probably just stick that up for 1 divine, just for those 3 alone. What about... Oh, it's got spirit on it as well. No results with the spirit on it as well. What about the max mana? 1 divine. But the fact it's got spirit on there as well might make it more valuable. I don't know. That's a nice find in a ritual. Don't mean to say anything else here. I'll just take the bow because I'd actually quite like to shove that in my... shove it in my chest. What trade plugin are you using? It's called PoE Overlay 2. It's an Overwolf plugin, yeah. You download it and then you run it, and then you have to run it before opening the game, and then you open the game and it works, yeah. Why not Spark or something more broad for COF to proc the shock effect? Pogibait, because I don't want to play a build with Spark. That's why. You could absolutely play it with Spark, but I don't want to. I do like the fact that Frostbolt has chilled ground on it, particularly. Meaning Eye Winter can pick up the chill and apply it on certain bosses. That will be very nice. But yeah, I just don't want to use Spark. There's too many Spark builds, and my goal was not to make another Spark build. So, that's why. Writing a large post to devs, I think they need to think harder of tiering drops as you increase in level. Almost like a drop protection where your odds of better drops go up the longer you go. Pogibait, yeah. I mean, look, it's early access game. They will almost certainly tune some of this stuff. You have to remember it's only been out 2 or 3 weeks. And the amount of fixes and stuff they improved in those 2 or 3 weeks, probably out of hours as well, so they can go off for winter and have a game that's stable, is pretty phenomenal, actually. So you've got to give them a little bit of slack. That bow is used in a build. Not sure which one, but I've seen it. Yeah, Franks. Yeah, I thought I'd seen it. The shock effect comes from lightning warp, by the way, Poggy Bait. It's not specifically COF that spawns the shocks. But yeah. The more I'm playing with the manual ball lightning, the more I'm sure it's the right move. Rincewind. So the lightning one uses the manual one, but I do believe my build will be more fluid. I believe it will be the right move if you open up that slot to get the ability to do manual, because I just demonstrated why that would have been very useful. If you land in the enemies and you've got no balls and nothing to cull, you can get stuck. So yes, I think it is the right move. But I think it's also the last move, you know what I mean? The lightning ones use manual only. The thing is, they don't have the ability to auto-cast them in it, so it means you've got to stop, cast, and then jump. Stop, cast, and jump. Which is fine, it just creates another clunkiness. So, I think having both solves both problems. Means you can get going, but it also then means you can keep going. No, over ball lightning. Ball lightning makes this build work, Poggy Bait. Without ball lightning, it wouldn't work. Because you're teleporting onto the ball lightnings. And Spark, as good as it is just another Spark build, right? That's all. But yeah, the ball lightning, you're teleporting either onto an enemy that's low enough on life to be executed or on the ball lightnings. It wouldn't be a true telestomp build unless you could just telestomp around. And the only way you can do that really is the ball lightnings. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Rincewind, with the rotation, I agree. Yeah. I think you could just replace Frostbolt, add the chilled ground, and I believe Wild Shard would work on ball lightning as well. Probably. Yeah, Franks, it would, but I don't actually want to make it, so I want to use Frostbolt. I like the Frostbolt in the build. I like it so it's got blind. I like it so it's got the chilled ground for the Icewind and so on. That's how I like playing it. So you guys can absolutely play around and do manual instead. There's no reason why not. I'm about to suggest replacing Frostbolt with ball lightning. Go for it. I mean, you are slowly now moving into a lightning build, though, I suppose. You probably find that the freeze from ball lightning is... I suppose you don't need to freeze with ball lightning at that point, right? Yeah. I'm just thinking, like, without the chilled ground... I suppose, yeah, without the chilled ground... I don't know how effective you're going to be able to freeze bosses like Balbala. The Ghost with the 3 chains and the poison in the middle. Eye of Winter is really good at freezing him, and he's hot. You can't hit him with Ice Wall. And Frostbolt's even, he wasn't very good at it, and I can guarantee that Ball Lightning probably won't be any good at it. And Telestomp probably won't apply enough to be good. So you're going to get stuck on bosses like that. That's my thinking. Yeah, equality of life chains, I agree. But but Eye of Winter's very good for it because of all the projectiles. So once it picks all this up and it goes through the middle of him, it freezes them bosses super, super fast. You're tracking, just following along with the build guide, theory crafting. Yeah. Honestly, I love the ideas. I do. I'm just trying to explain why I haven't personally used Spark. There's no reason why you couldn't know. You know, I think there's too many Spark builds already. I quite like the fact that it's got different stuff in it, you know. Gives you something else to play with that's viable and doing some endgame content. This build's pretty good at doing breaches and stuff. As long as you've got enemies around to keep casting these ball lightnings on. Or you get space so you can get them going again. You can just smash enemies for days. It's always good. Man, there's a rare enemy there that is taking 0 damage compared to everything else. Jesus Christ. Go on, cast this. There we go. Oh gosh, it's bad. There we go. Not really sure what's going on here. I think they might have increased freeze threshold on them. There we go. Once we get going, we're good. That's where the manual cast would come in handy. So we're demonstrating why that would be the right move for sure, yeah. Just absolutely murder stuff once you get going. Got a clue how much longer this will go for, but there's stuff all over the floor. It's just loot for days. Look at this. Look at the trail of loot I've left behind me. It's everywhere, chat. Way. Gonna clip that. That's fun. I enjoyed that, apart from that one little mishap, but it's okay. We didn't die. Shows that the build's actually quite tanky as well. It's a level 80 map, so it's not high, but it's not low. We just we were tanking stuff there, okay. So it shows that the tech works. The aura tech for the defense. I'm gonna start picking up all the stuff now, I suppose. See what we got. Precursor tablet, nice. Pick up the rune. Got that. We don't need this. Can't even pick much up. Set towards all the icons, I suppose. We don't need the breach. Staff, catalyst. Oh, we don't need the helm, probably. Waystone. Yes, Marksman. Hey, Marksman's in the house. Just dropping in quick to say Merry Xmas to one and all. Be yeah, dude, Merry Christmas. I hope you have a fantastic day with your family. Thanks so much for dropping in. Yeah, Blink would be very good for getting out of a very sticky situation. I agree. That is definitely something you could use instead of the Ball Lightning manual instead, but you'd need Spirit for it, and it costs quite a lot of Spirit. So that's the problem. It's the Spirit cost. I do like having the cast on trigger of the Ball Lightnings. It makes, when you get going, like I just demonstrated, it makes that way more fluid than manually casting it. I tried that before. I've seen other people playing it. It does work fine, but you'd have to stop, cast, jump, 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 stop, cast, jump, 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 stop, cast, jump, 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 jump. You know, that kind of play style. Rather than getting going, and when you've got big groups of enemies like Breach and Delirium, you can just, as you just saw, just go and smash enemies for days. You're working, Marksman. Oh, that doesn't sound so fun. But I hope you manage to have some good times at Christmas and get good Christmas dinner inside of you. Finding a way to stick Blink in, but Frostbomb is a nice way to apply cold exposure in a big AoE. It is, yeah, exactly. I normally only use exposure for bosses and stuff anyway, really. You know, you just got easy exposure with that, with the well, you can do 2 of them, right, with Second Wind. So you just got exposure all over the place if you really wanted to. But yeah, for bossing, it's very good. Yeah, which is why I might remove Comet instead of... I kind of prefer I've Winter. Both almost serve the same purpose now. That's true. You could use just one if you prefer one over the other and save a spot. You could do this, yeah. I use a Scepter on the offhand with Oaksworn and Blink that way. You want stars. Yeah, you could use Blink in the second... You could use Blink in the second hand. That is true. I haven't really explored 2 weapon sets properly yet. That is a way we could do it. Scepter in the weapon set 2 with a shield, giving you loads of spirit. So when you swap to that weapon set, you can blink out. That's actually a really good shout. We could actually do that for, you know, for safety's sake. If you get stuck and you need to get out somewhere and you get the rotation in. Yes, that's a good recommendation. We pretty much cleared the map here, so we're done. Yeah, we're done here. We don't really need anything else. Cool. Wasn't a bad map. Nearly halfway to 90. I'm working towards a boss map because I've got a better key. You're the real Poggers mod. Great idea. It is a good idea, yeah. I haven't really explored it too much yet because I've been trying to figure out how to make the rest of the build good. Without the need to swap all the time for, you know, doing what should be just generic build stuff. What's this one here? Lightning quality modifiers, okay. And cast modifiers. So we actually got some stuff that's worth some money there. Nice. That's right, I got this amulet as well, didn't I? Giggity. Go down there. Precursors. Let's change that to precursors too. Maps 2, 10. Maps 3, 10. 8, 6. There we go. 2 in there as well. I don't know why that's in there. Can't wait for there to be more custom tabs for the rest of his stuff. 158 mana, cold res, increased energy. That could potentially be better than what I've got. Although it's got cold res on it. Question mark. It's got a lot of energy shield on it. Holy cow, that's more than mine. Okay, and it's only quality 9. What would I need? I mean, how much is that worth without me having to do anything to it? Quite a lot. That as it is with that amount of energy shield and those 2 stats. Apparently, there's 1 up for 5 exiles, but the rest are all up for 1 divine. Might randomly an exile into this and hope it rolls something good. Oops, not that. Intelligence. Let's go. Holy cow. That probably ups the value of it quite significantly, I've got to admit. That's at least a divine. now, I would say. Yeah, I'm going to sell that for Divine rather than using it, I think, because the problem is I've got Fire and Lightning on there, and I need them there rather than Cold. It's got a little bit more max mana and intelligence on it, and it would get more energy shield by quite a lot. But the resistances would be a problem for me, so it'd be better for me to sell this so I can buy a better one later on. Very nice. That can just go into one Divine hitting here. Good. Right, amulet-wise, projectile, 2 reses, and the spirit. I don't think there was a single amulet with those stats. The projectiles and resistances alone would give me 1 divine. What happens if I do projectile and spirit here? Nothing. What about with 1 res? Nothing. What about with that res? Oh, I have to wait some time before I do it. Is there a site to check item value, Ramsino? I'm using this plugin, but yeah, you can use the PoE trade one as well. I can link to the PoE trade site. That's this thing here. Here you go. It's this here. Usually try to jump on the lightning ball. Yep. How did you get the required spirit for your build? You get 100 in the campaign. You get 1 from is it Freythorn or Freyhorn? And you get 1 from the Bogwitch in your first playthrough, and you get the rest from the Bogwitch in the Cruel playthrough. And it comes to 100 spirit. The rest I've got a little bit on my chest piece, but I haven't got that much more myself, to be honest, at the moment. That's risky. Most of my rips are casting Comet and getting popped by Mechanic, and Comet's the only way to deal with Siphon if it's on top of you, though. Blink would allow you to kite it. That's true. Yeah. I personally like having Comet and Eye of Winter. I like the combo on the bosses. Do 1 Comet for big damage and then hit with Eye of Winter to follow up. But that's just how I like to play, I guess. Yeah, the inside circle of a mana leech doesn't leech mana, no. But if they start moving, it can become a pain. I'm struggling to incorporate. Yeah, I mean, I ideally would get some spirit on my amulet as well, but my amulet's going to be quite hard to change, unfortunately. I'll link the trade site in the YouTube as well for these guys, in case you haven't seen it before, guys. What was I doing? Yeah. I think I'll put this up for 1 divine as well, just because, I mean, I know it's got the spirit on it and all, but I don't know, 1 or 2 divines. I'm actually going to go check this on the website. This plugin's good for a quick search, but it doesn't actually show me what the items are it's comparing it against. It just shows me the values, which is not all that useful, really. Let's get rid of this. Not in this case, anyway. It's the fact it's got the projectile skill on it, plus 2 reses, which for some people might, and the spirit implicit. So I don't know. Let's add spirit here as an implicit with 12. So yeah, that's giving us this. But if we start adding on, say, like fire resistance of 30, they're quite high resistance rolls as well. They're both 30 plus. What was the rest of the item? Got 30 fire and 38 cold. It's the fact it's got double resistances on it that means it starts to get a bit... Yeah, the double resistances ones is where it starts to get a bit silly. I don't think there is one in here. Lightning of 40, actually. I think, was it 38? Oh, no, it's cold of 38. It's the double resistance that's going to make it valuable. I don't think there was nothing here, yeah. I'll take the spirit out of the equation. What are these other ones? Like 1 divine. Slightly better reses than the all projectiles. Mine's got mana on it as well, I believe. 57 mana. What if I put mana on here? Does that change anything? 50 mana. Yeah, I'll probably put this up for 1 divine, I think. The spirit in itself might give me the edge over some of these. Because someone will be like, oh, cool, that's got loads of useful stuff in it. Sweet as a nuts. That can go in there. I think I've already got one of these. I do indeed. So that can go in a guild stash. And that can go in precursors. Don't know why that key's in there. That's weird. Right in there. Alright, where are we up to in this maps? Kezen, how's it going? I'm good, dude. How are you? Next perfect orb, I'm going to try Comet with Biting Frost. I'm pretty certain that double shock plus cold exposure is greater than Eye of Winter into freeze. Then pop the freeze with Comet. Yeah, if you use the Comet, if you use that to get 50% more damage on the freeze, that could outweigh the Comet Eye of Winter rotation for sure, yeah. I think I've got a decent value wand. Do you mind to check it for me? I tried to look on PoE2 trade and I can't believe it's worth 40 exalts, Ramzino. Yeah, what's the stats on it? Doing good. Glad to hear it, Kezen. Glad to hear it. Awesome. Yeah, let me know what the stats are and I'll have a look for you. Right, where are we at? We've got Delirium. And then we're going to work up towards this tower because then we've got all these boss nodes. I might actually go this way. I'm going to try and blitz through these a bit faster. We'll just use some of these lower keys up. Just so I can blitz through them and get to the tower. I'm hoping that tower will buff one of the boss nodes so I can then go use my 16 key on it. And hopefully we can get that done before I go off today. I'm going to have to go off in 57 minutes because that's 3:30 in the morning and I've got to get on a train at 12 minutes past 9 to go to London. So I can't really stay up any later than that tonight, unfortunately. As much as I'd love to. It's my last day at work for the year, so I probably should turn up. Yeah, this is where the manual caster ball lightning would have been really handy, just to just get going again. So you can just continue blasting in the delirium I'm in right now. Happy days. Right, next one. And here. Melting. Any more? Any more for any more? Definitely want more. More is good, because it means more delirium stuff. Hopefully we get a high value delirium, that'd be nice. Recast stab it. We'll come back for loot. As long as I don't die, of course. Hopefully I don't. Any more? There's no enemies down here, okay. I'm hoping to get to 4. I've never got to 5 before, but that's because I've never really played it very well, and or the build just wasn't killing stuff fast enough to actually make it work. Can we get some ball lightnings down there? Because there's loads of enemies. Oh, yeah, let's go. That's what we want. Come on, we can get to at least 4. Get upset if we don't get 4 at least, given how much stuff we're killing. I mean, I suppose in an ideal world, you'll just clear the whole damn map on Delirium, right? And then you just get loads of the stuff. Right, we're running out of time. We got to 4, though. Not bad. Got a Volorb as well. Sweet. Probably didn't give me any good ones, but, you know, you never know. Start checking some of these items. That's rubbish. Rinswind's going to look... Oh, cheers, Rinswind. You're a legend. Yeah, it's a bit hard for me to check when I'm trying not to die. I would have checked afterwards. 83% increased spell damage, 92 max mana, 3 spot fire spells, 56 crit spell, 10. Yeah, it might be worth a few exalts. I don't think it's going to be worth a divine, though. That's my initial. I whispered you an amulet. That's yours if you want it. It's kind of mid, but it has... Okay, let's have a look. Yeah, the problem is I'm going to have too little fire resistance. And I'm going to lose a lot of mana from that. The problem I'm finding difficult with my amulet is... I know I've juiced it with the mana modifiers, but I've got 213 mana and 7% increased mana. But I'm getting 32 fire res from this as well. Plus, I'm also getting 26 mana from intelligence. So overall, that's what's making it difficult for me to replace. So if I can sort the resistances out, it'll make it a bit easier to get that double mana roll. And honestly, that's a lot of defense... cast speed, damage, etc. down. So I appreciate the offer though, Rinse. I do. But I'm not really willing to suffer that much mana for it, unfortunately. That's whereby my problem lies right now. It's actually a pretty good amulet I rolled there. You know, it's by no means perfect, but it's certainly pretty good. Picked up blue item by accident. What's the face mask? No. Yeah, I see that he's got an even better one. He's got 10% increased max mana. God damn. Car speed as well. Holy moly. Crit damage. That's even better. Yeah, that amulet's better than mine. Faux show. That's crazy. I mean, dexterity, sure, but you've got more damage on that, even with the dexterity and evasion rating, just because of the 3% max mana. But the car speed as well is real nice. That's a real nice amulet. You're pretty much looking for perfect rolls at that point. I do need to go back and pick up all that loot I missed. Go do that in a bit, I suppose. List it for 30 exalts, he says. It's pretty nice if you get 30 exalts for it. It's like half a divine. Well, just about 40% of a divine. It's pretty good. Grants level 13 mana drain on implicit. Yeah, okay, you got an attuned wand. It's if you get an attuned wand, it always has that. The name of the wand pretty much comes with the same skill on it, yeah. That probably won't increase the value of it much, to be honest. It's all about the affixes more than anything. This level 78 map is feeling pretty trivial now. Unless something comes in and one-taps me, I'm just chilling, to be honest. Just la 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 la, nothing to see here, goodbye. I may have found a way to print money. You can buy blue caster gems with stuff like LE damage plus 15 for 1 exalt. Blue caster gems, do you mean jewels? Organ regal them, and if you hit any other caster or LE damage mods, resell for 1 divine. Everything I'm putting up for anything is just not selling right now, which is quite frustrating. Like some of the stuff I put up is pretty good stuff, but yeah, I'm guessing you mean jewels. Jewels, yeah, okay. You did 10 earlier and I'm already 6 divines up. Holy cow. Blue caster gems with stuff like elemental damage plus 15 for 1 exalt. Augment and regal them. And if you hit any other caster or elemental damage mods, resell for 1 divine. Damn. Madness. I have to try it because I am struggling to make currency right now. I've picked up some things that should sell for good money, but it's just good currency. But no one's putting up anything. Much sad. Another one is buy your gambles. What do you mean by buy your gambles? If you go buy rings or amulets from the gamble vendor at a high level, you get some good stuff and you can craft them up. I see. Could do that. I'll try it in a minute. I'll try it when I go back. I've got enough gold to try it a couple of times. Look how far, literally off the edge of the screen now, they're getting enfeebled. That's amazing. Just need to get hypothermia in there now. And then we'll be extra ripping. All this stuff will just die way quicker, because I don't normally place down hypothermia that often when I'm just farming stuff. I put it down on bosses only, really. So having that apply auto default is just giving me a super nice quality of life for the build. I think I actually left 2 elites back here as I was just speeding off on the delirium. And he's dead. 1 exalt, nice. I think that one was duplicated, and he's dead. Stuff. Is he going to blow up? Maybe. There we go. That's a map over there. Just go pick it up, I suppose. Still haven't completed the map, so there's definitely at least one more rare around here somewhere. On YouTube, Rian Ramos, welcome in, dude. Is it your build? Is your build up to date on Mobalytics or the video that you uploaded? Thanks for posting it. I have done it too. Works very well. The one I'm using currently right this second, no. I'm going to update the planners tomorrow when I'm in London, I think, when I get a lunch break. And if I get time when I get back from work in London, because I work as a game dev in London, tomorrow's my last day of the year. If I get time when I get back, I'll make a short YouTube video update of it as well, explaining my choices as why I've made these choices to going into like T16 map plus sort of level, or you could go T15 plus, but I've basically been trying to solve some of the problems, like how do I not get one shot so much, which you can still get one shot by things if you mess up against the really hard stuff like juiced up bosses, but this definitely makes it way more chill, right? I mean, this is only a level 78 map, and for some reason there's a rare here somewhere I need to go find, but I've got a new defense tech. I've swapped the passive tree around because we've solved some things, so we've moved it elsewhere, and it seems to be working pretty well. So yeah, I'll update that tomorrow, Renan, if that's okay. I appreciate, that might be annoying because you have to wait, but I didn't want to update it until I kind of knew what was going on, and I wanted to know that I had a pretty good handle on it. And fortunately, I've had a couple of people joining my chat who've been enjoying the build, who have probably got better gear than me at this point, who are at the same level or even further, so they're able to help me test things and figure out what are good options going forward, so I can use those ideas in the build planner as well, as long as they're okay with that, of course. I'm assuming they would be. Hey, Marco's in the house. How's it going, Marco? I had 32 King in the house earlier, and I said I'm off work after tomorrow for the Christmas, so between Christmas and New Year's, let's all link up, me, you, Kai, and him, and we can play some PoE2 together off stream, yeah? It's been too long since we played anything together. Been too long, my friend. Yeah, nice. I'm happy to start a new character or whatnot. Guessing one-shotted feels solved at the moment. Exactly. I think we've solved the one-shotting, unless if you get one-shot by big-ass boss and you could see his move coming and you just didn't play it very well, then, you got one shot. I think there are some moves that a lot of builds would just die to these mechanics if you don't play them well once you've juiced them up. But what we were trying to solve is getting one shot in maps just randomly. Now, there are a couple of things that are a bit overtuned still, I feel, but for the most part, we've made that feel quite a lot better without losing too much damage, to be honest. Because you can solve damage in so many ways on this game, but solving defenses beyond resistances is not as easy. There's less options available to you, really. So that's kind of what we're aiming to do here, yeah. Anyway, we could see your HP pool. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to move the camera up, but my HP pool is 1,307. The thing is, if I move the camera up, it takes... I could move the camera up, I suppose. One sec. Let's see how much of the screen... I was trying to avoid covering up the screen, to be honest. Yeah, let me... I know a lot of people put their camera down in the middle above where the XP bar is. I honestly don't like it there very much because then it's covering up loads of the middle of the screen where you actually see most of the action. So it's kind of a way. One sec, let me see if I can move it on the fly. I should be able to. Why can't I... Oh, I see why. See how much of the screen it covers up. The thing is, you see what I mean? It covers up quite a lot of the screen, but yeah, there you go. We can do that. It's probably not too bad. There you go. Move over a little bit. Doesn't need to be that This'll do for now. There you go. You should be able to see it now. It's actually not as bad as I thought it would be, so that's probably okay. You can see my HP now. Yeah, it's all good. You're all good, TR. Yeah. Mind over matter, of course. 1300. You're not going to survive one hit if it goes to 1300 first. There is no defense mechanic in this game for Assault that's going to reduce the damage that much very easily. Yeah. I want to go Chaos Inoculation eventually. It does work when you've got enough mana pool, which I'm slowly but surely getting there. I think 4k is probably enough, but with this defense tech I'm using, it probably reduces the damage enough that it would work. When I tried it before without the defense tech, I had about 3.5k, 3.6, and there were still some things that would make me need to change my pants afterwards. You know, just run off like a little girl, like, ah, no. You lose your mana, you're dead. So yeah, I'll check Discord when I finish stream, Rinse, if that's okay. I try not to check it too much when I'm live, because otherwise I get distracted even more than I normally do. I'd agree with a camera move as well. The position hides the items you check in chat and your HP numbers. Yeah, okay. Is where it is now okay, the camera? I don't like it in the middle down the bottom because it covers up too much where the action goes on. We got a raid coming in from Crouching. Dude, how's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I am Immortalized. I am a game dev by day, streamer by night, massive degenerate all-round ARPG nerd. And yeah, I know Crouching from the D4 community. All-round swell guy. Anyone that's in my chat right now, I mean, I don't know how many of you like D4. You're obviously massive PoE nerds. I know he's playing PoE2 right now. But we like to show support in here to other people in the streaming community who are doing the same around. All round good positive vibes. So if you fancy going and checking someone else out in the community who is a really nice guy, always great vibes, really, always showing support and doing good content. I always have a good time over there. It's been a minute since I've been able to jump in your stream, but I do enjoy it when I get over there. Then, we've got a shout out. Thanks for the shout out, guys. Please click on that link for the shout out to Crouching. Give him a follow or check him out sometime. And yeah, go make his day. Go make him smile. Or go over there and just smash him with emotes and, make him have a horrible day. But either way, go show him some love. No worries, dude. You're good. Darth Ziggy. I know this name. How you doing, Darth Ziggy? How you doing? He once ate a whole raccoon. Holy cow. That's a lot of raccoon. Crouching never wears pants either. Hey, take us off. How's it going? Spooker, how's it going? I know this name as well. How you all doing? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I know a number of these names. Yeah, Frank's in Twitch. He's doing CI with 4K, and he's never looked back. I'd have to respec some of my gear to do it, but it is doable. Annoyingly, I chose 10% Chaos Resistance in my Venoms, so I would be wasting that if I went CI. But I suppose that's not the end of the world. Yeah. Are you playing the build, TR, or are you playing something else? It's a good suggestion, to be honest. No one else has come in and asked me to adjust that. So now that you have and I've moved it, it kind of makes sense, really, doesn't it? Yeah, how was your stream, Crouching? What were you getting up to? I think you're doing PoE, right? I haven't really been able to check out what build you're playing and whatnot. I'm playing my own build here, which is pretty good. And got a bunch of people in here who are also massive PoE degenerates that are checking out. What the hell is this? It's firing out that down a ridiculous number of lightning bolts on me. What the hell's going on? Is that what the box is doing to me? I suppose it is. It's going cray-cray. Does make me a little bit uneasy, that, the amount of lightning bolts coming down on me. I'm not really sure how much damage they do or how often they're hitting me, to be honest. Oh, well. It should end now, hopefully. Yeah, good. Wasn't too bad. Well, the loot was rubbish, but never mind. We go on to the next node, I suppose. Still didn't pick my Venom, by the way. I might officially 100% commit and get it. Yeah, attributes would be better than the Chaos Res. Obviously, I didn't really think about this on my first playthrough. I should have, really, shouldn't I? PoE2, running the Ranger, nice. Just doing lightning arrow, yeah, makes sense. That was realising may need some tweaking for endgame. I think pretty much every build needs tweaking for the endgame when you get there because the difficulty of the damage you intake really spikes up. Crazy Eye as well, I know this name. How you doing, Crazy? Level 80, just killed the Bog Witch for the second time for Full Spirit. Don't know how I missed it. Easy. It's not. It's on the map, but it's a lot of those are hidden, aren't they? They're quite merged into the maps. You know, if I go to Act 3 here, I can show you what the worst offender is on that front. So it's not that obvious, right? You can see it when you know it's there, but you could miss that very easy. The worst offender, I think, is Act 2. Is it Act 2? Not. It might be. Oh, yeah, here we go. Actually, no, Act 2 normal is a worse offender. Here we go. This one here. That one, when it's not even dark, is super hard to see. That gives you 10% lightning res, and it's the same in Cruel as well. So if you haven't got those, you should do. I'm loving the random anchors dropping from the sky to one-shot me. Yeah, you've gone full glass cannon, and this game absolutely punishes you if you go glass cannon. You either kill or you're killed. You either kill or you be killed, right? That's pretty much it. Yeah. I've been trying to build out the Sork so it can actually survive stuff, and we've actually made some pretty... I've come up with a tech which actually works pretty well. So yeah, that's pretty fun. That's helping a lot. It's not completely solving the problem entirely and making you god tier invincible, but it's making you be able to survive a significantly larger amount more things than you would have been able to before. So that is kind of nice, because getting one shot is something I don't particularly like in any of these games. I always prefer going all rounds than glass cannon, personally, myself. It's just how I like to play. Right, let's do the next map going. Wiggerty's here. How's it going, Wiggerty? It's good to see you, my dude, always. My issue is health, for sure. I have decent res and evasion, but the health is low. That's true, there's that, but it's also... Honestly, yeah, I mean, maximum effective stealing of HP is important, but it's also getting damage reduction is very useful. What I've done on my build is create a full damage reducer to everything around you. Pretty much screen wide at this point, maybe even further once I get a couple more bits. So it's actually working out. It's definitely working well, because me and the other guys that put it on have basically been like, cool, I can do these maps way easier than before now. Like, I don't want to jinx myself. Have I got any wood to touch? I've touched my floor. I've got wooden floors. I'm going to touch wood because I haven't died yet tonight. I'm going to touch wood. Because last time I died like 8 times. Drink City Streamer Clink. I'm already need the loo. Jesus Christ. Cheers, guys. I appreciate you all being. And thank you so much again for the raid, Crouching. I really appreciate you. Yeah, it's awesome to see you. And Spooker and Crazy. All the names I know. And Darsiggy. All the guys I know from over the D4 community. That's cool. It's great to see you guys. The aura effectiveness and aura poggers was an idea. It has worked wonders, and it would work on any build. It's class agnostic, but it doesn't really unlock until you get to jewels. That's where so it really is very endgame. But when you get it, it's, well, yeah, I'm going to use it on most builds, I think, unless there's another way of reducing damage, which I haven't found yet. That to me seems like one of the most effective damage full damage reducing techs I've found. So I'm going to. I've basically unveiled it. So you guys have got their heads up, so you can go buy stuff up before the market goes up, because if it's likely to go viral or make the jewels go expensive. They're already expensive. It's likely to make them go crazy, because it will be used on a lot of builds, I reckon. I'm going to tell the Mobilistics guys tomorrow, and I imagine they're going to be like, oh yeah, that's going to be really good. You are super... I wouldn't go that far, Crouching. I'm pretty good at numbers, to be honest. I'll have to tune in more to get some of that to rub off of me. It's been a minute since I hung out. That's all right, man. I know we're all busy. Which Jules, Silux? If you're in the Discord, Silux, it's easier if you go there rather than me going through them all one by one. Because if you go into the general page in Path of Exile 2 in my Discord, I pinned screenshots of all the jewels and the passive tree I've got currently. That's what I'm using currently. I've just equipped another jewel I could post up as well, I suppose. But what's in there is good enough to show you what I'm using. Yeah. That would be better. If you don't want to join the Discord, or if you haven't or don't want to, then let me know, and then I'll go through them again. But I do need to go and use the restroom first, guys, if that's okay. I'm sitting here thinking, like, should I do another map, or should I potentially have an accident? I think not having an accident is definitely a good thing. Crouching, take care all, and Merry Xmas. I need to get packing and such. Oh, you're going travelling? Safe travels, dude, wherever you're going. And yeah, have a great Christmas if we don't speak before. And I'm sure we'll speak sometime over Christmas. I'll be back in 2 sets, guys. I need to use the restroom. BRB.
So I'm back. Sorry about that. Both my cats are lurking around as well. Like, you got to feed me, human. Yeah. Franks, however, I'm curious to see you test hypothermia on Blasphemy. I'm not sure it'll be that great now. It would have been a week ago when I was thirsty for trash damage, but now the only time I use hypothermia is versus boss. Which I'd rather have full effect from This is the thing, Franks. I only need one jewel with effectiveness on it now. And I'm at 100% effectiveness. That's what I was trying to say. What it does, it means when I freeze a boss, I've got one less stage. I don't have to place hypothermia down. Means I can... That's 1 second more freeze I can cast other things on. But I've got my... I'm currently at 6% on my Enfeeble. And I think Enfeeble... Yeah, Enfeeble's quality's up. So, one more or maybe 2 gems if I get effectiveness of auras on there. And that'll be 100% effective, but not positive effectiveness. And it will just make clearance quicker. It'll make those elites you don't one-shot, you just one-shot them, because you'll have constant resistance downs on them, and that does take their resistances down. So I think it will work well, honestly. If nothing else, it's a quality of life addition, honestly. And it clears up a slot so you can just put something else in, whatever you like, really. So that's kind of where I was going with that. Anyway, I need to open a map here. So I'm actually gonna go down this way. Even though that means I've got to do 2 maps. We're going to try and blast through these with low keys. Because then I've got access to boss nodes. And hopefully this one here gets hit by this. Meaning I get extra levels. And I'll use my 16 key. And then we'll probably go offline for the night. I'll just use some of these keys we've got. So hopefully we can do these at a good speed. Right, what we got here? Less cooldown. Shield ground. Okay, it's not too bad. We'll just smash this. It's not 15s. But I'm trying not to use my 15s unless they're boss nodes or good nodes. To make most use of them. You're curious to see it. I'm skeptical, but I do like quality of life. Exactly, until I can try it. But I think it will be nice, Franks, yeah. I stepped away. What did you swap hypothermia for? I haven't swapped hypothermia. But I want to put it in Blasphemy. When I've got enough spirit, I want to also put that in Blasphemy along with Enfeeble. So they're both auto-casters and aura all the time. That's what I want to do with it. And because I've got so much range in my aura now, it'd be applied to pretty much screen wide all the time to everything that's near me. So I'm not using... Yeah, exactly. I don't use it on trash. But imagine how fast this trash would die if you had hypothermia on it by default. All the time. Can you imagine? And all the rares that you don't one-shot, you basically would just one-shot them. And then on top of that, it means bosses, when you do freeze them and you've got that window open, which is where you're going to do your big damage, that's one... Imagine this... Franks, you're on the pinnacle boss and you can't freeze it that often. The same problem as you said you had on the Sekima's boss. 1 or 2 extra seconds per freeze. Imagine how valuable that is. Imagine you freeze them for 5 seconds and you gain 1 second of extra time you can DPS. That's a 20% damage multiplier straight up if you're efficient. Maybe even more. Depends on what you use. That window of opportunity might allow you to use 1 extra big move. You know what I mean? That's kind of my thinking, to be honest. And it also brings an enormous amount of quality of life with it as well. Because you're not going to have to worry about casting hypothermia anymore. Just need the spirit for it. I mean, you can absolutely use something else. You could use Blink instead. Maybe that would be more useful. I don't know. Until I can try this stuff out, I don't really know. But that's kind of where my thinking was at, really. You absolutely could use hypothermia as a cast skill still and put Blink on instead. But you'd need to free up a skill slot somewhere, which there's various ways you could do that. 1 or 2 seconds of extra Eye of Winter slaps against boss. Exactly it, Spray. That's my thinking. Eye of Winter is actually very powerful once it ramps up. Especially if you've got those debuffs on them permanently. Yeah. Pretty much. How's it going, it, Spray? How's it going, dude? But yeah, that is very much my thinking. And anything that makes a playstyle just a little bit more fluid for me. Because it is a technical boss setup. You know, it's not the most difficult playstyle of all time, but it's not walk in, hold 1 button and win, is it? You've got to freeze them, and then you need to use your skills in a particular order to be effective. So that just makes it a little bit easier. Yeah. But if you set your Curse Ground Hypothermia just before freeze DPS windows, you could, but you can't always control it.
You can't always control when the freeze is going to happen. Sometimes it happens when you're not expecting it because of you've had to dash out the way or whatnot, or maybe you misjudged it. So, you know, but if nothing else, there's a lot of other benefits there. It's not just one benefit, is it? And it frees up a skill slot, which is always nice. Because the other supports won't be needed then. Really. There we go. Let's just get rid of him. I doubt I killed that guy, did I? Oh, I did. Okay, good. Delete. Well, we're just looking to complete these maps because there was nothing particularly special on them. It just maps in the way. How was the Slipknot concert, Esprit? It was really good. Yeah, they did their first album in full. Really good support band, Believe From Within. I mean, I quite like that music from when I was younger. Believe From Within, a band I've liked for a long time. So yeah, it was good. And I got to spend some time with my brother. That was really nice. We both grew up in the same era of music, so although he doesn't listen to a lot of that stuff much these days, he still likes it from when we were kids, you know? Kids. Yeah, that's really good. It was really good. I mean, I think it was my 10th time seeing them. I've seen them quite a few times over the years. Quite a few times. Oh, there's an essence over here. Lovely. That's what we like to see. He's just frozen in the air. That ice is clearly floatless. If it slaps the first time, it will slap the 10th time as well. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Oh gosh, that hurt. But we killed him. Jesus. He used some like arrow fire thing on me. It actually did quite a bit of damage to me. I had to actually react then. Got 3 essences from that though. Let's go. Oh yeah. No greater ones, but still. Oh yeah, 51%. We haven't really done any... I'm hoping before I go off I can do this 16 map and not completely noob it and do it on a boss node. If I can get it on a corrupted one, I will get decent XP. May even be decent enough XP to get me the rest of the level, as long as I don't die. Because it'll push me up to level 82, 83 maps, and the amount of XP gain there will be just so much higher. That's why those maps are going for 1 divine each now, pretty much. What you need to be able to level up, or at least one of the ways. Right, we got this over here. If you filter tier 16 out of Divines, they are pretty much around 10 exalts. Okay, fair enough. Still, 10 exalts. I mean, I probably won't sell them unless I have to. If you want to keep them for yourselves, don't you? I suppose. Oops, didn't actually want to do that. I wanted to land the shocks on them first, but never mind. I suppose we'll use Eye of Winter on him. Holy cow, there was 2 of them. Jesus, they're tanky AF, these, as well. Jesus Christ, what's going on? Oh, he's just circumvented my wall. That's rude. Goodness me. Take a couple of waffle stomps to the face, noob. Jesus, are these healing up as well? Oh no, one's dead. Okay, cool. It's because there's 2 of them. I couldn't tell which one to attack, which one I was attacking. I think I was spreading the damage across them. There we go. Crawling straight up my backside.
I'm carrying enough already.
A chobba chabba. Increases and reductions to minion damage also affect you. That's very interesting. Could scale minion damage everywhere, and it would increase you. It would make you stronger. Holy cow. That's interesting. That's definitely triggering some theory craft in my head right there. That'd be good for a witch, probably. That's got a bucket load of maximum life on it. Holy. It's probably not worth anything without the resistances, but if you slammed it, it's got a bucket load of maximum life on it. How high can that even roll? Like, if you put a resistance or 2 on that, that'd be probably quite valuable, I imagine. It's not the highest armor value, I imagine, but... Witch or Templar when it releases. Yeah. Diablo Girl's in the house. How's it going? It's good to see you. I'd sell in a heartbeat and open a market. I know, right? Yeah, same. I've seen some builds that max increased item rarity for party play and amounts of drops they get. It will be, yeah. I imagine that'll get tuned. But yeah, that's probably how people are farming up all the crazy stuff, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Farming gear. Going absolutely crazy with it. That is absolute trash. We won't even entertain this. So a quick look at this. It's rubbish. Right, drop down on the floor. Onwards. Yeah, I mean, party play, you do get a significantly larger amount of loot on the floor, of course, and then, yeah, whacking up your rarity across the board would be super, super nice for it. Right, so we haven't finished the map. There's got to be at least always up there. He's miles away. God damn it. Minion. It's glitching me out. Well, there's a minion, but no... Oh, I suppose he was probably part of the pack I was killing before then. So no elite with him. Goodbye. Let's pick those up. Right, we'll move on to the next map. There's nothing particularly special here. Oh, okay. Are you playing PoE2? I think you are, aren't you, Diablo Girl? And if so, what are you playing again? Sure, we spoke about this before, but maybe we didn't. Okay, let's just identify. Let's move straight on to the next one. Running out of time. Don't know if I can be bothered to slam this. I probably just said it, to be honest. That. Oh, no, that can go in my inventory. Just. Oh, we got one of those, have I? Good, that can go in there then. Oops. There we go. Well, I've got one juiced map, actually. Where was that? I've lost... Oh, it's the 16, wasn't it? Yeah, of course. Alright, cool. Next map. Level 45 Stormweaver. Okay. Trying to trudge through Chaos Trials and struggling, so I'm trying to gain levels. Alright, fair enough. What skill are you using on your Stormweaver? Because that's what I'm playing, Stormweaver. Yeah. Players are cursed with Enfeeble. I suppose it's not too bad. We use this. Spark. Okay, yeah, makes sense. That's definitely the most popular skill that people go into on it. Yeah, I mean, it works pretty well. That's one of those down so we get... Oh, goodness me. Give me a good old stagger. You can take a good old foot to the face. Great tune to go around stomping round on minions, enemy's face doing it. Just bit of Slipknot. Wand, Regal, we'll check this. We'll grab these. Spirit, Lightning Res, Maximum Energy Shield. It's probably not worth much, to be honest. Nope, I think so. What about this here? Intelligence, max mana, mana regen, mana cure. Ooh, it's not too bad, but it hasn't got the skills on it. It's probably not worth much, to be honest. Oh, I might dump that in the chest in case it's better than someone else has got, I suppose. They can try and slam it. That's got a lot of armor on it. Holy cow. 1,000 armor. Jeez. Yeah, it's not worth anything. How about reses, though? Low rolls. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's finally done, Zachary. What's finally done? I'm trying to go through the playthrough solo. Yeah, I agree. I appreciate that. You should try and do it. Spark, Flame, Raw, Mana Tempest, Orb Stalls, Frostbomb, Cast and Shock. Yep. Playing around with Frostball, that's fine. Yeah, Frostball's really good for freezing bosses. It actually does quite a lot of damage as well. Put Spell Echo on it. If you haven't used that elsewhere. Double up your Frostballs. Do it straight under the boss's feet. That'll help a lot with that. Let's come down here. Oh, I'm just looking to complete the map here, to be honest. The funny thing is, I've got Enfeeble on me, same as I'm fighting on them, so I'm doing less damage than usual. But he's only level 78, so I'm really not getting much experience from him. I'm just doing it to try and clear the nodes, because they're dead nodes, but they will link me to the bosses. So that's going to be super handy. Especially for tower. When I do the tower, hopefully that will affect the boss node that's already affected. That will give me 2 levels there. That's what I'm hoping, or something like this. And then I can juice it up with this 16 key. And hopefully not noob it. And hopefully get a whole bucket load of XP that way. You're done for the day. Have a good one. Night Redox. No worries, dude. Thank you so much for jumping in. It's really good to have you here. I'll probably be back on again tomorrow night. We'll see. I'll let him know in the Discord. But either way, have a good Christmas, dude, if I don't speak to you before. And see you around. Okay. So we've obviously got an elite up here somewhere. I was hoping by scouting around the outside I'd like hit it by random, but obviously haven't. You've been troubleshooting, trying to figure out PC issues. Pretty sure I need a new PSU. What's the issues you've been encountering, Diablo Girl? It's spray. Big bosses just get melted with ice walls and Eye of Winter. Pretty much. Yeah, Comet can be used for a very, very big hit if you've got all of the debuffs on it. But yeah, Eye of Winter with ice wall does a lot as well. Scout's vest. Go get that in a second. Just make sure we're not getting attacked in the corner. We'll go that rune. Over on YouTube, Gen X, hello. PoE2 is my first ARPG, and I'm really enjoying your build. That's really awesome to hear. I'm glad. Just did my first T4 map and was lucky to get a perfect jewel. What things should I prioritize buying? When you said perfect jewel, do you mean what do you mean? Do you mean a perfect jeweler's orb? You got a perfect jeweler's orb? Holy cow! I've not even dropped one of those yet. That's ridiculously valuable. I mean, I know greaters are worth about 30, 40 exalts. I imagine the perfects are worth multiple divines, right? I mean, damn. GG's, dudes. I haven't dropped one of those yet. That's a real nice drop. Prioritize buying. I imagine you could buy quite a few things with that. I don't know. Does anyone know what a perfect jeweler's orb's worth? I can find out when I go back to town. That's like 3 divines, yeah. So for this build, have you got the Call of Brotherhood ring yet? Because that you can get for 1 divine or less if you're lucky. You'll be able to get yourself one. If you look out, you might be able to get one cheaper than 1 divine. That unlocks the build quite a bit. I'd focus on getting that. And then honestly, just try and pick stuff up that helps you gain a whole bucket load of mana. You want to prioritize mana and resistances across every piece of gear. Try and get a double mana amulet, so increased mana with a high value and increased percentage mana with at least 6 or 7% on it. Just stack mana for days. The more that you do, and the more, because that gives you damage, cast speed, mana regeneration. It effectively becomes your HP and your mana and your HP regen. So that solves a lot of stuff for you. You can then start shifting things in your passive tree because you don't need mana gen, regen, or cast speed in your passive tree as much. You can start shifting that to other places for extra damage and stuff. So that's damage sorted. So then after that, you've just got to do defense. So I would start by getting... I would start by getting the Call of Brotherhood ring. And then get yourself, try and cap your resist as much as possible. And get some chaos resist if you can. I mean, with 3 divines, you should be able to get a few decent things. You could try and get some jewels as well. If you join the Discord, I can link it in the chat. I did pin an image earlier with the jewels I'm using, which is this version of the build I'm using right now. I'll link it in both chats again. And in the PoE2 general chat, there is... My message failed to send. That's rude. Why did it fail to send? What? What's happened there? That's weird. Well, apparently it's not going to link my Discord for me. That's nice. Either way. Yeah, so I posted up the jewels I'm using. This is like a version of the build that's like proper endgame beyond the guide. I'm going to actually update the planner with this tomorrow, and it unlocks a lot of power through jewels rather than using passive tree clusters. Because I've solved cast speed and other things without needing to use... There we go. Without needing to use the passive clusters instead. So you're not using dead nodes to get to the good ones. So here's the Discord link if you want to join that. If you want to post in there and ask questions when I'm off stream. Because I'm actually going to be going off stream relatively soon. Due to needing... well, I'm on a train to work in 5.5 hours. So that's good. I haven't gone to bed yet. Yeah, I recently joined the Discord. Oh, you joined the Discord. Nice. So far, I've gotten the Brotherhood ring and was able to get the resistances at the cap, except for Chaos, which is at full 7. Okay, you're pretty close. Try and get resist a bit high if you can. And then just stack mana. I mean, I can show you what I've got quickly. You know, it's just Helm. Try and get full energy shield items with as much energy shield as possible, because that's... When you see energy shield on your armors here, when you're using Eldritch Battery, that just becomes mana. And that does get scaled by mana percent. So yeah, just mana, resistance, intelligence is useful. Here, if you can get a wand that's got loads of mana, at least 4 level of old cold spells, that would be really nice. Cast speed, mana gen, spell damage, elemental damage or cold damage would be better here. And then gains extra damage as extra fire, extra cold would be the best, but any of them is fine. Extra chaos, extra lightning, whatever. This is a particularly good wand, but you could get all skills, but cold spells will be cheaper. That would be very good for damage. Focus, mana, cast speed, mana regen. You can see a theme here, right? Energy shield, mana, cast speed, mana regen. I've got some crit chance here. That's nice. You could put multiple different things there. You could get all skills. I'd probably put all skills here rather than crit chance, to be honest. Chest piece, energy shield. Spirit on chest, that would be nice. And then resistances. Boots, movement speed on boots. Try and get at least 25%, but if not 30% movement speed on your boots. You should be able to get a 30% movement speed on your boots. That would be really nice. The movement speed just makes playing the game way easier and way more fluid. Gloves, mana, resists, energy shield. If you can get gain mana per enemy killed, that's nice as well. The belt, I actually want to change this to armor, max mana, double resist, stun threshold, and charm slot. That would be perfect, I think, in the very end game. But if you can get something with at least 2 resists, if you're not using Chaos Inoculation, you'll want Chaos on here. To be honest, until you've got 3.5k mana, get yourself a Midnight Braid belt if you've not got one already. You don't really want to swap off the Midnight Braid belt until you've got about 3.5k mana, probably. And then you can put something like this on. You can get one of those for about 1 exalt. They're super cheap. And then rings, Call the Brotherhood you've already got. The other ring, this isn't even very good. This is probably the one thing I could upgrade a bit easier. But I've got Chaos Res, Max Mana, and Cast Speed on here. And the rest, rarity of items is not terrible, but the rest of them aren't really that beneficial to the function of the build. And Amulet, yeah, really large max mana, increased max mana in percentage. Intelligence, very good. Or max mana would be nice here. Yeah, probably max mana would be better than intelligence because that would scale with the mana modifiers. And I mean, I've got resists on here right now because I need that to solve it. But in an ideal world, you would get all skills, spirit, double mana, mana on the implicit, spirit. Yeah. You know, this, and then you got a slot or 2 left to do other things with. But that's going to be really, really hard to get, and you're going to have to pay much more than 3 divines for those. No, to be fair, Genix, if you feel like 2,500 mana, you've got a swapped elf belt, and you're finding that's actually okay, and you're not struggling, don't let me tell you what to do. Put it. I recommend 3k, 3.5, just to make sure people who haven't got like really, really good gear aren't just going to suddenly be really squishy. But that's kind of it, really, Genix. I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff. You're probably not going to get it all for 3 divines, but you should get a bunch of it for sure. Molnir, would Touch of Arcane node work well buffing Arcane Surge? Yes. The only reason I've taken it off now, I use this in my build up until later on. The reason I'm not using it now is because this node down here, Force of Will, gives you it also gives you effectiveness of Arcane, but it's based on per 15 maximum mana. So where I've got 4,009 mana, right, 4,009 divided by 15 equals 267.3. Whilst Arcane Surge and these other nodes only give me 70%. So it's diminishing returns compared to what my stacking mana's doing. And that's 4 nodes I can place somewhere else. And obviously, honestly, passive points are really, really valuable. And later on, I would rather put 4 points and get a dual slot where I can tailor 4 affixes, which you just cannot get in the passive tree here, or at all, or much at all. Maybe there's only 1 cluster that has something to do with it. Like area effects of auras, there is only 1 cluster. That's here. But I want more of it. So the way to do that is duals. So a dual socket's more valuable to me than that. 70% of this is giving you 7% cast speed and 14% mana regen, give or take. So late game, you can solve cast speed, you can solve mana gen. You don't need those anymore. But early on, I would take those. They're very, very powerful for leveling up because relative to what you have at the time, 7% cast speed and 14% mana regeneration will be huge. Chaos Chunk, how's it going, dude? Damn, there is a rune that increases mana. I haven't seen one of those yet. Yeah, it's not a rune. It's a Soul Coal. Soul Coal. I can't English. I'm getting tired. Soul Core. You get them from the Trials of Chaos. Yeah. And they're valuable. Very valuable. A list of major tripwires for transitions would be helpful in build guide, like the belt comment. I think it is in there, Poggy but I guess I can make a hit list, like bullet point list or something, maybe. Yeah, that's a good suggestion, Poggy I'll see if I can add in like a to-do list before you transitioning. Like, dude, I'll put it in the top as well in the summary because I've actually run out of characters in some of the sections. I've asked them to increase some of the sections, but they can't do it until after Christmas now. I'll put like a to-do before the next variant or something list. That's a good suggestion, yeah. I think the information is in there, but it's obviously in lots of text and you'd have to read it. It's a bit like a Bible essay, I appreciate. So I could absolutely put in a bullet point list of stick to this variant until you've got this, and then you can start thinking about moving on to this one. Yeah, good suggestion. You have to dig a little. Yeah, exactly, Poggybat. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a good suggestion. I'm all for making it easier for people, for sure. I'll still leave the in-depth explanations in there because I think that's useful to people, for them to understand why you've chosen something, what it's doing, and why it does what it does or doesn't do things, if they want to know that level of detail. But yeah, I think it's useful to people to be able to not have to dig through like 10 paragraphs of text to be able to find that information. So yeah, that's a good suggestion. I'll try and do that tomorrow when I update the planners. Well, as a fellow British Insomniac software dev, it's finally time for me to go stare at my roof until morning. Thanks for the great stream. Nice to drown out that deafening silence. No worries, Rincewind. And yeah, always happy to meet a fellow Brit. I'll hopefully catch you soon, dude. There's actually a very nice steel wand for 40 exalted with +4 cold spells, 150 max mana, 25 int, gain X damage as extra cold damage live on Auction House. God damn, yeah, that's pretty nice. Roll and hope you get mana regen on it and cast speed, and off you go. Winning. It's basically, I bought a 3 or 4 stat one and rolled exalted into it and got stupid lucky. Genuinely. I laughed when I did it, to be honest. Sent you the one search in Discord if you want your viewer to benefit from it. Okay, 2 secs. Here, I've got the search for you, Janix. 1 sec. Thanks, Franks. That's awesome. Here you go. You might want to search this quickly, because once I post it up in the channel, someone else could go look for it. Janix, but here it is. If you click on that, if you use that link, that will take you to the trade search. I'll be asking for more help in the Discord. Yeah, absolutely. Would you rather +3 all spell skills or +4 all cold skills? That's a good question. I don't know about trying. It would make your Comet and Eye of Winter do less, but it would make your Enfeeble stronger and your Lightning Warp stronger. I think... I'm glad I don't have a +5 cold skills wand, because I think all spell skills all round will be better. You'll do less damage on your single target moves, but your defense mechanism and your telestomping will be stronger. I think +4 is the sweet spot, I guess. But it's going to be impossible, near impossible for me to find an all spell skills equivalent of what I've got anyway. So, yeah. But those extra levels in Enfeeble would be super nice, I think. Even if it just increases the radius, that in itself is actually really, really strong for it, because it means it's just wider out where the enemies are going to be getting reduced in damage on you. You found a crazy wand? 1 sec. Yeah. I sent it to him, Franks. Cheers. Sorry, I paused because I'm in a crazy bit. IIQ, how's it going, dude? What's the DC bit meant to be? You can see, yeah, you can see the build in the Discord there. Feel free to, yeah, you got the Discord, dude. It pinged up. Feel free to come join, man. Sorry, Diablo, I'm getting there. I'm struggling to keep up chats tonight. Did you see what I said? No, I'm not finding it. 1 second. Also, when I have just the game in Discord up, my GPU usage is at... Okay, so your GPU should be at high usage. That doesn't mean it's maxed out. You should download River Tuner and MSI Afterburner, and that will show you how much of your GPU that's actually being used, I think. I took off hardware acceleration, and that's helped a tiny bit. Interesting. It's hard to tell without seeing your setup and stuff. There's more higher up. I saw that bit. Saw that bit. Oh yeah, my monitor turns off and PC doesn't fully crash. But I can't get my monitor back on until I hard reset. Oh damn, okay. Typically have to hard reset. I see. Your monitor turns off. Yeah, okay. Definitely sounds like your GPU's having a bad time then, or something. I don't know. A perfect in a T4 is nasty, I agree. Yeah, I've not dropped perfects at all, so that's a real nice drop. Yeah, I'm surprised you found that too, Franks. That's crazy. No, you're not delayed. I'm behind, Franks. Poggybae, I've hogged onto a level 18 offhand for 40 levels because it's 50% spell damage, 35% cold damage. Cannot bring myself to lose those numbers. Thing is, that's additive damage. It becomes diminishing returns later on. I'd much rather have crit chance on there late game. Because although your raw damage numbers go down, you're dipping into another multiplier, which will probably end up... Or crit damage would be good if you got a decent amount of crit chance. But that's just me, I guess. Yeah. Or cast speed. That's another... cast speed is essentially another damage multiplier as well. Lord Maximo, mine has 24% cold damage, 59 spell, 75 cold damage. Jesus. 4 cold spells, 22 cast, 54 mana regen. Damn, that's pretty good, Lord Maximo. Nice. GPU or PSU, yeah. Yeah, I mean, short of going and seeing a professional, I really don't know what to suggest with that. Yeah, it's got no movement speed. If boots don't have movement speed, they're rips, aren't they? It's mega rips, and I'm not rolling it, hoping it rolls it. Oops. Right. We're going to move on. Maps 2, right. Oh, maps 3. We've got all of it. All of the maps. All of the maps. All of them. Alright, we'll sell this. That's no good. We're not gonna try it. 5. Here we go. Stuck that in there for now. Yes, that's good. Couple more tries at getting that piece for the ultimatum at some point. Alright, sell that. Frank's is like, wow! I'm so behind, yeah, sorry, I fell behind. Yeah, it gets harder to answer everyone when there's a crap load of people talking on both chats. It's good though, I do my best to try, so if I do miss chats, please don't take it offensively. Just tell me I missed something and I'll go back and find it. 76% monster life, yeah, we'll use that on a crappy node, because that's just horrible bosses. Didn't catch it. Is there a link? Oh, yeah, Gen X. Yeah, 2 secs. Here, I'll link it again for you. 1 sec. Here you go. Hopefully no one else has nabbed it. I just pinged it underneath your message, Gen X. My main hand has 20 plus spell, lightning, fire damage, and cast speed. It's the combo. Everything else just seems less, but I'll look for more crit. Crit's good. Cast speed's good. On a wand, you want gains damage as element, because that's just a straight up multiplier. That takes all of your damage and adds on 1.3 times, but as an element. So cold would be best, because you're scaling cold damage everywhere, but fire is fine too if you've got elemental damage stuff. Or lightning would be fine as well. I mean, strictly speaking, the lightning would get converted to cold anyway, I think. I just don't know when in the calculations it happens on those gains. It's possible it happens before or after, I don't know. Hard to tell. This is level 78. Yeah, we're just going to plow through this and get to the end. Then I can go attempt, then get a tablet in it, and then we can go and give the boss node a go with a 16, and then we'll wrap up stream. So you guys will get to see me do, well, hopefully not noob it in 2 seconds, but you'll get to see me do an actual proper endgame map. Level 16 one. Oh, hello. What happened here? Are you going to give me a couple of all linings? Yeah, that works. Sweet. Oh, let's go this way. I've just got to be a little bit wary in here, because if you get the cold casters in here, they can fire out equivalents of frost bolts and delete you. So that's kind of not fun. Oh gosh. YOLO! Oh god, that's not good. They came in behind me. Didn't see those enemies. Alright, we got him. There's those ones coming in behind me. I was like, oh no, I'm going to get gangbanged. It's not Christmas yet. But in 58 levels, I can honestly say I've never seen that affix. That's my prime frustration bar, but I'm venting. Gonna go. Yeah, it is a rare one. Have a Merry Christmas and travel safe. Poggy Bait, have a great Christmas if I don't catch you before, dude. And thank you so much, Jump In. Appreciate you. And yeah, don't get too frustrated. Trust me. I feel your pain. We all do. But yeah, have a good Christmas. Catch you soon. And yeah. Okay, we don't really need to kill these 1 or 2 enemies here. I sniped a wand on the market when I was level 70. Its spray, it has cold extra damage 26, 75 spell damage, 95 max mana, 4 all cold spells, 40% freeze build up, and 25 mana on kill. 1 exalted, god damn. You got that cheap, you got it for 1 exalted. I know it's missing some other stats that could be desirable, but that's still very good for 1 exalted. 1 exalted does not get you a lot these days. Funnily enough, I bought mine for 3. But I bought it as a 4 stat wand with 4 cold spells. The gains extra damage as fire. I think it had the max mana on it, and it probably had the cast speed on it. And the fact I managed to get a 3 exalted with 33 cast speed on it, and you basically can't get any with that cast speed on it at all. Like 2 days afterwards, they were going for divines. It was stupid. And then I got stupid lucky. I rolled 2 exalted into it and got a basically almost maximum mana regen roll, and I got spell damage as the last one. I mean, elemental or cold would have been better, but I can't really complain. That was, yeah, it's a crazy one. Very, very lucky. Yo, Kenzo on YouTube. I'm doing well. How are you doing? You're catching me quite near the end of the stream, but you are going to get to see me do 1 tier 16 map before I go off. That's going to be the last thing. I'm hoping that this tower is going to boost the node just a bit further so I can really benefit from it. So we'll see. We're going to do it now. We'll see how it goes. Just see how that goes. Just winding down after a hard day's mapping. Got to level 77 now. Nice. Hard day's mapping, eh? Did you get any good... I can't English. Did you get any good drops? Well, that was a waste of everything, wasn't it? Oh, well. Magnitude of bleeding. Interesting. We'll keep that one over here, I suppose. Jewels, I can go in there. I've got loads of these. Holy cow. Is that there? We're done with this later. We'll deal with that later. Okie dokes. Right, we need a precursor. What we got? 8, 8, 8, 8, 10. We want a 10 ready, don't we? Yeah. Take a 10. Juice it to hell. Can you use an alchemy on it? I don't know. No, you can't. Okay. Interesting. 10% experience gain. Nice. That's going to be nice. And 16% chance to have an essence. Oh, okay. That's actually pretty good. Cool. All right. Well, let's dump that in there. And hopefully it hits this one here. It did not. It actually boosted this one here. It's okay. We're going to go do this boss one here, though, because it's already been hit. Oh, we did. We got 10% experience gain from there already. Okay. It did hit it. Cool. All right. Epic. Yeah, so these do more damage to me, but we've got additional shrines, more magics, and a bucket load of rarity. And we've got extra experience there, so that's happy days. So as long as I don't get instant mercs, level 81. So it's actually not as high. I was hoping it'd be corrupted as well. It's be level 82, but we'll do this for now. Yeah, it was an absolute steal. Kind of felt bad for the guy. Well, you know, he should have done his research, eh? As I always say, always do your research, chat. Maybe a bit less, actually, but close to 40 to 50. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, definitely a well played, yeah. You had some decent potential, but my augmenting went to crap, and so it was. Oh, that sucks. Never mind. There's always tomorrow, right? It's not quite Christmas yet. You got one more day. Did manage to snipe some gems fairly cheaply. Hey, nice. What ones did you get? Right, let's do this. We've got a boss in this one as well. Well, I didn't even check what the map was. Interesting. Oh, this might be Balbala in here. I can't remember what boss spawns in here. It might be Balbala. That'd be interesting if it is. I think it is. He is one of the harder bosses, but last time I did him, it sucked because I didn't have freezing capability on my Eye of Winter, and that's really the only way on this build you can freeze him very easily. Or at least on my current setup. Level 81. Let's see. Right, we're at 56% XP, so have got to be careful the extra fire damage they do, but hopefully it'll be okay. The damage reduction, the damage reduced tech should be good. We definitely do not want to get too close to that, though. That would not be ideal. So let's just try and nuke him down a bit. There we go. Ah, goodness me. We do not want to stand in there for long. He should be dead. I think that should have hit him. Yeah, it did. Yeah, I figured. Mana drainers, eh? Mana drainers. We all have been that guy at some point. That's true, we have. And we've all been the one that's been screwed over as well, let's be honest. Got around 40% meta at the moment. Nice, that's about the same as what I've got. Maybe a tiny bit more. 65 curse area, nice. I think I'm rocking about 140 now. I've got loads. And a bunch of shock magnitude, nice. I think I've got about 40, 50 maybe. I don't know. My shocks are at 62%. We'll try to get one more with curse area magnitudes, yeah. Yeah, they're probably gonna rock it in value once I post this stuff up. I imagine they're already not exactly cheap for the magnitudes if you put curse effects on it as well. But oh god, I didn't really want to do that, but hey, never mind. Should mean I can one-shot him. No, yep, good times. So yeah, I'm basically cursing things on the edge of my screen now. Like a little bit more and it will be off-screen cursed. I don't think there's a curse radius. And the funny thing is, if I can level up Enfeeble to 19, I think the radius goes up on it. Not entirely sure, but I think it does. So if it goes up by 0.1, it'll actually go up by 0.2 or 0.3. Because I've got so much, because I've got about 100 and... Yeah, I've got about 250 curse radius now. I've got 100 in the tree. And we've got... loads. I've got loads in the jewels as well. That was a bit YOLO going in on those there. Never mind. Right, let's ruin these guys. There we go. Good stuff. Managed to get the shrine though, so it's going to stop that from hurting me. That's always good. I've got 2% XP so far, so it's not useless. It's not bad. I will actually clear this one because the XP. Bowl orb, nice. Frost bombs. Glad I saw those, because jumping on those is never fun. Not entirely sure what hit me so hard there, but something did. Might be this guy here, and he's, I don't know. Something hit me pretty hard, I'm not entirely sure what. There's too much going on to tell exactly what's hitting me. Let's go back, go back, go back. Okay, let's drop that. I'm probably not going to need that, honestly. Fluffy Slap, how's it going, dude? Need that game? Yeah, it's pretty fun, dude. It's fun. Hey, I'll send you my builds info. I'm testing stuff on nodes, but I'd really like to emphasize my single target DPS. Yeah, well, you're going to have to. If that's where the problem is in the very, very end game, which I haven't quite, you know, as in like the meta boss, the pinnacle bosses. Once I get there, if that ends up being the biggest weakness, then we got to solve it, right? That's my attitude to these. Take the biggest weakness and fix it. Like right now, you're drunk right now, Fluffy Slap. Hey, nice. Nearly Christmas. If ever you have any suggestions, I'd love to see it whenever you have a chance. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see what time I get. Time is very limited now, obviously, before Christmas, but we can obviously throw ideas around for sure. I need to get there myself first, really. That makes it a lot easier for me to sort of figure out what's going on. Because like I say, when I get to a point and I'm like, oh my god, I'm taking so much damage, I'm just getting one shot all the time, I sit back and go, okay, this is a problem. So how do I fix this? And then I'd go scouting out for it. Like, I was having a problem with the freeze and stun for ages earlier on in the build. So I went and found all the freeze and stun stuff. Yeah, it is Balbala. Well, I'm going to come back to Balbala last, because at least if I die to him, I'm not going to lose as much XP if I kill these out. Probably one of the hardest bosses for this build, honestly. But if I freeze him, hopefully it won't be too bad. The problem I had last time was he jumps around so much, you couldn't freeze him. But with Eye of Winter, we should be able to get him. You can't use Eye... The Frostball doesn't work on him, that's the problem. Didn't actually mean to use that. We need to freeze him to get any decent damage on him, really. Pain in the ass. Definitely one of the trickier bosses, for sure. I think his name's Balbala. He might be called something else in the maps. Or Balaba or something like that. Ah, yes, we got an essence. Good times. We want this. Glad we came for this. You never know. Might get some of these essences do sell for a lot if you get the greater ones and you get the good ones. Like Essence of Haste, for example. Greater Essence of Haste Cells for a bucket load. What the hell? Where's my Comet gone? Why am I not casting Comet? I'm just smashing Comet. It's doing nothing. What the hell's going on? Jesus. That was weird. Not sure what that was about. Oh well. Haven't seen a Greater Essence yet. No, same. You're a bit ahead. Yeah, if you see my issues, even though the build isn't 100% the same as yours, it might give you a valuable... Yeah, show us what the issues are, and we'll see what we can come up with. There'll be a way. There's always a way to fix these things. Everyone has different builds. I love Monk. Yeah, Fluffy Stat. This game legitimately has so much build variety. Like, everyone can just play a different build, and so many of them will be able to be made to work if you build them correctly. I'll say your build's only as strong as your weakest part. It'll do really well until something comes along, exploits your weakness, and then you're just going to get slapped. One shot, stunned permanently, and then killed, etc. So it's all about building out a build that, even if it has weaknesses, it's just not enough for anything to actually do anything about it. I'm actually very lucky that didn't freeze me there. I think my anti-freeze charm would have saved me. There was about 8 freeze things that hit me there, and I would have had 3 seconds of freeze resistance. Kind of wish they had timers. Maybe you do, and maybe I just haven't got active to see when those charms are... Yeah, to see when the charms are actually kicking in. Because I have no idea when my charm's actually working or not. It's in and it's doing something, but I don't actually know when it does. So I don't know when I've got a period of... When I've got the freeze one uses all its charges in one go. So I don't actually know at that point. I don't know at any point, like, when it's not available. I guess. This guy who I look up is not using any exploit. He may only builds and wipe everything on the map. Yeah, I'm not using an exploit. I'm legitimately not using anything right now which is deemed overpowered. This is just a really cool build. Well, at least I don't think it's... I don't think I'm exploiting anything. I'm not using the Everlasting Gaze on the Eldritch Battery, which may or may not be working better than intended. I'm not using Energy Shield, which is currently deemed the meta because it's so much more powerful than everything else. I'm not even using Chaos Inoculation at the current time, which is, you know, very strong. That's not an exploit. That's just very strong if you can make it work in your build. I probably will move to that later on because it's more efficient if you can use it. You can save yourself a lot of affixes on your gear, which you can put into other things. But yeah, you know me. I like to tinker around and go against the meta. Wake of Destruction. Does dropped shocked ground while moving. That's the equivalent of the fire ones I got before. Nice way of getting shocks in your build if you don't have it. Right, we got an elite over there. How on earth do I get to that? Oh, over here maybe. There's probably a bunch of enemies up there as well, but never mind. Maybe over here. I do actually want to clear stuff here because it's good XP. Maybe I should invest a bit more in shock magnitude at the same time, even if I get 20% gems. That's exactly 20% X times 2 more damage on my shocks, I think. Yeah. 100% magnitude would be... That'd make them both 40, yeah. Mine are up at 62x. That's a huge amount of damage, honestly. Huge amount of hidden damage. Now, I've still got room to get loads of magnitude on my jewels as well, honestly. So I reckon I can get it to 80. Easy. Hidden damage is where these games tend to trip people up when it comes to the end game. People just go by the numbers they see. They don't actually focus on, okay, you know, monkey see, monkey do kind of thing. You know, they don't actually look at how do I scale the damage using the biggest forms of damage increases, the things that aren't necessarily obvious. That was a bit of a waste of time running over there, but it was worth checking just in case. I didn't invest much in magnitude. Yeah, try that. I'm running double 62% shock magnitudes. If I had your mana, if I had another 500 mana right now, I would one-shot every boss right now. I'd be able to up my map. I've got 1 map difficulty, boss difficulty on right now. I can probably put it up to 2 now, actually. I'm feeling strong enough to do it. But we'll see how bad. We'll see how this next one goes. Because he's about as tough as it gets. Him and the Centaur for this build. Mechanically speaking, and from the damage type. But with an extra 500 mana, another 8th, Like all the cast speed, mana gen, damage, defense that would give me, and sustain. Yeah, I reckon I'd be able to ramp it up to 3 or 4. Just max it out. Get all the benefits from it. Like, it's really understated how powerful that would be. Oh, frozen. There's a lot of free... Yeah, these stupid freeze skellies. Got to be careful, them. That's why I'm sort of sitting back and strafing until I get the opportunity to do it without risk, I guess. Right, now I've done that. If he's frozen, I'm going to bomb him because he's got shocks on him. That hopefully... Yeah, it killed him. Yeah, cool. I figured that would probably kill him. It's amazing how much a couple hundred mana has actually made to the difference of the defense of my build, because that's about all I've changed. I've actually taken a little hit on HP, but my mana's gone up so much that everything from defense to sustain is just way, way better now. It feels so much... Like, I haven't died tonight, and that's not necessarily because I'm playing much better than last night. I haven't hit any cheese mechanics yet. It doesn't mean I won't die on this boss either, because this boss is tricky for this build, but... Mostly, it's been pretty chill, right? And I've not been doing a lot differently. Just the build's stronger. So yeah, stacking mana really is powerful for this build. All round. Just melting stuff. That plus, actually, I think the extra 45% freeze I put on really has made a big difference. I took a little bit of a damage hit, but the speed at which I'm freezing everything, and because of the radius of this, it's just making it safer to play, because I'm just freezing things on demand. Hey, Fluffy Sap, I love you too, man. I will go listen to music. Yeah. Have fun with the game. I will do, Fluffy Sap. We'll catch you around soon, dude. Absolutely. I'll be on over Christmas. Plus, more money you have, the more health... Yeah, exactly. The more health regen. I gained like 80 health regen or 70 health regen. It's loads. About 800. Yeah, exactly. I'm at about 580. And I haven't got all the mana regen loads in right now. So I can get that up. If I get the 44 on the chest piece, I'll be up at like 700 or 750 or something. Yeah, getting an expert Keth is definitely high on my list to do. I think actually shouldn't be too difficult for me to do. I've got one if I go Chaos Inoculation already. So I could try going Chaos Inoculation tomorrow and putting those stuff back on. I've got a pair of boots that basically outright replaces these with mana. And resistance and 30 movement speed, but it doesn't have the 2% mana core in there. But I could always put one in. And I've got a chest piece that's actually a straight replacement for this for that build using Chaos Inoculation. That gives me a lot more energy shield with the double energy shield hits in them. Which that would bump my mana up another 200-300. So I might try that tomorrow because that would push me. That would actually push me a lot higher. But anyway, we're going to try this guy now because there's no monsters left. This guy is tricky for this build. Beautiful game, beautiful franchise, but so far it's dumpster fire. What's happened here? What do monsters? Oh, Franks. They have a long way to go. Oh, you talk about D4, yeah. I really hope D4 isn't dead. They crap. Yeah, I shit the same. I mean, look, I've got a lot of time in D4, but yeah, obviously they're going to have to go back to the drawing board and figure out how they're going to move forward. I think against a game that's as content rich as this, so I'll have to see how that goes. I've enjoyed a lot of it, right? But that's because I've made my own builds in it. I've never followed the meta particularly. Right, here we go. This guy can be a real pain in the ass. It's not even worth using Frostborn in much because you can't hit him with it. So you need to use Eye of Winter to freeze him. There you go. Look how fast I can freeze him with Eye of Winter, right? That is why you need Eye of Winter for this build particularly. You can actually freeze him. I'm not going to kill him in one hit because he's too tanky. I think I've got 76% extra monster health on this. So he's got twice as much HP as usual. So that's a bit awkward. I need to find him before that poison comes out, otherwise that's an issue. So if nothing else, it'll take me twice as long as the previous bosses. What the hell? Why is he? Oh, he's over there. Mana Drain. Are you kidding me? Fucking hell. Alright, excuse my language. I'm dead. That Mana Drain. Are you kidding me? He one-shot me because I got Mana Drain down. Oh well. Never mind. I did mess that up. I should have... If I'd seen him quicker, I should have walled him off. I didn't wall him off in time. Nah, never mind. That's the only death of the night. That was savage, though. Getting a mana drainer on that boss. Come on. Dolan 907. Excuse my language, by the way. I don't normally swear on stream. First time chat to Dolan 907. Hey, been following your guide. What do you anoint on your amulet? Good question. Join just in time to see me noob it for the first and only time of this evening, because that is actually the last time I'm doing anything tonight, because I need to go off to bed. I'm currently using Siphon because it's cheap, and it gives you 2% mana on kill, which is not useless, because a lot of the really useful ones would be, they require very, very expensive deliriums. So this is actually at least somewhat useful to you. There's a few others, but... Oh, it's okay, Dolan. I knew that boss is tricky. The boss had a lot more... Ozzy's just like, have a dance, he died. It's about time. Ozzy's heard that I'm going off, so he's like, he's got to go have a dance before he goes to bed. Yeah, gaming, I'm about to go off. In a minute, yeah. I'm about to go off in a second. He's making me a double dance. Look at this guy. Savage. Thanks, Ozzy. You just know how to treat me so well. Psycho, how's it going, dude? No, I'm not doing that. I'm too tired. You can refund that. I'll do that another day. I am too tired for that. Hard no to dancing. I'm actually quite hungry. I don't really want to do that right now. You can have those ones back. Just do it indeed. I'm not doing the dance tonight. You can do that another night. I gave you the points back. You're all good. The worst is mana drain with hasted and proximal chanceability. Yeah, that was a bit unlucky. I could have played that better. If I'd walled him off, he wouldn't have been able to mana drain me and it would have been all good. But never mind. We live and learn for next time, hey chat. You got to get right up on him and you are good. Yep. Also, with the 76% increased HP he had, it meant I did a lot less damage to him when I did freeze him than I would have normally. So never mind. But I proved that Eye of Winter's very useful against him for freezing. Yeah. Yeah, the mana drainer was the big problem there, Monstars, and he just one-shot me. You can't really sit still on that boss if you haven't got armor on your build or something. Or evasion. I don't have either. Goblix, you've caught me right at the end of my stream. How you doing, dude? I wouldn't say I was cheesed there as such, Kenzo, but it was definitely unlucky to get a mana drainer minion on that boss. Because you have to remember, that was a T16 map with bosses that have got extra affixes on them and the boss difficulties ramped up. So that is definitely a more difficult boss than your standard T16 map. So, yeah. Right, we're going to snooze ads here. Good. Drink City Streamer. Okay, I can do that one. And we can spin to win. I suppose we can do this. And then we're going to look Scarflying because I'm quite tired. I'm actually going offline in a sec for recovery, dude. Thanks, dude. Right, we spin to win, everyone. Well, we kind of won. We were nice and chill to the very end. Never mind. Just shame I didn't get him down. I was hoping I would. But maybe next time. Maybe next time. You live and learn what the mechanics are. Whoop, you got the unique wands. Mango Crane. Nice. GG's. You got the the life sprig. That's very helpful. It's a very good one for early game. Playing around on PoE Psycho. Nice. Cool. Alright. Oh man, you're doing good. What progress did you make on build? It's better. I'll post up the build planner updates tomorrow, Goblix. And if I get time, I'll do the video when I get home from London. But yeah, it's better. I mean, I did die to that boss, but I don't know. I probably played it wrong, but yeah, I got a mana drain, a minion, which was definitely unfortunate. I could have got just about any other affix. It would have probably been better than that one. Especially against one of the hardest bosses anyway, let alone for this build. So never mind. Never mind. Next time. But yeah, I mean, it's a T16 map with super juiced bosses, so I don't feel too bad about it. Yeah, Monstars, you too. I hope you have a fantastic Christmas. I suppose by the time I wake up, it's is Christmas Day for you, right? Because you're so far ahead of me. Right, let's find someone to raid for this evening. Who we got? Anyone I know online right now who I haven't raided recently who I'd quite like to go show some love to? Oh, we could go over there. Could go over there. I don't know, what do you think? Have we got any suggestions for raids, guys? I like to go show support to people. Amarian, happy Christmas to you as well, friend. Hey, you never raided me. You need to be online to raid you, Franks. I've only just met you as well, to be fair. Tortifu, coming in with the prime. Dude, thank you so much. Big love. You could have given that to anyone in the community this month. You've chosen to give it to me. You're an absolute legend. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Die. I'm not sure you mean by die, to be honest. Recovery. Oh, dioxide. Oh, and that's certainly an option. Anyone else got any other recommendations? I don't know. What's he doing? I want to send you guys over to somewhere where it would actually be like fun for you to go. So I don't actually have him up in my list because he's... I mean, I don't really know him that well, to be fair, I guess. Where is he? I guess he's probably got quite good numbers, right? He normally does. He's not even come up in my list. Maybe because I've scrolled down more. Have a look. Where are we? Let's see, is he actually online? Because I can't even see. Oh, okay. 41. Solo self-bound, custom poison ranger. I mean, we absolutely could go over and show Dioxide some love, I suppose. It is possible. Last time I streamed properly was 3 years ago. 2 daughters' job, make it right. Yeah, I get it. Charging Charlie is definitely an option. I did see Charlie online. She's definitely... I did see Charlie online. I do like Charlie. She's a good girl. Log into D4 at least to get the Gobbo event rewards, by the way. Oh, that's true. Yeah, I could do that tomorrow, yeah. Wonder Puppy 98. Yeah, someone. I think I'll go over and show Dioxide some love. I haven't rated Darkseid in a long time, and I've actually got more numbers than him right now, which is very unusual. To be honest, that's a first. So I think we'll go over. He's a really high-level player in his games. So anyone in here who doesn't know who Darkseid is, he's a very high-level rogue player in D4. And I know to some of you that might not mean a lot, but he is a very good build crafter. So I know if I send him over, if I send you guys over there, you'll be in safe hands with someone who can maybe just, you might, even if you just like chill there for 5 minutes, you might end up seeing something cool. Yeah, I think we go over there. I haven't raided him in ages. And, you know, there's plenty of other times to raid other people, right? That was good. It's a suggestion. I just wanted to make sure he's actually online, but he's normally on later than me, so I think we'll be good. So we'll do this tonight. So let's come over here. I like to raid different people occasionally. Yeah, it's good to raid a bunch of different people. Show some love across the board. All right, guys. It's pretty late. It's after 4 a.m. and I've got to be on a train in 5 hours to London. So everyone on YouTube, thank you so much. Everyone in general, thank you so much. I really do appreciate every single one of you. There's so many new names. Honestly, I'm blown away by the support, and especially for the build. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine so many people would enjoy something that I've made. So thank you so much. YouTube, obviously, I can't raid you on anywhere, but I really do hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Have a brilliant Christmas if I do not catch you before. And I hopefully will see you sometime soon. And I really do appreciate you all and your time. Thank you. On Twitch, thank you, guys. A load of you, you've been around for ages. And I never take that for granted. I really do appreciate you. Any new names, anyone that's been lurking as well. I really do appreciate you all. Thank you so much. If anyone in my Twitch or YouTube hasn't hit the like or subscribe button, please consider doing so. I'd love to see you again. I am on 5 days a week mostly. I'll probably be on tomorrow on Christmas Eve. I'll be around playing on Christmas night. Maybe off stream I'll play with some people in Discord. And it really helps me out as well. But obviously no obligations, but I'd love to see you again. And yes, actually, yeah. If anyone wants to come and join the Discords and has got any questions about the build, or wants to get hold of me off stream because you're struggling with something or you're not sure how something's working, I do respond. I'm pretty active with responses. I do the best I can to get back to you. I've even sat down with people off stream and sat down and gone on voice calls and helped them with their builds to help figure out what's wrong or how to make it better and stuff. I'm happy to do that as long as you guys accept that, I also work full time. So I do the best I can to try and make time for that, but I will help you where I can, and I'll link the Discord link in both chats. So obviously no obligation again, but if that's useful to you, then feel free to come join, guys. We're going to go over and raid Darkseid on Twitch. He's a good guy, great build creator. And I say, when I looked a second ago, I had more numbers of him, which, to be honest, that might just be because he's kicked up recently. Maybe he's got more now, but no, it's about the same now. But yeah, that's unusual. This will be the first time ever I'm sending over in a number of people. It's the same as what he's got. He's usually got hundreds. So we'll do this today. Let's go show some love. I do hope some of you will come over and spend a few minutes in his stream. Just check him out if you've not checked him out before. Shove a load of emotes in the chat, you know, and show some support. Because, you know, it's Christmas. Let's go make someone smile. And you never know, you might see something cool. And yeah, I'll go sit in there for a few minutes while I wind down as well. But and if you do, make sure you remove the URL bit that says =raid and refresh your browser. That really helps him out. And yeah, I think that's about it, guys. So if I don't catch you before Christmas, guys, Merry Christmas. I probably will be on tonight, my time, Christmas Eve, for a while. So if any of you want to jump in, then love to see you. But obviously, I appreciate it's Christmas and stuff, and so you guys might not be around. Odin, how's it going, dude? And yeah, I'll catch you soon. So guys, again, have a great rest of your day, wherever you are in the world. Morning, afternoon, evening. Keep safe, keep lasting. Merry Christmas, big love, and I will see you soon. Cheers, guys.